The Edge by David Baldacci. Chapter 1. Passenger train travel was not known to be particularly dangerous, especially in Europe where the machines soared like the wind on rigorously sculpted rails that translated to silky smooth rides. There were many departures a day between Geneva and Milan, operated by several railway companies. One could travel early in the morning or later at night. The trains ran at a maximum speed of 200 kilometers per hour, while their passengers napped, worked, binged shows on streaming platforms, or ate and drank in considerable comfort. This particular ride was a bullet-nosed silver Astero tilt train operated by Trenitalia. None of the 100-plus passengers was contemplating dying today, except for one. As far as Travis Devine was concerned, this ride was fraught with peril of the kind that would not send you to a hospital, but rather a half-dozen feet into the cold earth. The source of the danger had nothing to do with the train. It had been ferreted out by his well-honed situational awareness, which had led him to conclude that his life was in imminent jeopardy. The trip from Geneva to Milan contained beautiful scenery. The soaring, snow-capped Swiss Alps, the lush, verdant valleys, immaculate aromatic vineyards, 2 pristine lakes, and the quaint, picturesque villages of Europe ladled in between the 2 venerable cities. Devine cared nothing about this as he sat in his first-class seat, upholstered in brown leather, staring at seemingly nothing, while actually taking in everything inside the train car. And there was a lot to observe. Devine checked his watch. On some trains, this trip could take 5 hours and a quarter, but he was on an express ride that would do it in just under 4. He had 90 minutes of that trip left, and maybe that same number of ticks to live. Devine would have preferred a packed train car, but his tight escape from Geneva had not allowed for any latitude on the travel time, and this early in the morning there were only 3 other passengers in the first-class car. The attendants had already been through checking tickets. Despite this being first class, food was not served at the seat, but there was a dining car between the first and second-class sections. The attendants were now off somewhere else as the train had settled into the second half of its journey south. Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. It was how the former U.S. Army Ranger Devine referred to the 3 other passengers. 2 men, 1 woman. Not passengers, at least not to him. Adversaries. Bogies. The enemy. The men were sitting together in seats facing each other, forward of Devine's position, near the front of the car. The woman was on the other side of the aisle, 2 up from him. She looked like a student, textbooks stacked high, a bulky rucksack in a storage rack behind her. She was drawing something in a sketchbook, but Devine had been fooled by people posing as students before. The men wore thick overcoats against the climate just outside the slender train windows. Overcoats that could hide a lot. Devine had gotten up and gone to the bathroom twice now, but only once to relieve himself. The other was solely for recon. He had also gotten some food in the dining car and brought it back to his seat. Each time after returning, Devine had glanced at his gear bag, which was behind him on a luggage rack. And the third time he saw what he thought he would. On his phone, he brought up his train's journey, saw its exact route, its progression, and most critically, its timing. Of particular note was the Simplon Tunnel, which they would enter after passing through the Swiss town of Brig. When they exited the tunnel, they would be in Italy. The article he was now reading said that the tunnel was 12 miles long and would take the train 8 minutes to pass through. The tunnel had opened in 1906 and had given its name to perhaps the most famous train in the world, the Simplon Orient Express. Devine wasn't interested in the history. He was focused on the tunnel. He texted a high-priority message to an interested party and then checked his watch. He had caught Alpha and Bravo staring at him at different times, but he had made no reaction. These were known, in Devine's world, as target glances. Charlie, who was wearing a Madrid Real ball cap, had never looked at him, but she had surreptitiously eyed the 2 men while getting something from her bag. Her movements were mildly tensed, even robotic, he'd observed. She was trying overly hard to appear normal, which was causing her anxiety. Stress activated the sympathetic nervous system, the flight, fight, or freeze part of the body that present-day humankind could thank its caveman ancestors for. Fear did things to a body physiologically. The mind could screw with you in ways you could hardly imagine. In trying to save you, its stressor signals could actually kill you with a heart attack or render you incapable of saving yourself. Or, in his case, blow a plan to kill someone right out of the water and give the potential victim a chance to survive. Devine analyzed the situation exactly as he had been trained to do. Every contingency, every weak point. The men had never removed their overcoats, even though the climate inside was quite comfortable. In fact, Devine had taken his parka off because he had felt warm. Keeping their hands in their pockets, in particular, was an informed tell of malevolent intent, because hands were a necessary accompaniment to a primary weapon, usually a gun, and they had target-glanced Devine not once, but twice. Finally, they had never left their seats as far as he could tell. There were no food or drink containers at their tables. That completed the rule of 3 for Devine. A trio of behavior patterns that were out of the ordinary meant you needed to come up with a plan if you wanted to walk away under your own power. Well, I've got at least 4 warning signs here because of what I saw in my gear bag, so I need to get my shit together. Devine checked his watch once more and then eyed his bag. After he'd gone to the dining car, he'd come back to find that the zipper was 3 teeth above where he had left it. And in just the right light, he had seen the whorls of a thumbprint on the pull tab, a thumbprint that was assuredly not his. There was nothing in his bag other than clothes and a toiletry kit. Otherwise, he never would have left it unguarded. He was also kicking himself for not bringing a gun with him on this trip, but that would have been problematic for a number of reasons. At the border station of Domodossola, a contingent of the Swiss Guard boarded to do a customs check. Devine was asked if he had anything to declare and how much cash he had on his person, and he had to show his passport. He watched carefully, without seeming to, as they asked the same of the other 3 passengers. He couldn't see the passports of the 2 men, but the woman's appeared to be a post-Brexit UK blue and gold, which mimicked the original colors that had been in place on British passports since 1921. Later, he eyed the window as the train began slowing. They pulled into the town of Brig. No one got on in first class, and no one got off, except for the Swiss Guard contingent. For a moment, Devine thought about exiting the train too, or telling them of his concerns with the other passengers. However, he had his plan now, and he was sticking to it. And he wasn't trusting anyone right now, not even the Swiss Guard. The opponents he was battling had the resources to buy pretty much anyone and anything. And these foes of his had great incentive to wish Devine harm. Working on behalf of the United States, Devine had helped foil a ballsy attempt by some powerful, if unscrupulous interests, to promote global unrest for pure profit, with the added kicker of overthrowing several governments hostile to the players behind this scheme. It seemed as long as people lusted for wealth and power, this crap would just keep happening. And one day they might just succeed in taking over the world, thought Devine. The train glided away from the station. The 2 attendants came through. And then, seeing no new passengers or anything that needed their attention, other than Devine handing one of them the trash from his meal, they left through the opposite end of the train car to do whatever attendants did when their official work was done. The train speed was posted on a digital screen attached to the bulkhead at the front of the car. Devine watched it rise to 180 kilometers an hour before it started to drop. He did the mile-to-kilometer calculation in his head to arrive at the length of time the train would be in the Simplon Tunnel. 12 miles is 19 kilometers. Doing that in 8 minutes would mean a constant speed of, right. He looked at the screen again. 160 kilometers. 1:53. 1:42 point. He put on his parka and rose just as the train entered the tunnel. Now the only real illumination came from the interior car lights. Devine strode up the aisle to the toilet in the connecting vestibule. As he passed the woman, he glanced down at what she was drawing in charcoal. Okay, that makes sense, and it's nice to have at least partial confirmation. But the real proof is about to come, and it will be unequivocal. Devine started to combat breathe. Inhale for a 4 count, hold for 4, exhale for 4, and hold for 4. Repeat. This would stop his sympathetic nervous system from kicking on, wiping out his peripheral vision, blowing to shit his fine motor skills, and turning him into a big dumb animal just waiting to be killed. He would die one day just like everyone else. But it would never happen like that. He passed by Alpha and Bravo, neither of whom looked at him. The automatic doors slid open with a hydraulic sigh, and Divine entered the vestibule. The toilet was off to the right, just out of eye line of the passengers. A few moments later, the toilet door opened, and a few moments later, it closed. The big men rose as though tied together by string and headed after Divine. As they walked, they screwed suppressor cans onto the muzzles of overkill German-made machine pistols pulled from their overcoat pockets. They reached the vestibule, where they could hear water running and someone talking inside the toilet. They took aim and fired right through the flimsy toilet door. The sounds of the suppressed rounds were covered by the enhanced roar of the train going through the tunnel, which was why they had waited until now to do the deed. They shot in tight patterns, high to low and in between, followed by crisscross streams. They were fields of fire that left no room for survival in the confined space. With 60 rounds total, death of the target was guaranteed. While Bravo covered him, Alpha nudged open the wreck door, just to make sure, since their kill contract required it, along with an iPhone pic of the corpse texted to their employer. However, all he saw was an empty toilet with the water tap wedged on, and a phone on the floor and leaning against the wall next to the toilet. A podcast was playing on the device. At that moment, the door to the storage closet opposite the toilet swung open and caught Bravo at the right temple. Having let them empty out their weapons, Divine was now the predator. Where each man stood, Divine's goal was to claim that ground, and the only way to do that was to go through them. Divine opened his campaign with twin-thumb eye gouges that blinded Bravo. Divine next formed a V with his hand, the thumb on one side and the four fingers on the other, and slammed the hard groove of the flesh between them against the man's throat, collapsing his trachea. This was followed by twin crushing elbow strikes to the right side of the cervical spine that snapped two of the man's vertebrae, cutting off his brain from the rest of his body. He dropped to the floor, out of the fight, and also out of life. This continuous, fluid movement had taken all of 4 seconds. Divine next trapped a stunned Alpha and his machine pistol against the door jamb of the toilet as the man tried to slap in a fresh mag. Divine made the gun fall from his hand by wrenching it downward and then to the side past the joint's limits with cartilage-cracking torque. Alpha should have already reloaded and attempted to shoot Divine, but the man's breathing was ragged as his adrenal glands flooded his bloodstream with cortisol, fouling his mind-body connection. His pupils went from 2 millimeters to 9 in less than a breath. His peripheral vision was completely blown. Divine already knew he was going to win this fight, because none of that was happening to him. His cognitive, and hence his fighting, skills were operating fine. Alpha awkwardly swung at Divine and caught him a glancing blow on the jaw. It was not hard enough to do any real damage, and the panicked man had forced himself off balance with the move. 2 punishing elbow slams to the exposed right kidney dropped Alpha to his knees. Divine grabbed him by the collar and flung him headfirst against the train wall once and then again. The desperate man, perhaps sensing his own imminent death, pulled a knife and spun around, and the blade slashed against Divine's arm. But his aim was shaky and thus off, and Divine's thick parka took most of the damage. Okay, time to end this. And him. Divine broke the man's grip on the knife, and it clattered to the floor. He then slapped the man's right ear with such force, the eardrum burst. The man seized up, presenting his face directly to Divine, who used a palm strike on his nose, hitting him once and then again with the cup of his hand, releasing all the kinetic energy from his brawny arm, shoulder, broad back, and thrust hip. This streamlined attack delivered massive torque that propelled the nose's brittly sharp cartilage straight into Alpha's soft brain tissue. He dropped to the floor face first. Just to be certain, Divine reached down and broke the man's neck in the exact way the U.S. Army had taught him. Divine dragged both dead men and their weapons into the toilet, turned off the water, retrieved his phone, and wedged the shot-riddled door shut. Fighting wasn't just knowing certain techniques, although that was important. It was mostly an evolved state of mind. Without that, enhanced hand-to-hand combat skills meant squat because you would be too cowed to employ them. And the very concept of self-defense was a losing proposition, pretty much conceding the field and making you a victim in waiting. You didn't defend, you attacked. You didn't stop someone from hurting or killing you. You hurt or you killed them. Rubbing his bruised jaw and gingerly touching his cut arm, which he instinctively knew wasn't that serious, he re-entered the train car to see Charlie staring at him. "What happened?" she exclaimed, her eyes agog. "What was that noise?" "All right," thought Devine. "This is where the rubber meets the road." As he walked toward her, Devine glanced for a moment in the train window, which reflected the interior because they were still in the Simplon tunnel for at least another few minutes. He saw what he needed to see. He shrugged. Two guys. Real mess in the toilet. Going to be quite a cleanup. My goodness. Is there anything I can do? Her neck muscles were now relaxed, he noted. Pupils normal, breathing the same. She was a cut above the deceased goons back there. Devine stopped next to her, looked down at the drawing and said, "Yeah, you could explain why you've been sitting here for over 2 hours working away and you haven't added a damn thing to your sketch." She half rose and swung the long-bladed knife up from her lap, but Devine had already seen the weapon in the window reflection. He didn't waste any time on a defensive block. He simply clocked her in the jaw, lifting her far smaller body off the floor and knocking her against the wall. She slumped down into unconsciousness from the force of his blow and her collision with the wall. Devine momentarily pondered whether to finish the job, but she was young and might repent of her evil ways. He took the knife, slid her ball cap down, draped her hair around her slender shoulders, and propped her up against her seat as though she were merely napping. He grabbed his gear bag and walked into the dining car, and then through the second-class carriages until he reached the last car, where he slipped her knife into a trash receptacle. The train cleared the tunnel, and when it slowed and stopped at Stresa, the last station before Milan, Devine got off. The text he had sent earlier paid dividends when the black sedan picked him up. The driver would take Devine the rest of the way to Milan. There he would catch a flight back to the United States, where another mission surely awaited. As he glanced back at the train, Devine wondered whether he had made a mistake in allowing the woman to live. The answer wouldn't be long in coming. Chapter R. Sitting in a tacky office in a 1960s-era strip mall in Annandale, Virginia, Emerson Campbell was not a happy man. He was a retired Army two-star and, like Travis Devine, Ranger tabbed and scrolled, meaning he had graduated from Ranger School and then been accepted into the elite 75th Ranger Regiment, the Army's most prestigious and demanding special ops force. His gunmetal gray, closely cropped hair and weathered, grim features spoke of a lifetime of discipline and heightened professionalism. And, perhaps most tellingly, all the shit he had seen fighting on behalf of his country through a number of wars and also under-the-radar operations the public would never know about. Devine sat on the other side of the desk and took in the man who, several months before, had recruited him to serve in the Office of Special Projects under the massive bureaucratic dome of Homeland Security. Special projects, thought Devine. It sounds like we plan office parties and cotillions. It's a shit show, Devine. The Italian and Swiss governments have filed official complaints. 2 dead guys and a shot-up train toilet between their countries. Not a good optic. With a gut. It's a better optic than 1 dead guy, meaning me. IDs on the corpses? Campbell shrugged. Kazakhstan muscle. No more, no less. They've killed at least 20 people. All wired funds upon proof of the kill. No traceable interaction with whoever hired them. No way to dig beyond that, which is the whole point. Glad I denied them the 21st. And the woman? There was no woman found there, said Campbell. She must have recovered and hightailed it out of there. Okay. CCTV? Working on it, though the Italians and Swiss are not exactly too cooperative right now. Devine shook his head. Knew I should have taken her out. But she was unconscious and no threat to me. He caught Campbell studying him. "I know it was a hard call, Devine. Don't know what I would have done." "Well, I gave you a description. Maybe your people can run her down. Now, let's focus on your new mission." "I don't get a couple days off?" said Devine, only half jokingly. "You can rest when you're dead." "Yeah, that's what they told me in the army, too." Campbell said, "I emailed you the briefing doc. Pull it up." Devine opened the attachment to the email on his phone and gazed at the photo of a lovely woman in her late 30s with smooth, pale skin, blonde hair, and deep-set, intelligent eyes that seemed to shimmer with unsettling intensity in the midst of all the fine pixels. Campbell said, "That's Jennifer Silkwell. You heard of the Silkwells?" "No, but I'm sure I'll learn everything about them before this is over." Curtis Silkwell was the senior U.S. Senator from Maine. His great-great-grandfather made several fortunes: shipping, fishing, real estate, agriculture. All of that wealth is now mostly gone. They have the old homestead in Maine, but that's about it. He was a senator. He resigned during his third term, Alzheimer's, which has gotten progressively worse. He was treated at Walter Reed before it became clear there was nothing that could be done. He's currently at a private facility in Virginia, awaiting the end. He was treated at Walter Reed because he was a senator? No, because he was a soldier. He retired from the Marines as a one-star before jumping into politics, getting married, and having a family. Campbell shot Devine a scrutinizing glance. "Full disclosure, Kurt is one of my best friends. We fought together in Vietnam. He saved my life twice." "Okay, so this is personal for me, Devine." "Yes, sir." His wife, Claire, divorced him right after he won his last re-election. Between you and me, I think she could see what was coming and decided to bail. So much for in sickness and in health. Where is she now? Already remarried to some rich guy in D.C. who isn't worthy of polishing Kurt's combat boots. So, the case? Prompted Devine, wanting to push Campbell off the personal edge and back onto the mission-driven one. Go to page 5 of your briefing. Jennifer is the eldest daughter of Curtis and Claire. She worked for CIA, mostly in field operations, though she once served as a liaison to the White House for Central Intelligence. She was a quick climber and incredibly talented, and she will be sorely missed. Devine scanned page 5. What happened to her? Someone killed her, 4 days ago, up in Maine where she was visiting her old hometown. The man's voice cracked before he finished speaking. Devine lifted his gaze. Campbell's face was flushed and his bottom lip was trembling. I held her in my arms when she was a baby. I was her damn godfather. He swiped tears away and composed. He continued. Kurt got started late on his family. He was nearly 40 when Jenny was born. Claire was a lot younger. She was still in college when they got married. They have any leads on who might have killed her? None that we know of. And our interest? Jenny Silkwell was a valuable asset of this country. She was privy to many of our most precious national secrets. We need to know if her death was connected to that, and whether anyone was able to gain any information that would jeopardize our interests. Her personal laptop has been found at her home, and her government-issued phone was there as well. But her CIA laptop was not found at her office or her home, and neither was her personal phone. The geolocators on the devices have been switched off. That's normally the case for people like Jenny, unless she's in an operational area where orders or logistics require she keep them on. The data is mostly cloud-based now, but she might have something on her hard drive or on her phone that is sensitive. And we don't want anyone using her devices to backdoor into our clouds. So, I'm heading to where she was killed in Maine? Yes, Putnam, Maine. But not yet. I want you to talk to Claire first in D.C. She may know something helpful. Then you head to Maine. The details of Jenny's death are contained in your briefing book, pages 8 through 10. Well, Devine read quickly, but comprehensively, just as the Army had trained him. In combat, time was not on your side, but neither was skipping over something in a briefing that might prove catastrophic later. The shooter didn't police their brass? Right. And, technically, The casing was polymer, not brass. Devine looked surprised because he was... A polymer casing? Yes. It expands and then contracts in the chamber immediately. Brass just expands, as you well know. Less degradation on the equipment because the polymer insulates the heat from the chamber, and less heat and friction reduces choke rate, said Devine, referring to the hesitation of the weapon in firing due to those factors. The Army's been slowly moving away from brass. Hell, they've been wedded to it since before the Spanish-American War, so it's about damn time. And the Marines are testing polymer casings for their 50 cal M2 machine gun. And the Brits are looking at polymer too for their 5.56 millimeters rounds. A good thing too. Brass adds a lot of weight to your gear pack. That's why they're making the switch. What with smartphones and handheld computers and more weaponry and optics, the Army carry load is up to about 100 pounds now for each soldier. Switching from brass to polymer is a cost-effective way of lightening the load. For the Marines, a 48-box pallet of the 50 cal in polymer weighs nearly 700 pounds less than brass. And there's even the possibility of 3D printing repair parts in the field because the casings are recyclable. As he'd been speaking, Devine had continued to read. He looked up. It was a 300 Norma mag round. Yes, replied Campbell. And the head stamp shows it's a U.S. military round. Army snipers and special ops guys chamber the Norma in the Barrett Mk-22 rifle. Devine nodded. They switched from the 6.5 Creedmoor round after I mustered out. But does the Army already use polymer casings for the 300 Norma? No, Devine. There are tests being run at various Army facilities across the country, chambering the Norma and other ordnance with a polymer casing, but it has not been officially deployed. You know how that goes. Army needs to shoot a shit ton of it under every conceivable combat environment before it has any chance of getting approved for mass deployment. As it. Who's the manufacturer? Warwick Arsenal, a small firm out of Georgia. So, the question becomes, how did a still-in-testing 300 Norma polymer round, produced by a firm in Georgia, end up at a crime scene in Maine? Campbell said, "We've spoken with the people at Warwick. They have checked and rechecked their inventory and found nothing amiss. But to me that's meaningless because they've shipped hundreds of thousands of these rounds to Army facilities throughout the country, with hundreds of personnel taking part in the testing. There is no way that every single round can be accounted for. Proverbial needle in a haystack. So someone could have pocketed the polymer casing and given it to someone, and then it goes through various hands and ends up being used to kill Jenny Silkwell. Was it important she was shot with that particular bullet? Did she have any involvement with its development? None. And I have no idea if the use of that particular bullet is significant or not. That's your job to find out during your investigation. By the way, the local cops are also working the case. You'll have to team with them. And why would they team with me? Campbell took from his desk drawer what looked like a black leather wallet and slid it across. Here's why. With live, Devine opened what turned out to be a cred pack, complete with shiny badge, and examined it. He looked up in surprise. I'm a special investigator with Homeland Security? Seriously? Your cover is rock solid. Only I'm not a trained investigator. Campbell gave Devine a drill sergeant death stare. Don't sell yourself short. You carried on investigations in the Middle East, in addition to your combat duties. And you did a pretty damn good job of sleuthing back in New York on the Brad Cowell case. And you've done stellar work with the other assignments I've given you. Now, you are to find out who killed Jenny and why, and determine if any of our national security interests have been compromised, and find her laptop and phone. Well, that sounds simple enough, said Devine dryly. Rise to the challenge, soldier, retorted Campbell. Why don't the feds have a joint op platoon of agents on this? Central Intelligence goes scorched earth when one of its own goes down, and the FBI, too. CIA has no jurisdiction on American soil. And if we deploy an army of FBI, the press will start to pry and word will get out. Then our enemies could see us as weakened and themselves emboldened. Jenny Silkwell might very well have been killed because of something having absolutely nothing to do with her status with CIA. If so, we want to go in stealth and stay that way if the facts on the ground allow. So right now, you, Divine, are the army, and if my rock-solid cover gets blown, we never heard of you. Chapter. Sand. A light drizzle was falling as Divine pulled through the open gates of Claire Robards' mansion in Kalorama in northwest D.C. It was one of the most expensive areas in the capital city, with the median price of a home well north of 7 figures. Kalorama, Divine had learned, was Greek for beautiful view. And it was beautiful if one had the hefty entrance fee. Embassy Row was on nearby Massachusetts Avenue, and the Dutch and French ambassadors' official residences were in the vicinity, along with 30 foreign embassies. Jeff Bezos also had a home nearby that he had laid out $23 million for, and then bought the place next door for another $5 million. Billionaires apparently needed a lot of room, or else a healthy buffer from the merely rich, Divine thought. At that level, it's just monopoly money anyway. The Robards' mansion was substantial, made of stone and large rustic timbers with small windows and cone-topped metal turrets. The property had wide, sloping lawns and mature trees and plantings. No money spared and no detail overlooked to create a display of subdued, old money wealth that judiciously managed not to overwhelm with inflated grandiosity. He had phoned ahead, so the well-dressed, professional-looking woman who answered the door led Divine directly down a long, marble-floored hall to a set of imposing, solid oak doors. She knocked, and a woman's cultured voice from inside the room said authoritatively, "Come in." And so Divine stepped into, perhaps, the lioness's den. Claire Robards was perched regally on a settee in a room that was lined with shelves, which were, in turn, filled with leather-bound books. Against one wall, a small bar was set up. Was it his imagination, or did Robards' gaze slide toward it? The lady's light green dress was exquisitely tailored to her thin, petite frame. She had allowed her shoulder-length hair to turn an elegant white. She fiddled with a strand of small, lustrous pearls and looked everywhere except at Divine. The woman was clearly uncomfortable with his presence here. She wore little makeup, and the dark circles under her reddened eyes spoke of long bouts of crying. Maybe she thinks if she ignores me, her eldest daughter wouldn't be dead. "Ms. Robards, I'm Travis Divine with Homeland Security." "Yes, I know, Mr. Divine," she said in a low voice. "Please sit." She finally looked at him resignedly, Divine concluded. "Would you like something hot to drink? It's quite chilly today. When Dade leaves." "No, thank you. I'm fine." He settled into a wing chair opposite her. "And I'm very sorry for your loss." She twitched at his words and closed her eyes for a moment. We all thought Jenny was indomitable, a survivor. She had survived much, until this ugly, ugly business. She had a stellar career and a brilliant future in serving her country. "That goddamn job cost my daughter her life," she barked. Then she quickly let the regal mask slide back down over her features. "I'm sorry," she said in a hushed voice. "No reason to be." He glanced around. "Is your husband here?" "Vernon is in Thailand. At least I think so." "Business," she added with a touch of bitterness. "Apparently, for some people, business and making money trumps all, even the murder of one's stepdaughter." She glanced at her lap and let her fingers intertwine as though she suddenly felt the need to hold on to herself. "It's funny, Mr. Divine. Giveman." "What is?" "When I married Kurt, he was already a war hero. This big, strong Marine that no enemy could defeat. And he was gone all the time, too. Not to make money, but to serve his country, like Jenny did. He survived that. And then he got into politics. Worked his way up and eventually ran for the Senate and won. And he was gone all the time. Again, not for the money, but to serve. And here's the funny thing." She paused and seemed to collect herself, running her fingers delicately along her expensive pearls. "The funny thing is, for the people left behind, the motivation doesn't matter. The result is the same. One is alone. I can see that. She looked around at the tastefully decorated room in the luxurious mansion in the pricey, sought-after neighborhood with beautiful views. And in case you're wondering, as so many have, no, the grass is not always greener. Is retend. I understand that Jenny was not in full agreement with the divorce, he said quietly. She hated me for it, plain and simple. Robards dropped her hand to her lap. She and apparently everyone else thought I left Kurt because of his illness. The fact was we had agreed to divorce a year before. But these things take time, and he had an election coming up, so we made the mutual decision to wait. He won the race, and we went our separate ways. Then he was diagnosed shortly thereafter, and I became the thoughtless ex-wife. I suppose you could have halted the divorce proceedings, noted Devine. I'd already met Vernon and was engaged to him. We were waiting for the final decree to announce our impending wedding. And the truth was, I had given Kurt 4 decades of my life and 3 children. He had his twin careers. And me, I hadn't even started to live my life yet. So I decided to move forward and do just that before it was too late. Kurt was going to receive the best care regardless. She glanced up. I suppose you think me heartless too? While it may be tempting for many, judging others has never been a fascination of mine. She nodded. Now, how can I help you? When was the last time you saw or spoke to your daughter? I saw her at an event at the Senate to honor Kurt's legacy about 6 months ago. Was that also the last time you spoke to her? Her gaze fell to her lap. No. She actually called me recently. She said she was heading to Putnam. She grew up there, along with our other 2 children. An ancestor of Kurt's, Hiram Silkwell, built the family home there. It's quite Gothic, and I think extraordinarily ugly. Kurt kept paying the taxes on it until he became ill. He couldn't part with it, apparently. He was always a very nostalgic person, very much tied to the past in certain respects. Did she say why she was going there? She said she had some unfinished business. What sort of business? Asked Devine sharply. She didn't say, and I didn't ask. Devine looked skeptically at her. She caught this look and explained, Our relationship had changed, Agent Devine. She was a grown woman who no longer needed or wanted my advice or counseling. But she called you, even though you 2 were estranged. Must have been a reason. If there was, it eluded me. Okay. Any guess as to what she was referring to about the unfinished business? None. Is to court a dome. And your other children? Dak and Alex. They still live in the family home. Any idea why they want to live in an ugly, old Gothic house? They apparently like it there. I lived there with the kids while Kurt was in Congress. Neither one of us wanted the children to be here, in the limelight. What do? Alex is the youngest, and an artist, and an incredibly talented one who could make a fine living if she would ever get an agent. I've been told by old friends up there that she also teaches art in the public school on a part-time basis. She paused and smiled, but it was accompanied by a sad, bittersweet expression. She said, Jenny was the golden child, brilliant, enormously driven, lovely. She had it all. But Alex was no slouch either. She was more beautiful than Jenny, and smart too. Because of her late birthday, she was always the youngest in her class. Then, because of her ability, she skipped an entire grade in elementary school. Not even Jenny managed to do that, she added. And your son? Dak has a tattoo parlor and some other business interests up there. He's very entrepreneurial. I think he wants to make $1 zillion to show he doesn't need any of us. He was in the army but got discharged. Can I ask why? Dak can tell you, if he wants. Could Jenny have been going to see them? It's possible. I've tried to call both of them, but they haven't gotten back to me. Were your kids close with one another? They used to be. But life changes people, you know. Yes, ma'am. But I guess Dak and Alex get along, if they live together. It's a big house, she said simply. Big enough to feel like one is living alone. Where and when will the funeral take place? There won't be one. In her will, Jenny stipulated that she wanted to be cremated and her ashes scattered over the ocean. No ceremony, no fuss. I guess she was the sort to plan ahead? I just wish she had managed to stay alive until long after I was dead and buried." "Well, she had no choice in the matter," he pointed out. Sniffling, Claire said, "Kurt doesn't even know she's gone." Devine noted, "Maybe that's for the best. When was the last time you saw Alex or Dak?" "It's been several years, actually. I suppose that qualifies as estranged," she added, closing her eyes, her features laden with misery. "Ever since your divorce? I suppose the two are intertwined," she said dully, opening her eyes and gazing off. He rose. "Well, thank you for seeing me. If you think of anything else, please contact me." He handed her his card, on which the fresh ink seemed to glow. She reached across, took the card, and then gripped his hand with surprising strength. "Please find out who took her away from me, Mr. Devine. Please." He looked down at her. "I'll do my best, ma'am. I can promise you that." In Finalist, Chapter 6. The next morning, Devine walked into a private care facility in Northern Virginia with Emerson Campbell to visit Curtis Silkwell. "Claire still visits him every week here," said Campbell as he held the door for Devine. "Not so heartless, then," replied Devine, drawing a tortured scowl from the other man. "Heartless enough," Campbell shot back. A nurse led them to a room in a secure memory care unit. The space was small and sparsely furnished, and held, at least for Devine, a sense of marching in slow motion, a wait for the inevitability of death. After the nurse left them, both men turned their attention to the frail figure in the bed. There were no tubes hooked up to him, though there was a machine monitoring his vitals. "He's comfortable, in no pain, so, they tell me. They're going to have to put a feeding tube in soon," said Campbell grimly. His voice carried a level of distress Devine had never heard before. "He's not eating. He doesn't think to when he's awake, just stares at the offered food and then goes back to sleep. And when they do get some food in him, things get clogged and he has to be aspirated. He has a DNR in place, and pretty soon they will wind things down." They looked down at the shrunken, sleeping patient. "I remember a 6'2", 220-pound wall of a man," added a hollow-voiced Campbell, "leading his men into one hell after another and coming out victorious on the other side, won every medal and commendation the Marines offered. He should have had a shoulder full of stars, but he refused to play the necessary games." "Same as you," noted Devine. "He was more deserving," replied Campbell. "To my mind, every person who puts on the uniform and picks up a weapon in defense of their country is deserving." Silkwell stirred under the sheet, and his eyes opened. He looked at neither of them, his unfocused gaze playing across the ceiling for a few moments before the eyes closed once more. "He stopped recognizing me months ago," said Campbell. "The doctors say the progression is accelerating. No chance of recovery. Fucking disease." Campbell led Devine out and quietly closed the door behind them before facing off with the younger man. "I brought you here, Devine, because I wanted you to see a true American hero, and he deserves to have his daughter's murderer brought to justice. You have no confidence in the police up there? Since it's a two-person department with few resources, no, my confidence level is not high. And if Jenny's death is connected to her work at CIA, it comes under the Fed's umbrella, not the locals. But you have to snoop around first and find out something we can hang our jurisdictional hat on. I can't. So I'm to find the killer and ascertain if any secrets have been stolen? If you find the killer, we have lots of experts who can help us determine the secrets issue or whether her death was retribution for something having to do with national security. The sister and brother who live up there in the old homestead, I suppose they're suspects? I told you, Claire informed me Jenny was going up there to finish some old business. Don't. Yes, family, friends, strangers, foreigners, everyone is a suspect right now. And what if the killer is long gone by now? We'll attack that bridge if we come to it." Outside the facility, Campbell shook the younger man's hand. "I have no higher priority right now. Good luck. Many things tell me you're going to need it." Campbell was driven off in a government SUV. Devine stood in the parking lot for a few moments, glancing back at the building where a doomed man didn't even know his eldest daughter had not survived him. He knew this was personal to Campbell. And while Devine had to maintain a professional objectivity, He knew a certain element of this mission was now personal to him as well. In his book, A Dying Warrior Deserved No Less. Chapter: Woo. After a short, pinballing flight in high winds, the plane thudded onto the tarmac in Bangor, Maine. After deplaning, Devine grabbed his rental Tahoe and commenced the 2.5-hour drive east to Putnam. The tiny hamlet was located on the rocky Atlantic coast and had fewer souls than the passengers on the United Airlines jumbo jet flight Devine had taken back from Italy. The leaves had long since turned color and abandoned their respective trees and bushes. Devine's memories of a scorching summer in New York City and a mild fall in Europe had all been extinguished by the bitter cold here. His cable-knit sweater was underwhelming in its warmth factor. He reached Machias, turned onto Route 1, and kept going north for a while until he turned off onto another road that took him east toward the world's second biggest ocean. He could already smell the briny air and feel the bite of the punishing wind that kept rocking the Tahoe. He looked at a long inlet the ocean had cut into the rocky shore and, despite the mission he was on, the serene view lent Devine some calm. Before the storm, Devine glanced at his gear pack. Inside, among other things, was his Glock 9mm, a backup pistol, and extra ammo for both. As Devine drove, he went over in his mind the briefing details. Jenny Silkwell had been an operations officer at CIA. Her focus for the past few years had been on the Middle East. Before that, her area of involvement was the Russian Federation, and before that, South America. A gifted natural linguist, she spoke fluent Spanish, Portuguese, Russian, and Polish, and through immersion classes she had learned Arabic and Farsi before moving on to the Middle East region. Her job had led her to travel all over the world to meet with the human intel on the ground that she had recruited to work with America. And maybe that had placed a wicked bullseye on the back of Jenny Silkwell, because the Russians, as well as factions in the Middle East, were not shy about striking back against perceived enemies. The answer to her murder might well lie in Moscow, Tehran, or Damascus, rather than Putnam, Maine. He had read both the national and local accounts of the murder. The national news had sent crews up here and broadcast stories for a few days until they moved on to newer stories that would capture more eyeballs. He supposed if the killer were tracked down and arrested, the big guns would be back up here to report on it. In contrast, the local news, such that it was, had continued to go full bore with the story. Devine could imagine that the unsolved murder of a CIA officer and daughter of a war hero and former U.S. senator, who was himself a scion of a prominent and formerly wealthy Maine family, would be the most newsworthy thing that had ever happened in Putnam. Along the way, he had passed signs that said he was on the Bold Coast Scenic Byway, and it fit the bill. As his journey brought him closer to the Gulf of Maine's shoreline, Devine, at intervals, saw narrow strips of sandy and pebble beaches, as well as towering granite bluffs standing sentry along craggy coves filled with rock-strewn headlands, and stout, robust greenery holding purchase on the saltwater-slicked rock wherever it could. There were also vast forests that reached to the horizon, and old orchards of fruitless trees leading right up to rocky cliffs standing firmly next to the water like silent sentries. Finally, a weathered board on a rotting post announced the legal boundary of Putnam and stated its official population to be a few shy of 250. They must be hardy souls, thought Devine. The rugged topography and raw weather did not look like it was designed for the faint-hearted. He passed a young man in a New England Patriots ski cap riding a rusted bicycle that had no seat. That was followed by two young women astride mud-splattered ATVs puttering along. A battered 1980s-era station wagon slowly passed him going the other way. The driver had heavily wrinkled features and the hanging jowls of a Great Dane, and a head topped by fine snowy hair. He gave Devine a grim-faced once-over before he headed on down the road. The Putnam Inn was located on the town's narrow main street, the asphalt barely 2 cars wide. Devine angled into a parking space and tugged out his bags. He looked across the street to where a small harbor nearly encircled by chiseled granite bluffs was situated, with a slender outlet to the Gulf of Maine slice of the ocean. There was also what looked to be a man-made breakwater to give added protection from storms. A number of boats were docked in slips weathered by the unforgiving elements, while others were moored out on the smooth, glassy water of the harbor. Men in heavy work, clothing, and calf-high waterproof boots were laboring on the docks and also on the boats, tying up ropes, lifting heavy boxes and metal cages, and scrubbing the grime and barnacles off raised hulls. It was a bustle of activity that was probably replicated up and down the coast here. The smiling woman behind the front desk told Devine she was Patricia Kingman, the inn's owner. "Welcome to Putnam. I'll apologize in advance if our service is not up to snuff. We're understaffed. It's why I'm manning the front desk. Nobody wants to work anymore. They blame it on COVID. I say it's just being lazy. The X, Y, and Z generations, or whatever they call themselves, no work ethic." End quote. Devine, who was a member in good standing of the Millennials, stayed silent as he signed in and produced his driver's license and credit card. He received his room key, one of the old-fashioned kind with a 1-pound slug of lead attached. "You can leave that weapon here when you go out," she quipped, eyeing the key with amusement. "Unless you want to do arm curls." And a script. "I think I'll keep it with me, thanks," replied Devine, who would never leave such an open and easy invitation into his private space lying around. Kingman's amused expression vanished as she first looked startled and then suspicious. "What are you in town for, Mr. Devine? Can't be pleasure unless you like the inside of a freezer." "A little business." He eyed her steadily. "I understand you had some trouble recently?" "I guess you can call the murder of a poor young woman trouble. Yes. Dunell, what was her name again?" "Jenny Silkwell." "Wait, wasn't there a senator by that name from up here?" "Curtis Silkwell. Jenny was his daughter. He got sick and had to resign. I knew Jenny since she was in pigtails and knee socks. Smart as a whip, pretty and nice as can be. She worked in Washington, D.C. She glanced carefully around, as though there might be someone listening. Some folks say she was a spy or some such for us. And do these folks believe she was killed because of that?" A stony expression slid down over the woman's features. "Well, I can't see anyone from around here hurting one hair on Jenny's head. Everyone loved her." "Well, at least one person didn't," thought Devine. "So she grew up here?" She nodded. "At the Silkwell's ancestral home, Jocelyn Point, named after Hiram Silkwell's wife. He made money hand over fist well over a century ago and built that place." "I get. Any Silkwells left here?" "Alex, Jenny's younger sister, and her brother Dak. They live at Jocelyn Point. I suppose Jenny came up to visit with them when she was killed?" Kingman folded her arms over her chest and took a symbolic step back. My. I can't imagine why I've been gabbing so much about the Silkwells to a complete stranger. You have a nice visit here, Mr. Devine, and just so you know, outsiders aren't usually welcome here. Diz. But I would imagine your entire business model depends on the exact opposite of that sentiment. She twisted her mouth in displeasure. Your place is right behind here. First cottage on the right. She walked through a blue curtain set behind the front counter. Devine grabbed his bags and off he went. A stranger, in a place that didn't particularly care for them. Story of my life. Chapter. Liu. The cottage was comfortably furnished, with a big 4-poster bed being its chief feature, with a duvet and matching canopy done in seascapes and lobsters. A blackened-faced wood-burning fireplace with a small stack of cedar logs and kindling set next to it in a wrought iron holder took up much of another wall. He put his things away and laid out several telltale traps in case anyone breached his room while he was away. He then sat at a small desk set up by the window and looked over the briefing book on his phone. Jenny Silkwell could have certainly made enemies in her line of work. But if a foreign government wasn't behind her death, who else would have the motive? Well, that's what you're here to find out. So let's get to it. He slipped his Glock into a belt holster, locked his door, deposited the 1-pound lead slug key in his pocket, climbed into his Tahoe, and set off. He drove slowly past the harbor and marveled at the beauty of nature's rock carvings. He saw a few boats puttering back in, the men on them looking bleary-eyed and exhausted and smoking cigarettes and gulping bottled water, even in the cold. Tough way to make a buck. Hope they scored big on whatever they were going out for. He drove to Jocelyn Point along the winding coast road. As dusk set in, the equal parts grim and picturesque landscape assumed patches of pulsing darkness shouldered with sections still lit by the fading sun. Devine pulled out his military-grade optics and took a look. Set far off the road, on an otherwise deserted stretch of land, the home's backdrop was the black, rock-strewn, craggy coastline that the Atlantic pummeled unceasingly. Devine had seen pictures of the home, but it hadn't done the place justice. The building itself looked like every haunted house you had seen in movies or on TV. Grim, stark, joyless, it stood like a defiant remembrance of a far more somber and unforgiving era. Constructed of rough-hewn timbers and rugged dark stone that was probably locally quarried, Jocelyn Point possessed the tall, looming face of a hunk of marble statuary, with a wooden-railed widow's walk at its zenith. Multiple turrets, both cone and square-shaped, all topped by slate roofs fouled by the elements, stuck out here and there from the home's facade like wayward strands of hair. The exterior was covered with nature's makeup, chunks of moss and patches of lichen, which evidently flourished in the damp, briny air. He saw other buildings dotting the large property. Some looked abandoned, others were falling down, but still others looked reasonably habitable. Maybe these were old servants' quarters, he thought, for when people actually had them on properties like this. The grounds had been allowed to mostly go to ruin. The hefty wrought iron gates that had once been attached to stout stone pedestals, emblazoned with the letter J on one and the letter P on the other, were both hanging on to life by a single rusted hinge each. The place had innumerable windows, all small, gleaming, and mullioned, like the eyes of a spider, with little ability to capture much sunlight but only to reflect it back. The large wooden door that was the main entrance to the place was battered and sullied by weather. Straggly, leafless trees stood next to the house, their bare limbs caressing the cruddy walls with every passing breeze. Devine lowered his optics as the sun fell rapidly into the pocket of the western sky. Darkening clouds scudded overhead as the northeasterly breeze stiffened. As he continued to watch, a light came on in a second-floor window. Devine once more lifted his optics to his eyes. The range and clarity on this piece of surveillance equipment was impressive. For what it had cost the government, he knew it should be. 20 minutes later, as the darkness deepened, someone appeared at the lighted window, and Devine was quick to focus his device on the person. Alexandra Alex Silkwell had blonde hair piled on top of her head, with a few tendrils slipping down to bookend her elegantly chiseled features. Her eyes were full of intensity, or at least it seemed to him that they were. Devine noted all of these things secondarily. Chiefly, he was riveted by the fact that she wore no clothes. Embarrassed, he lowered his optics but kept his unaided gaze on her, though he couldn't make out the finer details now. Does she know she's being watched? His was the only car out here, and she could obviously see it and its lights. Was she being defiant, giving the curious a show, or did she not think anyone would be watching the house with the optics Devine was using? Yeah, that might be it, thought ashamed Devine. I'm a peeping Tom with next-gen hardware. He waited until the room went dark once more before driving off. As he headed along the whipsawing coast road, he wondered what Alex and Dak thought about the violent end of their older sibling's life. He also wondered whether one of them had killed her, or knew who had. Dak had been in the army, where he had obviously received extensive weapons instruction. Devine would have to find out why the army and Dak Silkwell had parted company. The army didn't give up its recruits easily. They didn't have nearly enough volunteers to fill the ranks, which had caused them to overlook things that, in the not-too-distant past, would have resulted in outright dismissal. He stopped and sent off a text to Campbell asking for these details. As he drove north to his prearranged meeting with the local cops, Devine thought back to the woman at the window of an ancient house that had long outlived its useful life and was aging with little grace. And yet 2 young people still resided there. This case might turn out to be even more complicated than he had thought. He checked his watch hit the gas, and sped up. Time to go look at the body of a woman who should not be dead. Chapter 2. Devine had seen violent death in multiple countries, and had caused some of them in his role as a soldier. In certain respects, he had grown desensitized to it. Once you'd seen a human being shot up, blown up, or hacked to pieces, what was one more? They all bled and died pretty much the same. He pulled into the parking lot of a funeral home named Bing & Sons. A police cruiser was parked near the front door. Putnam Police Department was emblazoned on the cruiser's side door, along with a picture of an eagle, the majestic bird's claws clenched an arrow shaft, its expression one of fierce determination. The building looked to be originally 1950s construction. It had obviously been remodeled and expanded, Devine noted, with 2 relatively new wings and what looked to be a crematorium with a long chimney stack housed in a separate building in the rear. He trudged across the asphalt, feeling the biting wind every step of the way as it pushed against him. Before he could tug on the door, it opened, revealing a woman in a police officer's uniform and cap who was standing just inside. No doubt she had been waiting for Devine. She was in her 30s, shortish and thickly built, and, to Devine's eye, looked like she pumped some serious gym iron. She had on a long-sleeved shirt but no coat or jacket. The brown hair was clipped back. A Smith & Wesson .44 Magnum revolver rested in her holster. He didn't know the police still carried revolvers. But whatever she shot with that bazooka would not be getting back up, ever. "You, Travis Devine, with Homeland Security?" she said shortly. "I am," end quote. "Let me see your ID," she demanded. He showed her. "And you?" he said. "Sergeant Wendy Fuss. Chief's with Françoise in the body. This way." They began walking down the hall. "Françoise?" "Dr. Françoise Guillaume. She's the medical examiner for this area. Her grandfather and his brother started this funeral home, passed it down to their sons. Now her brother, Fred Bing, runs it. But Françoise works here too, in addition to being the local doctor. Busy lady. So did Dr. Dewar." "Guillaume performed the autopsy?" She stopped and turned to him. "You shitting me?" "I don't know what you mean. The fact is there was a pissing contest between your folks and ours. They brought someone up from D.C. to do the post-mortem over in Augusta at the OCME, the Office of Chief Medical Examiner. Doctor, Guillaume assisted because the Chief Medical Examiner for Maine insisted. Jenny was killed here, making it our jurisdiction, not federal. It has will to vase. Are the people from D.C. still here?" "No. They flew in on a government jet, did the post-mortem, and flew right back out. Showed me how my tax dollars are being spent." She looked Devine up and down in a disgusted manner. "And now you're here to do the job we're already doing. I was hoping we could collaborate." "Sure you do. Feds are all the same. Think you're better than the locals. Have you had much experience with the federal government?" "The IRS. That was enough to last me the rest of my days." She picked up her pace, and Devine followed. He noticed that she was pigeon-toed, and her left shoulder hung a bit lower than her right. Her gun belt squeaked as she walked, as did her rubber-soled shoes over the soft linoleum. That could give away your position and get you killed. But Devine did not think Fuss would be receptive to such federal criticism right now. She reached a door down a short hall, pushed it open, and motioned Devine inside. Fuss put out a blocking hand as he started to cross the threshold. "You seen a dead body before?" she asked in a brusque tone. "Don't want you puking on my shoes or passing out." "I wouldn't worry about that if I were you," said Devine tightly. 2 people were waiting in an interior room off the one they had entered. They were standing next to a metal gurney with a sheet over the body. The room held the potent smells of death and chemicals. Devine was introduced to Chief of Police Richard Wayne Harper, who was quick to tell Devine that he went by Richard, not Rich or Dick. "Or Chief will do just fine," he quipped, though the look he gave Devine held no humor. He was in his late 40s, paunchy, and around 5'10", but he seemed light on his feet and moved with the nimbleness of a far younger man. His hair was thick, and the original brown was mixed liberally with gray. He wore no gun, but he did have a metal baton in a holder on his belt. His thick fingers hovered near it at all times. He seemed to exude electrical pulses of confidence with every breath. Françoise Guillaume was also in her 40s, an inch taller than Harper, and athletically lean, with auburn hair pulled back at her nape and secured with a band. Her eyes, active and intelligent, scanned Divine from behind tortoiseshell glasses strung on a synthetic cord. Her white lab coat only partially obscured her dark blue jacket and slacks. She looked no nonsense and proved it by saying, "Ready to get to it, Agent Divine?" "I thought the autopsy was done in Augusta." "It was. We transported Jenny's remains back here so that you could examine them." "Okay, let's do it." She lifted the sheet off Silkwell, former CIA ops officer and now a murder victim. Divine ran his gaze down the woman's body. He thought for a moment of the woman's sister standing unclothed at the window. There the similarity ended. Alex Silkwell did not have a large exit wound in the back of her head that had removed a chunk of her brain along with her life. The small, blackened, and crusty entry wound dead center of the forehead didn't seem lethal enough to have killed her. Divine had seen far worse mortal injuries, but looking at the remains of the woman affected him more than he thought it would. He steeled himself to forget about the person and focus on the crime. But it was never easy. Not as a soldier, and not now. Chapter. Bah. Jenny Silkwell had similar features to her younger sister. A long, slender nose, broad, smooth forehead, classic jawline. He couldn't see the color of her eyes because they were closed. In response to Divine's query, Guillaume said they were light blue, bordering on gray. She said, "This was a distant gunshot wound." The abrasion collar was typical, meaning there was no deformity of the bullet before entry into the body. A contact wound would look much different, with triangular-shaped tears in the skin and evidence of searing, along with soot deposits. And there was no indication of soot, seared skin, or gunpowder tattooing on the body. You'll usually get soot with close-range wounds of half a foot or less. Now, tattooing of the skin with powder grains is pathognomonic of intermediate-range gunshot wounds. It's burned into the skin so it can't be removed. That's why I ruled out an intermediate-range gunshot. There was no bullet wipe on her clothing since the bullet did not pass through any of that. She looked up at Divine. "That's residue from the surface of the bullet itself that ends up on the clothing." "I understand she was immersed in salt water," commented Divine. "Even if there was bullet wipe, it probably would not have survived, along with any soot. This is marked, but there wouldn't have been soot with a distant gunshot wound, and water would not have impacted any tattooing." Guillaume pointed to Silkwell's forehead. "There you can see what's referred to as the comet tail. It usually shows the direction of the bullet's flight, from left to right. The minimal presence of the tail here demonstrates the entry was pretty much straight on." She turned Jenny's head to the side to show the exit wound. "People assume the exit wound is always larger than the entry," she said. "But it's a fallacy to determine entry and exit wounds based on the sizes of the holes. And abrasion collars, soot, and tattooing are not associated with exit wounds. As you can see, her abrasion collar clearly shows the entry came in the front. The exit wound is gaping, which speaks to the transfer of energy through the frontal bone of the skull, then passing through the soft brain tissue and exiting out the occipital bone. Skull fragments were propelled through the wound track, which also widened the exit wound. Her death would have been instantaneous," she added, in a less professorial tone. "She would have been dead before she knew it. Death would have been instantaneous. She would have been dead before she knew it." Divine had heard those phrases many times, and though he knew the physiology behind it, he had never really believed it. He had come close to death several times, and each time it was like the brain sped up as though not to miss a second of its imminent demise. "Even for a millisecond or less, I think you know that it's over, that it's the end of you." He said, "I suppose the tox screens haven't come back yet?" "Good Lord, no. And they won't for a while, along with the blood workup. I know how fast they do it on TV. Get a tox and DNA report back by the second commercial break. But the real world moves a lot slower. I guess we don't have the budget Hollywood does. What else can you tell me?" Her stomach was empty, and the prelim blood work and examination of her tissue suggested nothing unusual in her system, but the tox screens will be far more definitive. All tox screens in Maine go to a private, accredited lab in Pennsylvania for analysis, but I understand these are going to a federal lab for testing, so the turnaround might be faster. We also had 2 MDIs over from the medical examiner's office to help in the investigation, volunteered Harper. They've gone back to Augusta now. MDI? Said Devine. Medico-legal death investigator, replied Guillaume. They're part of the OCME. There are only 3 in the entire state, but this case was important enough to get 2 of them here. But all in all, we didn't make much progress, said Harper. He glanced at Devine, and his look was not friendly. Guess that's why they sent you in. I think it'll take more than one person to solve this, said Devine diplomatically. Harper said, Hell, we have fewer than 30 homicides a year in the whole damn state, and now I got 2 of them in a short period of time. And Quest. 2? Said Devine. Hit and run, interjected Fuss. Not connected to this. Did you autopsy that one too? Asked Devine, looking at Guillaume. The deputy ME did the actual workup, but I assisted. It was a suspicious death, and Chief Harper immediately reported it to the OCME. There was no question a full autopsy would be done under the circumstances. Don't they autopsy all of them? Asked Devine. Hardly. Around 15,000 Mainers die every year, the vast majority by accident. We're an outdoorsy, independent people, and that comes with risks. Next highest cause of death is natural, then suicide, underdetermined, and homicide is in last place, thank God. But the autopsy rates are going up. 6% in 2000, 11% the next year, and 15% of total deaths last year received the full workup. What's driving the increase? Asked Devine. Drug overdoses, replied Guillaume immediately. Specifically, that fentanyl shit, growled Harper. Guillaume nodded. It's blowing up the OGME's budget. Full autopsy and full tox and blood workups are not cheap. They're building a new OGME facility in Augusta with more capacity, but it'll be a while before it's online. We used to only fully autopsy for those cases necessary for criminal prosecution, or unexpected deaths in people under 55, or where there's a public safety concern like an infectious disease. But now, because of the fentanyl crisis, the decision has been made to fully autopsy all decedents under age 30 if there is any question as to cause of death. But with, say, a self-inflicted shotgun wound to the head, we're not going to autopsy. Jenny was otherwise in remarkable physical shape, probably would have lived to be 100. Time of death? Asked Devine, as he watched Harper and Fuss watch him. Between 9 and 11 p.m. on the night she was found. Quote, You're comfortable with that window? Asked Devine. The deputy ME was, and I concurred. Your ME signed off on it, too. It's not just based on forensics, but also the time window from when she was last seen alive, and then found dead. I understand a military ammo casing was found at the scene? Harper answered. A federal round. You think one of her own killed her? When Devine looked at him, the man's expression was mocking, and Devine had to fight back the urge to voice his displeasure at the comment. Early days yet, replied Devine. Can you describe more fully the damage you saw on the wound track? It was substantial, said Guillaume. Define substantial. She looked a bit put out by this query. I'm not trying to be a jerk, said Devine, but a 300 Norma Magnum round is a high-velocity ordnance with a heavy load. It'll drop large game with no problem. You doubt the casing we found matches the bullet that hit her? Said Harper. Since the actual round was not found, I'm just dotting the I's and crossing the T's. He looked expectantly at Guillaume. I would say that a high-velocity round was indeed used. The kinetic energy was substantial, as was the exit wound, where, as I already showed you, there was a large amount of bone and tissue extruded from the wound. The bullet was not a dum-dum, because there was no evidence of mushrooming in the wound track. It went pretty much straight through her head and out the rear. Then maybe a full metal-jacketed, or ball round, as the military often refers to it, said Devine. It's certainly possible. What does that matter? Asked Fuss. She looked genuinely curious. Devine said, "Most NATO military forces only use FMJ, or full metal jacketed ammo, because of a Hague Convention international treaty signed well over a century ago. They banned the use of expanding bullets, even though FMJs have a greater risk of hitting unintended targets. Mushrooms tend to stay in the body. That's why cops all around the world use dum-dum ammo, because they put the target down with little risk of doing damage to non-targets." "Well, common at 200, Guillaume interjected. "But the tumbling effect does catastrophic damage to the target," Devine continued. "The U.S. never ratified the treaty, but they've followed it mostly. However, the Army now uses hollow points in some of their ammo chains, sidearms and the like. The Hague Treaty only applies to wartime, but let's face it, the landscape of war has changed. It's more like urban and rural street fighting rather than big armies going at each other over far-flung, isolated ground." "Oh," Harper looked at Guillaume. "So, just to be clear, Jenny was not shot by a dum-dum, but by something that would include this. 300 Norma round?" "Correct," said Guillaume. "I believe I already said that." Harper looked triumphantly at Devine. "Satisfied? For now. Did she see anyone while she was up here? Her sister or brother?" "We don't know," said Harper. "Leastways about Alex and Dak." "You haven't spoken to them after all this time?" said Devine. He might not be an experienced investigator, but he knew the importance of collecting statements from persons of interest as quickly as possible because memories rapidly faded or became distorted, or stories could be made up, practiced, and falsely corroborated. "They're grieving," replied Fuss. "We'll talk to them at the appropriate time. It's how we do things up here." Devine glanced at Guillaume, who was staring at him as though awaiting his response to this professional slap. "Okay. Did you manage to talk to anyone else who wasn't grieving?" Devine asked, his ire rising and uncomfortably so. "Dial it back, Travis. You have to work with these folks." "A few people saw her around. Nothing more than, 'Hello,'" replied Harper curtly. "Where was she staying?" "Jocelyn Point?" "No," said Harper. "Putnam Inn. Same place as you. Didn't you know that?" Fuss looked like she might start laughing. "Small town," thought Devine. "Everybody knows everybody else's business, even the outsiders." "So she spoke to the owner?" "Sure. She's known Pat for years. Nothing of any note, though," meaning their conversation. "Just, 'Hi, how you doing?' Nothing about why she was up here." "Did she say whether Silkwell appeared nervous or out of sorts?" "No, nothing like that. She visited up here pretty much every year," said Fuss. "Did you find anything relevant when you searched her room?" he asked. Fuss said, "We haven't searched it." Before Devine could comment on that, she added, "We secured it, taped it off, and waited for you to show up, because that's what we were ordered to do from the get-go, by your folks." Harper didn't look happy about this, and Devine could hardly blame him. And now he somewhat understood their unfriendly behavior toward him. "So, any idea why Silkwell was in town?" He was holding back what Claire Silkwell had told him, that Jenny was coming here to settle some unfinished business. "No idea, yet. But like you said, early days," added Fuss, while Guillaume covered the body and then turned away to line up some instruments on a metal table. However, Devine could see from the woman's tensed manner that she was intently listening to every word. "Tell me about Earl Palmer, the man who found the body." Fuss and Harper exchanged a quick glance that Devine couldn't readily interpret. And Guillaume's shoulders had stiffened and then immediately relaxed when Palmer's name had been mentioned. Harper took a moment to clear his throat, while Fuss looked away. Clearly, she was going to let her boss handle this one. "Earl's lived here his whole life. Retired lobsterman and a damn fine one. His wife, Alberta, died recently, and it rocked him to his core. He's salt of the earth, and his wife was too." "Okay. How did he happen to discover the body?" "She died between 9 and 11 at night, but I understand that he called the police at 1:45 in the morning." "What was he doing out at that hour?" "Hell, lobstermen, like dairy farmers, don't really sleep," scoffed Fuss, with a forced grin tacked on. "Even retired ones. she hastily added when she saw Devine was about to interject. Granted, but how did he find the body? I was told it was in an isolated place. Harper said Earl likes to walk the shoreline. Ever since Bertie, that was what everybody called Alberta, died, he can't sleep, just drives around or goes out and walks. He likes to hear the ocean. He spent enough of his life on it to where it's in his DNA. Devine slowly nodded and decided he was going to get no farther on this. Did Jenny have a rental car? Yep, offered Fuss. Was it found near the crime scene? Did she drive it there? No, it's back at the Putnam Inn. White two-door Honda. You might have seen it. New York plates. Devine had seen such a car there. So, like the room, have you not searched it yet? Those were our instructions, said Harper sharply. Federal instructions. Did anyone see her the night she died? Asked Devine. Dr. Guillaume mentioned a time window. Pat Kingman saw her walk out of the inn around 7:30, said Fuss. She didn't see which way she went. How far from there was she found? 3.2 miles. I clocked it in the car, answered Fuss. Weather that night? Raining like cats and dogs, answered Fuss. Devine shifted his focus to Guillaume. Anything else I should know? Signs of a struggle? Defensive wounds? Skin of an assailant under her nails? Any other forensic evidence at all? No, said Guillaume. Just the casing. Are you still looking for the round? Fuss said. It was heading toward the ocean after it left Jenny's body. Long gone by now, don't you think? Devine glanced at her and noted the condescending expression. He had seen that look sometimes on superior officers of his, the ones who had been several degrees removed from the actual conditions on the ground, but thought they knew better. He hadn't liked it then, and he didn't like it now. Any luck on tracking down the person she was with? Whoa, now! Who said she was with anyone? Exclaimed Harper. I doubt she walked over 3 miles in the pouring rain to where she was killed, and she obviously didn't drive herself. A wide-eyed Harper said, Hell, you think she drove over there with someone? Well, it's our job to find that out, right? So let's go to the crime scene. When Devine looked at Guillaume, she was giving him a tiny smile. He returned it. I'll take any support I can get right now, thought Devine. It was like he was back in Afghanistan looking for a friendly face, and I never found many. Let's hope I do better on American soil. Chapter: Joe. A light drizzle was falling as Devine followed the pair in the muddy cruiser with a bent front ram bar. Devine knew they would learn little at the crime scene in the darkness, but he needed to get a feel for its structures, its parameters, and possibilities. He had been right in telling Campbell that he was not a trained investigator, but the old general had also been correct in informing Devine not to sell himself short in that regard. He had solved the mystery in New York, but he'd had help, and he'd also allowed himself to get shot. With his own gun. That still hurt his pride. In the Middle East, he had done countless battlefield assessments. The Army documented everything. Battle assessment methodologies, collateral damage assessment, munitions effectiveness, re-attack recommendation methodologies, post-campaign operations actions. In this regard, they were looking for the smallest clues and telltale signs as to why a combat operation had not gone according to plan, or why damage was above expectations, or how an IED had been able to get close enough to kill its intended target. So his mind was trained to see certain things. Sometimes things went sideways just due to shitty luck, Devine knew. When many people were gathered in close quarters trying their best to kill one another, there wasn't a report or methodology in the world that could cover all the possible contingencies or outcomes. Humans under threat of death were just too unpredictable. Some turned into cowards, and others into heroes, and still others into both. Devine had, on numerous occasions, successfully interrogated people he thought were allies and those he knew to be enemies, and found out vital information in most of those cases. He had not done it with brute force, though on occasion he had wanted to as he stared into smug expressions projecting unearned superiority. They were the hardened countenances of people who would do absolutely nothing to help you and absolutely anything to do the opposite to you. He hoped whatever talent he possessed for this sort of work was enough for this case. Campbell seemed to have faith in him, justified or not. He looked over, and there stood Jocelyn Point like a lighthouse on the coast, only with very little light to offer. Offshore, a collection of blackened clouds was gathering and perhaps pondering whether to come onto land and pummel the puny scattering of humans who dwelled there. A few minutes later, the cruiser pulled off to the side of the road, rubber gripping mud, and stopped. Devine slipped his Tahoe in behind and got out. So she died not that far from her old homestead. The wind seemed fiercer at this point. He didn't know if it was due to the approaching storm or some weird topographical feature at this spot. But as he walked up to join the two officers of the law, Devine thought this was a perfectly macabre backdrop for violent death. It was essentially Edgar Allan Poe-esque in its deep sense of potentially sinister intrigue. He stood there for a few moments and gave a sweeping gaze across the landscape, taking in all points that seemed to him of interest. Fuss held one powerful light, and she produced another from the cruiser and handed it to Devine. He used it to illuminate a stand of scrub pines off to the left. There was also an open field of grass and wild plants that seemed to thrive even in the stark chill. Another stand of deciduous trees was off to the far right, their trunks and naked branches registering as shadows in the dark. Thick, burly bushes were everywhere, with many of them also bereft of leaves. Devine had been to Maine before on training exercises with the Rangers. He knew it held the highest percentage of wooded land of any state, at nearly 90%. And he had become something of an amateur horticulturist, so as to determine the types of trees and bushes for suitable concealment while being shot at or attempting to sneak up on an enemy, as well as what one could safely eat when one's own food ran out, and which bark and herbs and flowers were viable for treating wounds when there was no more medicine at hand. Thus, he knew the main state tree was the eastern white pine, several of which he could see here now. The state flower was the white pine cone. He eyed his two companions, who were staring resolutely at him. Time to turn from botany to homicide. Where was she found, he asked. They led him along a broad, rutted path through the trees and kept going until they reached the end of land. More than a dozen feet below there was nothing except a shelf of blackened and eroded rocks and boulders that acted as a natural seawall against the pounding surf. It was close to high tide now, and hard spray from the incoming water, meeting this immovable boundary of stone, nearly reached them where they stood. Fuss shone her light on one spot and held it. Right about there, she said. The body had fallen from here to there after Jenny was shot, explained Harper. Devine looked at where they were all standing and then down at the rocks. You're sure that's what happened? She was shot and then fell down there? Pretty damn sure, yeah. I mean, what else? Said Harper. How was the body facing? Harper looked at Fuss, who said, Best as I can remember, head to land and feet out to the ocean. She could have flipped over on her way down since she was shot from the front. Best as you can remember? Didn't somebody take pictures? Didn't the feds go over it before the body was moved? Fuss barked. Hell, we couldn't leave her there. Tide was coming in, and there was a storm. She would have been washed out to sea if we waited another minute. But you have pictures? Before she was moved? Look, Devine, you weren't here, okay? Said Fuss. The water was all over Jenny when we got here. You heard Doc Guillaume. Time of death was between 9 and 11. We didn't get here until after 2 in the morning. We had to move fast, real fast. And we're not CSI. We got 1 ambulance and 2 volunteer EMTs in Putnam. I called in everybody I could, including some men I knew from the county with climbing experience, to go down there and help bring her up. Before they got here, we put a rope around Jenny to keep her from getting swept out. We all got soaked to the skin, and the water was so cold it damn well burned. We had to use a truck with a winch to bring her up, but we did our best to make sure we did as little damage to the body as possible. We didn't have hours or days to plan this out. We had minutes. She ended with a bark, her posture all defensive and annoyed. Okay, said Devine. I get it. Where was the casing found? They led him back to a spot that lined up with where Jenny had been shot and gone over the edge. Devine gauged it to be a little over 300 or so yards from where Jenny had purportedly been shot. There was a cleft in the tree line here with an unobstructed sight line to the edge of the bluff. On his voicing this opinion on the distance, Fuss told him, "It's 321 yards. I measured it myself." Devine worked the sight line and trajectory in his head. While officers could not become snipers in the Army, Devine had supervised several teams of snipers and spotters. He was intimately familiar with the weapons and ammo used, the physiological processes involved, and the ballistic calculations that went into ending the life of another human being over substantial distances using a long-barreled rifle and scope, and he came away with the conclusion that things were not making sense. "You're sure this is the spot?" he asked. Fuss said angrily, "I marked it myself. We did have the time to work the scene up here. That was where the casing was found, and I'll swear to that in court." Devine knew they were upset that the feds were looking over their shoulders and controlling the investigation and the processing of the evidence. But was there something else behind Fuss's look of vitriol? Any evidence of robbery? None. She had 2 rings and a necklace and a fancy watch. "A Breitling," said Fuss, her tone less aggressive now. "We got it all back in the evidence room along with her other things. Here. Purse. Wallet? I imagine they're back in her room. If you give the okay, we can search it finally," said Harper. "Tomorrow morning work for you?" said Devine. 9 o'clock? I'll bring the coffee. Saw a place close to the inn. Maine Brew. How's that sound?" "Sure, that works," said Harper in a friendlier tone, acknowledging this olive branch offered by Devine. "We both take it black. I suppose with the weather there were no footprints. Tire tracks?" "We looked," said Fuss. "But it was a quagmire by then. Truck we used to winch her up got stuck. Had to get a tow truck to pull it out. We weren't getting any trace from that mess." Devine looked back at the cliff where Jenny had allegedly gone over. So, how did Palmer find her body? He would have had to go right up to the edge and then look down. Harper said, "Earl told me he was out walking late that night. He couldn't sleep." "Well, out walking? In the pouring rain?" Fuss interjected. "Earl Palmer had nothing to do with what happened to Jenny." Devine kept his gaze on Harper. "Never said he did. I'm just trying to understand the situation. I have superiors I have to report to, and they'll be asking me very pointed questions, like I'm asking you." Harper and Fuss exchanged a glance, a worried one. Harper said, "He was a lobsterman. Foul weather means nothing to him. And I told you he lost his wife. He probably didn't even know what he was doing, just wandering aimlessly. Did he walk from his house or drive?" "He walked. And he happened to come over to this spot and just stared out at the ocean, a place he spent most of his life. And then he looked down and saw her, and called 911. One God. So it was just a coincidence that he picked this spot out of all the others around here to go and take a look at the water and happened to glance down and find a body?" Each word that came out of Devine's mouth sounded more unbelievable to him than the previous one. "Coincidences like that do happen, Devine," said Fuss. "Maybe in novels," thought Devine, "but not ever in real life." They parted company with the agreement to meet up at the inn the following morning. As Devine drove back into town, he stopped and quickly pulled over to the curb. Dak Silkwell, whom he recognized from the photo in his briefing book, had just walked into a bar called The Hops. Chapter. Sure. Devine had been in countless watering holes in many countries during his military career. They pretty much all looked and functioned the same, although there had been one in South Korea that had been a little out there. Over their torsos, the waitresses had worn crisscrossed ammo belts with orange-flavored tequila shots instead of bullets in the cartridge pouches, and that was pretty much all they had on. The Hops was far more formulaic in its offerings. A scattering of tables and chairs, a small, scuffed parquet dance floor, a tiny, raised stage for live music, empty now, and a long bar with wooden stools, a big mirror, rows of terraced liquor bottles, and 6 beers on tap. A Janis Joplin song was playing on an old-fashioned jukebox, and the late singer's one-of-a-kind voice resonated over them like thunder across a flowered meadow. Although the singer had died over 2 decades before he was born, one of Devine's father's friends had introduced him to rock and roll performers from that era. Joplin had quickly become one of his favorite vocalists. He had often listened to her songs during combat deployments overseas, much to the amusement of his fellow soldiers, who were far more into musicians from their own generation. "Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes-Benz?" The bar was mostly full, and Devine could imagine it was probably the only such establishment in town. Set off in a small wing of the building were two pool tables, where men and women were smacking the balls around and performing the flirty, maybe something later ritual that such social environments inspired. A well-used Terminator pinball machine was being played by a blonde woman in her mid-30s, dressed in tight jeans and a loose black blouse that enticingly displayed her ample cleavage. Nearby, two young men in their early 20s were enjoying a furious match of foosball, all the while eyeballing the blonde with equal parts lust and youthful hope. Dak Silkwell was easy to spot, with his height and heft. Devine knew all the man's vitals from viewing his army file. He was 6'4" and looked to be carrying about 230 pounds. He had on jeans, muddy boots, and a leather jacket. Devine watched as he shed the jacket and hung it on a wall peg. Underneath, he had on a white muscle shirt that showed off his impressive biceps and delts, as well as a sculpted back, his lats and rhomboid muscles heavily chiseled. Both arms were fully tatted, as were the tops of his pecs. The image of an emerald-green snake wrapped around his thick, veined neck. Dak claimed a stool and lifted a finger at one of the women working behind the bar. The young woman poured out a Yuengling from one of the taps and carried it over to him. Dak waved and nodded to several people, who performed the same gesture back. A regular, thought Devine. An old man next to Dak paid his bill, hopped off his stool, threw on his coat, and was gone. His thirst evidently satiated. Devine sat down on the vacated stool and motioned to the other woman working the bar. She was in her 40s, with sandy hair and a wiry physique. In the mirror, he could see the edge of her smartphone sticking out of one rear pocket and the top of a purple vape out of the other. "Yuengling, on draft," he said. She nodded, poured, and delivered it. $5. Devine slipped her a 10 and told her to keep it. Dak sipped his beer, staring straight ahead, but Devine knew this game and had glanced twice in the mirror to see Dak's pupils swivel in his direction. In fact, everyone in the place pretty much had shot looks at the outsider in their midst. Before Devine had sat down, he had seen in the mirror's reflection that Dak had said something to the old man right before he so readily jumped up, leaving the stool empty. If Devine's lip reading was right, it was something like, "Beat it, Joe. Somebody wants your seat." Devine sipped his beer and contemplated his next move. Tactics and strategies rolled through his head like they had during combat on unforgiving terrain with a wily opponent who was doing the same thing. He finally said, "I'm sure you know who I am." Probably when Patricia Kingman started making the phone rounds about the stranger in town, and then maybe a heads up from the local constabulary. Dak didn't turn his head, but both men were now eyeing each other in the mirror. Devine watched as the other man's muscles tensed. Devine's muscles did nothing. There was no reason to, yet, and the other man's respiration had noticeably elevated while Devine's had actually slowed. Dak Silkwell had obviously forgotten some or all of what the Army had painstakingly taught him. Or maybe he'd never taken it seriously in the first place. Perhaps that was why they had parted company. His phone buzzed. He eased it from his pocket and read the text that Campbell had just sent. PFC Dak Silkwell, OTH. That was Army speak for other than honorable. This meant that Dak had done something bad, but not egregious enough for a punitive consequence such as a court-martial and prison confinement under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. That also meant Dak couldn't rejoin the Army and had forfeited most, if not all, of his military benefits. Campbell had not indicated the reason for the OTH, but Devine knew most of them by heart. Violence against military personnel or a civilian, adultery, drug or alcohol abuse, and a security violation. Anything more serious, and the OTH would not have been possible. "So which one are you, Dak?" The man finally stirred, but only to order another beer. When it came, Dak broke the silence. "Travis Devine. Homeland Security, and I know why you're here. Devine said, I'm sorry for your loss. Even Dak turned to him, perhaps to gauge Devine's level of sincerity without the mirrored buffer. Jenny didn't deserve to go out that way. She was a good person. She have enemies that you know of? You'd know that better than me, considering what she did for a living. That would require a stranger in town. Anyone see anything like that? Dak shook his head, clearly thinking this through. I haven't. You'd have to ask around. Everyone picked up on me really fast. Just thought it would have worked through the grapevine if another outsider had passed through. Dak shrugged. Don't know what to tell you. Literally? Or is something else getting played out here? You see your sister or talk to her while she was here? Dak took longer than was necessary to answer this simple question. I didn't even know she was in town. It was a shock when we found out she was dead. We, as in you and your sister, asked Devine. Dak nodded and sipped his beer. Did Jenny see or talk to your sister while she was here? Not that she mentioned. You'd have to ask her. I plan to. You know Earl Palmer? Sure, a good man. He found Jenny's body, said Dak. I understand he just recently lost his wife. Likes to wander at night. Lucky for us. Otherwise, Jenny might have gotten washed out to sea. When can I have a more formal interview with you? And your sister, of course. Doesn't this count as my formal interview? Dak wanted to know. Afraid not. I work 6 days a week, 10 to 8. My tattoo shop's around the corner. Inkwell. Get it? Yeah. Clever. Small town keep you that busy? I've built a rep. Lots of folks from Jonesport, Machias, and Cutler. And I have clients from all over New England, even Canada. Nice, replied Devine. He ran his gaze over Devine. You got tats? You look the sort. None voluntarily. But I've got a real wicked one around my ankle and calf. Picked it up in the Middle East on the biting end of an IED. Dak shot him a funny look. Army or Marine? The former. You couldn't have pulled the full ride. You're way too young. Decided to do something else with my life. Dak drained his beer. Yeah, me too. A pulse throbbed in the man's temple. He knows that I know about the OTH. We can grab some breakfast or late dinner. Your call. And my treat. I'm not usually an early riser, said Dak. Dinner then. Was we cod? I only do organic. They got a place here for that? Asked Devine doubtfully. Yeah, it's called Only Real Food. I'm an investor. They get customers from all over Maine. Aroostook, Piscataquis, Waldo, Kennebec, York, Canada too, just like my tat shop. It's no coincidence. I push all my investments with my clients. Congrats. So 9 o'clock tomorrow night? I guess, said Dak. I'd like a more definitive reply. Okay, 9 it is. The restaurant is 2 blocks south of here. Take a left on Hiram Silkwell Street. Seriously? Named after the man who was born and grew up here and made all that money. Less than 300 people now. What happened? It's always been a toy town. But outside the town line is our version of the burbs, where we have nearly 4,000 people. And your sister? Where can I see her? She's usually home. I need her phone number. I'd like to set something up. Or, Dak gave it to him but added, she doesn't usually answer, particularly if she doesn't know who's calling. He handed Dak a card. Here's my number. Then you can tell her to answer when I call. Alex doesn't follow orders and usually not advice either. I'm persistent. I understand she's quite an artist. Says who? Asked Dak. So, she's not a good artist? No. She's good. Better than good, actually. But her taste is eclectic. And she only parts with a piece when she really needs the money. Big house. You'd think she'd really need the money a lot. I do well at the tattoo parlor. And I make good money off my investments. Okay, I'm not in Hiram Silkwell's league, but give me time. I saw your father, Devine told him. Now came the first hint of strong emotion on Dak's expressive face. He's not doing well, he said. You're in the loop on all that? Dak nodded. I've been down to see him. Go as often as I can. He say anything to you? He wasn't really awake. They say he doesn't have long. A warrior deserves a better exit, said Divine. Dak tapped his surprisingly delicate fingers against his empty beer mug. They also looked to have been manicured. Divine looked down at his own ragged ones and frowned. Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? Replied Dak. You disagree? His military days were pretty much over when I came along. But then he got into politics. He wasn't around much. Divine decided to go there. But you suited up, wore the army green. Dak eyed him. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. He dropped some cash for the beers and rose. I'm beat. Gotta get going. You need a lift? Nah. Got my Harley. Love that thing. Divine watched him every step of the way. He was seriously thinking of following him home when he spotted 3 large men, pool sticks in hand, staring dead at him. When Divine left, so did they. The sounds of what might have been Dak's Harley soared off into the night, leaving him alone with his 3 new Maine besties. Wonderful way to end a long, unproductive day. Chapter. Shri. The body will. The body will not go where the mind has not been. That was why most people were victims, Divine knew. They could not imagine themselves grievously injuring or killing someone else for any reason, even in order to save their own lives. So they wasted time in attempting to flee, or in pleading for mercy to men who had none to give. Show a picture of someone attacking someone else and ask for a reaction, and 99% of the people will say they would be in fear of their life if that happened to them. The other 1%, the criminal element, have a different reaction. They will say, I'd hit them harder. This was because they never saw themselves as the victim, only the predator. Their minds have been there, and so their bodies were ready, willing, and able to go there too. Yet all humans were built to be predators. Sharp, strong teeth, forward eyes that were far more efficient for hunting, opposable thumbs, and most of all, the best brain of any animal. And we all possess a latent, primal ability to fight to the death. Divine walked toward his Tahoe even as he heard the men follow. When he reached it, he turned and faced them. They looked angry and puffed up. That was all he needed to know, both of their intent and their being afraid of him. The ones Divine always worried about were not the giant red-faced screamers. They were secretly shitting their pants. There was the quiet, stone-faced, scrawny guys that would suddenly gut you with a shiv or pop a bullet into your brain and walk, not run, away, disappearing into the night to do it again when someone else was stupid enough to underestimate them. His senses did the preliminary calculation and ran it through the combat computer under his skull. Walking away from a fight, if you could do so safely, was usually the best answer. Looking at the 3 men, Divine knew that was not going to be an option. Unless he did something creative, and he didn't want to fight them, not because he knew he would lose, it was because he was certain he would win and didn't want to unnecessarily injure them. And he was also wondering why they had decided to come after him in the first place. Can I help you? He said. The biggest one said, Yeah, dude, you can get out of town. That'd be a good start. He looked at his friends and grinned. Sorry, I have a job to do, and it can't be done remotely. Then we got us a problem. Or, more to the point, you do, said the same man. Divine glanced up and down the street. Not another living soul. Other than the bar, the storefronts were dark. The roar of the incoming tide along the harbor was really the only sound, other than the men's collective breathing. They were all big and strong and pumped full of alcohol, and who knew what else. 2 of them were in short sleeves, despite the chilly weather. He looked at the drug tracks on their beefy arms and came up with a plan. He pointed at the man who had spoken. I know you, don't I? The man, in his late 40s and taller than Divine by about 3 inches and outweighing him by 30 pounds, looked taken aback. I don't know you, he snarled. You need to think again, said Divine. He opened his jacket to show his Glock. The men saw it, and the dynamic instantly changed. He took out his cred pack with the badge and held it up for all to see. Homeland Security. But you already knew that. You talked to us about a domestic terrorist network operating up here and selling drugs to fund their operations. I never forget a face. We did the briefing over in Bangor so nobody would know. The man looked apoplectic. I never talked to no fucking feds. Devine watched as the other two men glanced suspiciously at their comrade. What's your name? Asked Devine. I don't need to tell you a damn thing. That's okay. It'll be in our files. But from what I remember, you were a big help, so thanks. We nailed some local badasses because of you. The man suddenly realized his friends were staring at him, and not in a good way. He's lying. I didn't do any of that shit. You know that. You know me. Devine was not going to give up precious ground. Well, that's why we recruit people like you. You're on the inside, and you know everybody's business. You're lying, the man roared. Devine touched the butt of his gun just as a reminder that it was there and had the means to kill all three of them with hardly any effort on his part. Now again, what can I do for you? No, scrap that. I don't have the time. Any of you see Jenny Silkwell before she died? The men looked at one another, ostensibly flummoxed by another abrupt change in the direction of the conversation. We don't know nothing about that, said the second man. Shorter than his friend, but thicker. The drug tracks on his left arm looked like the measles, swollen, nasty, and painful. I'm not accusing you of having anything to do with her death, but I need to find out why she was here and who she might have met and spoken with. Did you know her? The men seemed reluctant to say one way or another until the third fellow spoke up. He was younger than the other two, late 30s at most. I went to high school with her. I played football, and she ran track and did gymnastics. And she was smart too. Graduated top in the class. She was the, what do you call it? Valedictorian. Yeah. So, what was your take on her? Asked Devine. Everybody loved Jenny, me included. He glanced at his companions, clearly embarrassed at this frank admission. Did you see her when she was last up here? He nodded. Saw her on the street. I waved to her and she waved back. Called me by my name, though I've changed some, gotten fat and lost most of my hair. But she remembered me. This was obviously a point of pride with the man. Did she seem okay? Yeah, I think so. She comes up here from time to time, but that was the first I'd seen her in a few years. She comes to visit her brother and sister. He wiped his nose. I guess so. I don't really know. I'm not really tight with the family. Devine eyed the tats on the other two men. You guys know Alex? Or Dak? Looks like you both got inked by him. Is? The smaller of them said, Yeah, dude's an artist, and fair with his prices. He ever talk about Jenny? The one looked at the other. No, not really, said the man Devine had accused of being an informant. He scowled and added, Here, she was a Fed. You know her sister? She's an artist, too. Alex is different, said the same man. Goes to the beat of her own drummer, said the other. Gorgeous gal, but hell, don't know why she's still here. She could go out to L.A. or somewhere and make a hell of a lot of money. Or marry some rich dude and fly around in a private jet, said the man Devine had accused. Not live in some spooky old house in the middle of fucking nowhere? So why do you think she never did that? Asked Devine. The man shrugged. Like I said, she's different. I don't think she cares about money and shit like that. When was the last time you saw her? Maybe 6 months ago, when she rode her bike into town. It's motorbike? No, a pedal bike. You speak to her? No. She don't like to interact with folks. Keeps to herself. Don't mess with nobody. Okay. What do you know about Earl Palmer? He found the body. They all looked at one another. Again, the man he'd accused of being an informant answered, Good man. Old school, but he's hurting bad. Just lost his wife, then to find Jenny. Shit, man. Talk about bad luck. Where exactly does he live? I'll just need to get his statement. Was no devact. The man told him and added, Little cottage, way off the road. White with green shutters. Can't miss it. Only place around there. I understand he was a lobsterman. One of the best, said the same man. And I should know. I'm one too. Damn hard work for not much money. And the lobsters? They're going AWOL. Say it's climate change, warming water, and they're heading north. All I know is my money got cut in half. Had to get a second job. Most days I come off the boat all tired as hell and go right to work at another gig. Then you needed that beer in the hop, observed Devine. The man grinned. Damn sure did. Devine looked at the other men. And just so you know, I made up the stuff about him working with the feds. Why the hell did you do that? Barked the man he'd accused. Because I could sense you three might want to do me physical harm. And I didn't want to pull my gun on you and start shooting, so I used that to defuse the situation. What do you think? Did I make the right call? Yeah, you did. The man now looked sheepish. We're pretty much just being drunk and stupid. Devine said, any particular reason why you decided to have a beef with me? Other than the drunk and stupid part? The men looked at one another again. The first man said, nope, that's about it. Uh-huh, said Devine, who didn't believe this. Well, I appreciate the help, if you think of anything else. He handed each of them his card with his cell phone number. Then the man who had gone to school with Jenny said, I can't think of no reason why somebody'd want to hurt her. Well, it's my job to find out, and I'm pretty good at my job. I hope. Chapter. SAR. Devine headed back to the inn but then decided to take a detour. Following the directions he'd been given, he had no difficulty in finding the turnoff and mailbox with the name Palmer. He didn't pull up directly to the house, but got out and walked along the winding gravel drive until he reached the cottage, which seemed to sit orphaned from the rest of Putnam. There was a cluster of denuded serviceberry trees next to the small cottage. Devine could see no lights on in the house, but the same ancient station wagon he had seen when first heading into town was parked in front, next to a rugged old Ford F-150 with a rear winch. He tried to recall the details of the man in the vehicle from earlier. Fine, snowy white hair, leathery skin, deep-set eyes, jowly features, and a pained expression mixed with disinterest. Now that Devine knew of the man's loss, he decided that Palmer had looked like a bereaved person, aimless, disconnected. He could see such a man wandering late at night. But to wander through a forest path all the way over to the exact spot where Jenny Silkwell's body lay, Devine was not buying it. And the police seemed to be going to great pains to throw off any suspicion of Palmer. And Dak and the fellow lobsterman from the bar had sung the man's praises and voiced sympathy for his personal loss without questioning the veracity of the man's account of finding Jenny Silkwell's body. The two vehicles were unlocked. He saw right away that in the station wagon the gas and brake pedals had been modified to allow them both to be worked via hand controls mounted on the steering column. Why, he didn't know. Then he saw extra hand grips that had been bolted to the car's interior just above the window frame and another one mounted on the dash. He turned around, walked back to the Tahoe, and drove past Jocelyn Point once more. As he did so, he spotted a Harley with a helmetless Dak astride. It pull into the drive and head up to the house. That was interesting, because Dak should have been home a while ago, unless he had stopped somewhere first. And maybe his conversation with Devine had prompted that detour? The questions kept piling up, and Devine hadn't been here even half a day. He parked in front of the inn and walked into the reception area, where Kingman was tidying up the front counter. She gave him a piercing, unfriendly look. You should have told me who you were, she admonished. You're probably right, he said in a disarming tone. Now that you know, is there anything you can tell me? I already told Chief Harper all that I know. I'd appreciate if you could take a minute and tell me. That way there's no buffer between accounts, and you might remember something else. I'm just trying to find out what happened to Jenny. She sighed as her frostiness melted away. Would you like some hot chocolate? I sure would. I'm not used to the cold yet. She put a hand on her hip and smirked. Young man, this isn't cold. This is mildly chilly. Come with me. She led him through the curtain, and Devine found himself in a comfortable apartment setup. While Kingman busied herself with cups, cocoa, and a new-looking electric hot water kettle, he looked around. Some logs sat unburned in a stone hearth. While the furniture was clearly old, it all looked comfortable. Knickknacks abounded on tables and shelves, and the vast array of photos on one wall seemed to indicate that Kingman had a great many grandchildren. "Nice-looking crew," he said. She looked up to see what he was referring to and smiled. 8 and counting. Oldest one is 10. Wish my Wilbur could be around to see them. I didn't know you were a widow." Wilbur was a lobsterman. There was an accident out at sea, and the boat went down and took Wilbur with it. "I'm really sorry." "Thank you. It was just horribly bad luck. Sometimes there is nothing you can do despite the best of intentions. And no one's perfect. Lord knows I'm not." End quote. "You're messing up all my preconceived notions of federal folks." He smiled. "You met many?" "Just on TV. Well, there was Jenny, but she was one of us, no matter where she moved to or what she did." They sat in rocking chairs in front of the fireplace and drank their hot chocolate. "It really is so sad," said Kingman, suddenly tearing up. "I never thought. Jenny would be the last person I thought this would happen to." She pulled a tissue from her pocket and dabbed at her eyes. She stared over at Devine. "She was such a good person. Seems to be the consensus of everyone I spoke with. Do you think it has to do with the work she was doing?" "What do you know about that?" "Just dribs and drabs I heard over the years. And I had a cousin who worked doing something for the Department of Defense. Whenever I asked him what he did, he said, 'It's better if you don't know. You'd never sleep again.' Scary. In answer to your question, I don't know who killed her or why. Just because she died here does not mean that anybody local had anything to do with it. God, I would hope not. I understand you saw Jenny on the night she died." Kingman looked even more depressed. "If I had known what was going to happen, I would have held on to her with both arms." "Tell me about it. Did she look normal?" "Anything you can remember. She passed by the office and I saw her out the window. This is from the back path, you understand, the one leading to the cottages." With quote, "Right. It was about 7:45. I remember glancing at the clock. I thought she might be going to get some dinner. She was dressed in jeans and a big parka. Her hair was in a ponytail, and I remembered thinking I hadn't seen her wear it like that for a long time. She seemed fine, if a little focused, I guess. She never looked around, just kept looking straight ahead. But then she was always focused, even as a little girl." Wrote, "And you didn't see her after that? Didn't hear a car come by? Maybe she was getting a ride with someone because her car was left here? I had the TV on, so I don't think I would have heard that. And that was the last time I saw her," she concluded miserably. Devine absorbed this and said, "I ran into Dax Silkwell tonight. He's a reserved guy, but he seemed shaken up by what happened." "I'm sure he was. This Christ. So they were close? Him and Jenny and Alex?" She took time to sip her drink, set the mug down, placed her hands in her lap, and looked at him. "I suppose you need to know this for your investigation. I read where most murders are committed by people you know, friends and family. Unfortunately, yes. They were all close growing up. Saw that for myself. Dak was all sports all the time. Big and strong, that boy was. Lettered in everything. Thought he was going to be playing professional football or baseball, but it didn't work out. Guess that's a pipe dream for most. Jenny was the oldest and the golden child. Everything she touched. Smart as all get out. Kind too. Pretty. We all knew she was destined to do something special. And Alex? Alex is the youngest and is drop-dead gorgeous, and I don't use that term lightly. Not as smart as Jenny, at least in some ways. She could draw anything from an early age. I mean really, really talented. The family wanted her to go away to a really great art school, UCLA, Chicago, or Virginia Commonwealth in Richmond. She got accepted at them all. But she didn't go? No, she didn't. Any idea why? Kingman sighed, and in that release Devine sensed a whole bundle of regrets, not for Kingman personally, or the Silkwells either, but maybe for the whole town of Putnam. Alex used to be outgoing, prankish, fun, full of ambition, sort of like Jenny in that way. But then it was like the light turned off, and she became withdrawn, moody, scared to live. What happened? She hesitated, seemingly debating within herself. I don't really know. You really don't know what happened to cause that big a change in her? It was many years ago. And whatever it was, the family made sure it was all hushed up. Ressa's... Devine wondered why Claire Silkwell had not mentioned this. So she and Dak stayed here, in the old homestead? She nodded absently. Dak was in the army for a while, and then he wasn't. I don't know why. No one ever said. She gave him a curious look, but Devine merely shrugged. Then he came back here, learned to be a tattoo artist, and it became his passion. Opened his shop and does really well. Then he invested in some other businesses around town. I think he likes to be a big fish in a teeny pond, and we fit that bill. I guess he and Alex get along. Living together? I don't know how much they actually interact. I thought in small towns, gossip moves faster than jets. She laughed softly. It does. But not for every single aspect of someone's life. Alex ever come into town? Devine knew what the man outside the bar had told him about Alex riding her bike into town but not interacting. However, he wanted to hear Kingman's perspective. Very rarely. And then it's just to get something she needs, and then the girl runs back to her hidey hole. Hidey hole? Interesting choice of words. Seems like a waste of a promising life. I agree with you. She settled her attention fully on Devine. Maybe you can put that on your list to find out. If you do, it'll be a good thing for all of us that you came to Putnam. End. Maybe not for everyone, thought Devine, as he finished his hot chocolate. Chapter Shasan. After leaving Kingman in her little apartment, Devine passed by the cottage where Jenny Silkwell had been staying. He had already seen her rental car in the front parking area awaiting a thorough processing. Devine hoped to find her laptop and phone in there, or her cottage. The lights in the cottage were off, and there was police tape across the only entrance. He stood there in the cold air, his hands stuffed in his pockets, and stared at the little building, which seemed to be a duplicate of the one he was staying in. He wondered what Jenny Silkwell had been thinking on her last night on Earth, not realizing that it would be so. Unfinished business? That could mean a lot of different things. He also wondered whether he should break into the cottage and her car to see if her electronic devices were inside. That would piss off the local cops, but national security would trump all that. Yet, if the items had been in there, the enemies of this country, if they had killed Jenny Silkwell, surely would have already retrieved them. Then he heard a noise. His hand went automatically to his Glock. He moved forward and then around the side of the cottage. He took one hand off the Glock, reached into his coat pocket, and produced a small flashlight with a high-intensity focused beam setting. He clicked it on, held it just above his Glock while keeping both hands on the weapon, and kept moving forward toward the sounds. In 3 more steps he saw the source of the noise. The woman was perched on her haunches on the ground, and she was sobbing. "Ma'am, are you okay?" When his beam found and held on her features, Devine sucked in a quick breath as he recognized her. "Get that fucking light out of my face," barked Alex Silkwell. Devine killed the light and simply stood there gaping. His mind was whirring, trying to process all this. He looked around to see if a window on Jenny's cottage had been broken, or any other sign that her sister had intruded into what was potentially a treasure trove of possible evidence in a murder investigation. He saw nothing of the kind. "Are you all right?" he asked again. She rose. Alex was tall, about 5'8", and lean. "Who are you exactly?" she asked in a calmer tone. "Travis Devine." "Right. The man they sent to find out about Jenny. And you're her sister. How brilliant you are. They must have been thrilled when you became a detective, or whatever it is you actually do." Devine pulled his creds and flashed the light on them. "Homeland Security." "Right. Anybody can print a card and make a badge. I can make them for you. How many more do you need? What are you doing here?" Alex Silkwell was beautiful, but there was such misery in the woman's features that her looks became a secondary consideration. With each rapid breath of hers, visible air was propelled into the sky. Divine's breaths were less rapid, but not by much. She had done to him what the 2 assassins on the Geneva train and the 3 drunk idiots back at the bar had failed to do. Thrown him off his game. "My sister," she began. "Yes, by everyone's accounts, she was a wonderful person. I'm sorry for your loss." "Not everyone's account, Mr. Devine. You haven't talked to me yet." And with that stunning statement, she pushed past him and strode off. Devine knew he should have gone after her, but he didn't, at least not right away. When the paralysis that had gripped him finally receded, he turned and raced back down the path. Once he reached the main street, he gazed up and down it. He hadn't heard a car start up, and then he recalled being told she had a bicycle. He trudged off to his cottage, where he checked to make sure none of the traps he had laid had been disturbed. They were all still in place. He stripped down to his skivvies and stared into the bathroom mirror. Devine traced the graphic surgical scar along his shoulder where the Glock round had impacted. He had a similar wound on his other shoulder from a sniper round fired at him in the Middle East that had penetrated a defect in his body armor. The Iraqi could have finished off the immobilized Devine with a headshot, but Devine supposed it had been his lucky day, though he hadn't really felt all that lucky, while he'd been airlifted out nearly unconscious and bleeding like a bitch. He eyed his calf where the IED had said hello by leaving its bomb pattern forevermore on his flesh. "Will the 4th time punch your ticket for good, Devine?" "Maybe." He stretched and then grimaced as his limb ached from the effort. He lay down on yet another strange bed and stared up at the ceiling. He was most definitely a ceiling starer, where he could watch the imagined frames of his life and his myriad mistakes troop by. This was his version of very cheap therapy. Like many military folks, he found it difficult to talk to people about anything, much less his inner feelings, whatever the hell those actually were. The world used to be divided into black and white for Devine. Good guys versus bad guys. This demarcation used to be true and unassailable and easy to differentiate. Now Devine relied on himself only. Thus his long-standing, grueling early morning workouts and the ceiling analysis of his past actions. He needed to make sure that he could survive. Anything. He trusted only his finely honed military instincts that had told him to turn left instead of right, to duck at just the right time, to wait beside a door just a second longer so the shotgun blast could blow through it without killing him. 2 other faces appeared on the ceiling of his thoughts, as they often did. Captain Kenneth Hawkins and Lieutenant Roy Blankenship. He had served with both men, who were also now both dead. Hawkins had murdered Blankenship and made it look like suicide. His motive was as old as time. He coveted Blankenship's pretty wife, with whom he was having an affair. Army CID had clusterfucked the case, hamstrung by military politics, and Hawkins had gotten away clean. That was until a suspicious Devine, who had previously learned of the affair from Blankenship, had tried his best to get CID to take another look. When he was stonewalled, Devine had resorted to a personal accounting. He had lured Hawkins out into the Afghanistan mountains, and a furious fight had ensued. Devine had not meant to kill the man, but he had died anyway. And then Emerson Campbell had come along with all the evidence to put Devine away in the Army prison out in Leavenworth, Kansas. But the man had given Devine a choice: prison or this. His therapy session over, he closed his eyes and, like the Army had taught him, fell asleep within a minute. Chapter. Chasseur. Devine's phone alarm kicked off at 5 a.m. He pulled on sweatpants, stout court shoes, and a thick hoodie, then jogged out onto the dark and empty main street and turned left. He stopped at the harbor for a minute and watched some boats heading out. Men were lifting metal cages and large wooden boxes on the dock and hefting some of them into boats cleated to slips. He also saw other men in small dinghies motoring or rowing out to the moored boats. The day apparently started early for those who labored on the waters. Under the lights that illuminated the area, he recognized the man who had confronted him outside the bar and Devine had falsely accused of being an informant. He was in the stern of a good-sized boat that was making its way out of the harbor. He looked like he was not yet over his boozing from the previous night. Devine continued on. He had already noted the square of dormant grass and leafless trees about a quarter-mile down where the small main business area ended. He reached it and did a quick 20-minute HIIT, or high-intensity interval training routine, to get his heart pumping and his blood flowing. This was followed by push-ups, pull-ups on a tree limb, squats, lunges, jacks, and isometric holds, where his body shook from the effort of holding statue-like poses for less than a minute. This was followed by more core work, followed by even more intense lower body exercises, which every Army grunt knew was where real strength came from. He did wind sprints forward and then backward, because all-out charges were often followed by the same level of retreats, and you never wanted to fully look away from whoever was shooting at you. His breathing was always precisely timed and measured to sync with his body and effort. He finished with Army low crawls on the wet grass that led to high kickers and then an exhausting set of burpees. He slowly cooled down, letting his heart rate and breathing normalize before heading back. It was nearly 6:30 when he stepped into the shower back at his cottage. He dried off, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and headed out. The inn served a continental breakfast, but, as he had mentioned to Harper and Fuss, Devine had spotted a breakfast restaurant, Main Brew, down the street. He wanted some time to think before he met up with the local police, and he wanted to go over again what he had learned, and not learned, so far. A short walk through windy cold brought him to the blue-painted door of the restaurant. It was pretty full at a little after 7. The place looked like it had been recently renovated. The clusters of tables and chairs in the middle of the sturdy wood composite floor and the red vinyl booths that ringed the perimeter looked new. The counter was long and had deli-style refrigerated, glass-fronted cabinets that were filled with all sorts of meats, salads, sandwiches, and other prepared foods. 2 waitresses were working the tables. At the counter, a third young woman was taking care of the half-dozen customers seated there on bolted-in whirly stools. The place was definitely bustling, Devine observed, but there might not be many places to get breakfast in town either. The sign on a metal stand at the entrance said to seat yourself, so Devine did, at a booth at the very end of one wall and farthest from the kitchen. A young waitress hurried over with a laminated menu that was clipped to a wooden board. "What can I get you to drink?" she asked. "Coffee, black, and a big glass of water. No ice." Coming up, she hurried off while Devine looked at the menu. There were some healthier selections, like avocado toast and stone-cut oatmeal with fruit, but he decided to opt for an old favorite, with one modification thrown into the mix. When she brought the coffee, which was piping hot and smelled wonderful, he ordered the lobsterman's breakfast, which basically covered all major food groups, with a piece of fried cod, the one modification thrown in. She left the menu behind after he gave his order, and he ran his gaze down it. The owner was Annie. Palmer? Devine did a double take at the name. Palmer was a pretty common surname, but in a town with fewer than 300 people, could she be related to Earl? He took out his phone and Googled the restaurant. On the website, he saw a photo of a smiling young woman. He glanced up to see the same woman working the breakfast counter. Annie Palmer was in her late 20s, with dark hair, brown eyes, and of medium height. The woman didn't seem to be carrying an ounce of fat on her, but with her job, he assumed she never stopped moving. There was no mention of any connection to Earl in the online materials, but there wouldn't necessarily be either. His breakfast arrived, and it was as good as the coffee. He was surprised how much he liked the combo of fried cod, scrambled eggs with bacon and ham, and thick pieces of buttered toast. He took his time eating and watching everyone around him without seeming to do so. He caught several people staring at him and making no pains to disguise it. He thought back to his encounters with Dak and, later, his sister. Alex seemed truly broken-hearted about her sibling's death. But then, what had her parting comment been about? Did she mean that not everyone thought Jenny was a good person, maybe including her? These musings were interrupted by someone coming over and approaching his table. Annie Palmer tucked a strand of hair back into place behind her ear and slid him a fresh cup of coffee. She had also brought one for herself. Up close, he could see the smattering of freckles over her cheeks and nose. She sat down across from him. Devine glanced over to see that the counter crowd had mostly dissipated. In fact, the place only had a few tables still occupied. He eyed his watch. He'd been here nearly 50 minutes. It had felt like 5 seconds. "Thanks," he said. "Does the boss usually make table calls?" She smiled, and it was warm and genuine, and the woman looked like she was used to doing it. "The boss does everything that she needs to do to keep this place afloat." "Well, it looks to me like you have fair winds and following seas. In Maine, that can change in a heartbeat." "I suppose. You're young to be running your own business, but then what do I know? I'll be 30 in 2 years. But some days, I feel a lot older." "Don't we all?" Small talk over, she took a sip of her coffee and gave him a serious stare. Her freckles seemed to enlarge with the change in demeanor. "Jenny?" "Yes." She looked down, but not before Devine could see her lips tremble. "It was a shock," said Palmer, lifting her chin to look at him. "I'm sure. I guess you're working with Chief Harper and Wendy?" "I am. They're good people, but probably not very experienced in this sort of thing. We don't have many murders in Putnam, thank God. But they know all the local angles, which I'll need to learn too." End quote. "So you think it was someone from Putnam who killed her?" The query was blunt, and Devine could sense that Palmer craved a blunt response. But he could not give it. "I don't know. I've been here less than 24 hours. I haven't even gotten the lay of the land yet. I heard you haven't let the grass grow under your feet. Really hit the ground running. That's my job. But going fast is not always good. One might jump to conclusions that later turn out to be wrong. I avoid that if I can. I'm Travis Devine, by the way, but you probably already knew that. And I'm Annie Palmer. But you obviously already knew that I owned this place." He held up his phone. "Not much privacy anymore." "No, there's not." Her face flushed, and he wasn't sure why. "So, any relation to Earl?" "He's my grandfather." "And your parents?" "House fire, 15 years ago. Neither one of them made it out alive. I'm very sorry. I was away at summer camp." Palmer put a hand to her mouth, and in spite of obviously trying hard not to, she briefly teared up. "I'm sorry," said Devine, handing her a napkin from the holder on the table. "I didn't mean for you to recall painful memories." "It's okay." She wiped her eyes and let out a long, cleansing breath. "Then Bertie, that's my grandmother, died a few weeks ago. Always thought Gramps would go first. He did too, I'm sure. That is so incredibly hard. For both you and your grandfather." He paused. "I understand that he found Jenny's body?" She had to know that he knew this, thought Devine, but she still looked troubled by his query. He just stumbled on it. I mean, what else, right? It was terrible. Devine assumed his poker face and just nodded. "I suppose he recognized Jenny?" Yes, he did. I mean, he'd known Jenny her whole life. Is a Greta. Devine thought about the distance from the edge of the bluff down to the rock shelf where Jenny's body lay in the darkness, partially covered in water, and mentally shook his head in disbelief at what she had said. And there was something else. "When I was by his place, I saw that your grandfather has special pedal controls on his station wagon and some extra handholds." "Yes. He has bad arthritis and some spine issues. He had neck surgery that didn't turn out too well. He can't really use his legs and feet to work the gas and brake, but he can do it with his hands. He's still pretty strong in the upper body. The handholds let him pull himself out of the car, but he doesn't drive much anymore unless he has to, or he's in a stubborn mood. And he can't drive his truck anymore. Too hard to get in and out. Mostly, he just walks. Slowly." "So, were you friends with the Silkwells?" "Yes. They were the most famous family here." She attempted a smile. "We didn't move in the same social circles to the extent Putnam has any, but Alex isn't that much older than I am. We used to hang out some growing up. She's an amazing artist. But you didn't see or talk to Jenny on her last trip here? No, I didn't even know she was in town. She's been described as a really good person. Before answering, Palmer took a sip of coffee. Yes, she was. Outgoing and friendly. Not like her sister, then. You said you know Alex? Palmer scrunched up her nose for a moment before saying bluntly, if anyone says they really know Alex, you know what I would say? What? That they're lying to themselves. That might have been her most honest statement yet, thought Devine. Interesting. Why do you say that? She shrugged. She never really lets anyone get close. And Dak? What about him? Good person? I'm probably not the one to ask. She rose. Got cleanup duty now. The glamorous life of a small business owner. I'd like to chat again, if that's okay. She looked around at the four walls of the place, and her expression was not exactly one of unbridled joy. Well, you know where to find me. Pretty much every waking moment. He glanced at her hand and saw no ring there. Husband? Kids? He knew this question was not particularly appropriate, but criminal investigations seldom were. Have a good day, Mr. Devine. Is to do most. Putnam was getting more interesting and puzzling by the minute. Chapter. Shawoo. Devine handed a cup of coffee to Harper and one to Fuss when they arrived to search Jenny Silkwell's cottage. He'd purchased the drinks before he'd left Maine Brew. They thanked him and then looked dumbstruck when he told them that he had discovered Alex Stillwell sobbing outside her sister's cottage last night. What was she doing here? Asked Fuss. She didn't say. I guess she was upset about what had happened to her sister. Harper took a drink of his coffee and nodded. I suppose that makes sense. She might have also wanted to get into the cottage, offered Devine. He wanted to see how the officers responded to that possibility. Fuss cocked her head at him. What, to get a keepsake or something, you mean? Or something, said Devine delicately. You mean attempting to knowingly procure evidence from a homicide victim's last known place of residence before it was processed by law enforcement? Said Harper like he was speaking in open court and striving to be absolutely precise with his language. Yes, was Devine's simple response. It was locked and covered with police tape. She wouldn't have known that until she got here, pointed out Devine. And how did she know this was Jenny's cottage? Had they met here beforehand? Harper waved this query off. Small town. She would have heard from someone. Maybe Pat told her. How did she appear, other than the crying? Asked Fuss. Did you speak to her? He gave a shorthand account of their conversation, leaving out Alex's comment about her perhaps not so wonderful sister. But he did tell them how she had put him in his place. Yeah, that sounds like Alex, proclaimed Fuss. Harper said, Shall we get to the search? Do you have the keys to her rental? Asked Devine. They were in the cottage. I made a quick check before I secured it, replied Harper. They did the rental vehicle first. It had a new car smell, and there was not a single thing of Jenny's in it. And they pulled up the liner in the trunk, looked under the car, in the wheel wells and under the floorboards and seats, and even in the engine compartment and tailpipe. Let's head inside, said Harper. Devine was grateful to get out of the cold. The chief cut the police tape and unlocked the door with the 1-pound slug key. Devine asked if the key had been found on Jenny's body. No, said Harper, but Pat gave me this master key. Well, let's get to it. They found a small carry-on roller next to the bed. It contained only clothes and a pair of sneakers. The bathroom had her toiletry bag with some of the items laid out neatly on the sink. She had been here only the one day, arriving early, so the bed had not been slept in. There was no briefcase. They did find her purse with her wallet in it, but no laptop or phone. You have the clothes she was found in? Asked Devine. Back in the evidence locker at the station, said Fuss. Got a list on you? She pulled out her phone and clicked through some screens. She held it out to him. He read off parka, jeans, sweater, boots, socks, underwear. He looked up. Personal effects? Just the 2 rings, necklace, and the Breitling watch I mentioned before. And now that we found her purse and wallet here, we can definitely rule out robbery. What about a phone? Everyone carries a phone. "We found no phone on her person," said Fuss. "So since it's not here, presumably someone took it, or it got washed away when she fell onto the rocks," said Harper. "Like we told you, by the time we got there, she was damn near floating." End. Devine didn't buy this, but didn't comment. Harper looked around. "Well, there's nothing much here. We'll bag and tag what is." "You don't want to call in a forensics team?" said Devine. "The closest one I know of that's any good is at least 2 hours away," Fuss pointed out. "And this is not the crime scene. If we had found something obvious, blood or signs of a struggle, for example, we would call them in. But this isn't the big city, Devine. No CSI here. Resources are limited, and police budgets are tiny. We can't snap our fingers and these folks suddenly appear, even for a priority case like this. Everyone's busy, and they already sent extra people out on it. That much crime around here? You'd be surprised. It's just spread over a wide area. There are fewer and fewer jobs. Fentanyl use is through the roof. People are just fed up with being crapped on, and everyone around here has guns, lots of them. Not a good combo. Rivery. Putnam looks like it's doing okay. A few nice shops and a new bar and some fancy restaurants do not make for a paradise for everybody," interjected Harper. "Fishing still drives this part of Maine, and the fishing lately has not been all that good, and it's only expected to get more challenging." The two officers proceeded to methodically collect the woman's personal possessions. Devine watched them for a bit, and then walked around the cottage. He was pretending it was part of an enclave of mud shacks outside of Kabul where they'd found a meticulously hidden IED processing operation, or 20 clicks to the north of Dohuk, where an entire rural village had banded together to hide a top leader of ISIS. A thorough search had rooted him out, and a shootout had followed, the intensity of which Devine had seldom seen. Every villager, even grandmothers and kids, had produced a variety of weapons, from old Soviet AK-47 assault rifles to Stetkin machine pistols, and opened fire. Devine's team leader had had to call in reinforcements to eventually win the battle, and the ISIS leader had been killed in the ensuing melee, so they got no intel from him, and the confrontation had cost 2 American soldiers their lives, along with 4 kids and 3 elderly women. Devine had thrown up after seeing the torn-apart bodies of the children and women, and he had not been alone. He eyed the small desk set against a window, a duplicate of the one in his room. Bright sunlight was streaming in through the glass, and he stood directly in its path to gain some warmth. When he looked down at the desktop, he saw it, a slight dust pattern. The shape sure looked like the size of a laptop. He ran the possibilities through in his head. Had Jenny taken it with her? Had her killer taken it from her? Or had her killer come here and taken it after she was dead, as he had speculated the previous night? If they had taken her laptop and phone, he knew the security on each would be pretty much unbeatable. But if they somehow got the passwords from her before they killed her? There was up to several hours between Silkwell's last being seen alive and her death occurring. A lot could have happened during that time. Guillaume didn't mention any traces of torture in the post-mortem, but still, if our enemies now possess what she had on her laptop or phone, he knew there were strict protocols and procedures for keeping classified information on government devices. And just like the private sector, much of it was stored in the cloud. But he also knew that some government employees took shortcuts or didn't always adhere strictly to the protocols. He glanced over to see Fuss eyeing him casually where he stood in the sunlight. "What's up?" she asked. "Just trying to stay warm." Fuss scoffed. "Try coming here in January." She went back to work, and Devine stared back down at a dust pattern that was making his gut churn. Chapter Soleil. After parting company with the local police, Devine walked to his cottage, where he composed and sent off a long email to Campbell, filling him in on everything that had happened since they last communicated, including Silkwell's laptop possibly having been taken and there being no sign of her phone. As Devine wrote it all out, he could see that it was a lot to report in a short period of time, and his instincts were telling him that there was a lot more to come. He got into the Tahoe and drove along the coast highway. He had the dinner with Dak tonight, but he decided he'd first have a follow-up meeting with his sister, though the initial encounter had hardly been a meeting. He checked his watch and noted that Dak would have been at his tattoo shop for a couple of hours. Devine arrived at Jocelyn Point and headed up the cracked and pitted asphalt driveway, past landscaping that had once been elegant and substantial, but now was just a ruinous mass as nature reclaimed its territory. He parked in front of the house and took in the structure. It was not in as bad a shape as he had expected. Parts of the exterior, while grungy and ill-used by the elements, looked like they had been power-washed fairly recently. The front entrance foundation's veneer had some new stone and fresh mortar, and the wooden columns holding up the pitched roof over the front door looked new. The glass in some of the windows seemed to have been replaced, and though the lawn was now dormant, the sod looked to maybe have been put in during the fall. He eyed one of the tall brick chimney stacks and saw smoke curling out of it. Directly behind the house was a large clapboard structure with a high-pitched cedar shake roof and a large skylight set in each plane of the shakes. There were windows lining the side walls and a large exhaust pipe coming out of the rear wall. He peered inside one of the windows and saw that it was set up as an art studio. Easels with works in process on them. Long work tables with cans of brushes and small bottles of paint lined up, along with sketch pads. Jars of drawing pencils and charcoal sticks, and large and small paint-smeared palettes. In one corner was a potting wheel, and in another corner stood a small kiln. There were also large metal tanks next to what looked to be welding equipment, and a large work sink, and a metal tub set on wooden sawhorses. He tried the door, but it was securely locked. He looked to his left, and far down the property line he could see some of the ancillary buildings he had glimpsed last night. He walked over to the coastline. He found it was quite elevated as he looked over the edge to the rocks below, though there was a path down that looked well used. Some of the boulders were nearly as large as an Abrams tank. The surf pounded against them, sending a drenching spray halfway up from where Devine stood. He knew that Maine had a long coastline, the fourth longest of all the states, longer even than California's, because of all the jagged clusters of coves and inlets. And out of all that shoreline, in the middle of the night in a downpour, Earl Palmer walked through a forest of trees to the exact spot where Jenny Silkwell lay dead on the rocks below. The odds of that happening were enormous. No, they were beyond impossible. I need to talk to that man, and sooner rather than later. He turned and walked back around to the front of the main house and knocked. No answer. He knocked again and then pounded on the wood. "Go away," called out Alex Silkwell. "It's Travis Devine. We met last night." "Then go away faster. I have nothing to say to you." Devine stared at the weathered door and imagined Silkwell standing just on the other side of it, all defiant and ticked off. He needed to talk to her, but he didn't have a warrant, and so there was really nothing he could do. "I'm leaving my card under the doormat." Silence greeted this statement, and Devine couldn't really imagine any scenario where she would be phoning him voluntarily. He walked back to his car and drove off. He reached the coast road, turned left, and hit the gas. Once around a bend, he pulled off, parked his car, and hoofed it back to Jocelyn Point. He took up a surveillance point behind a stand of white pines, which were bracketed by some leafless ash, birch, and maples. Using his optics, he kept an eye on the main house and also the art studio. 30 minutes later, his patience was rewarded as Alex, carrying a cup of something, hurried out to the studio, unlocked the door, and went inside. Devine put his optics away and marched over to the studio. He peered in one window and saw Alex slipping off her coat. Underneath, she had on jean overalls and a long-sleeved thermal undershirt. Her hair was piled loosely on top of her head and secured there with some pins and braids. She picked up a large pallet, loaded it with fresh paint from a variety of tubes, and headed over to one of the canvases set on an easel. Devine slipped to the door and tried the knob. It turned easily. For some reason, he was more nervous than when he had been about to breach places in the Middle East where he knew men inside were waiting to kill him. But he actually knew why. "I trained long and hard for the latter scenario. Not so much for what I'm about to do." He opened the door and walked in. Should see. He expected her to start screaming, or maybe throw something at him, or fire up the blowtorch on her welding kit and come at him for a personal charcoaling session. But Alex just stood there in front of her painting, her palette in one hand and a slender brush in the other. You're persistent. My job sort of requires that. He looked around. So this is where the magic happens? It's not so much magic as just hard work, luck, and a dash of creativity and talent thrown in. He looked around at paintings in oil, acrylic, and watercolor, along with clay sculptures all in various stages of completion. Bronze and other metallic figures bent and curved by heat and pressure into fascinating shapes were arrayed around the perimeter of the space. I think it's more than a dash of talent. I can barely draw a straight line. This is really impressive, Miss Silkwell. His frankness seemed to draw down whatever anger she might have been feeling at his intrusion. I'm Alex. I've never been Miss Anything. And I'm Travis. From Homeland Security keeping us all safe and the American dream possible, I think you all need to step up your game. On that, she turned back to her work. He came to stand behind her and took it in. While some of the works displayed in the studio were portraits of people, landscapes, and animals, this one was clearly more impressionistic. A yellow ball erupting out of an orange flame that, in turn, devolved into a blue wave that was about to descend, seemingly violently, on what he took to be roofs and a jagged church steeple reaching disproportionately far into the sky. "What's that?" he asked. "What I see in my head every morning when I wake up," she replied, as she added some shadowing to the flame. "And what does it represent to you?" She glanced at him. "More importantly, what does it represent to you?" He was taken aback by her swift counterattack. I'm not sure. It looks sort of like Armageddon. And here I thought I was being subtle." Divine looked around, and something occurred to him. "You knew I was coming back. You knew I would see you coming in here, and that's why you began working on this painting." "I have no idea what you're talking about." But her cheeks flushed and she wouldn't look at him. "This work looks finished, while you have lots of others in far earlier stages. So what's so important about this piece that you wanted me to see you working on it? I take it you believe Armageddon is coming to Putnam? What a vivid imagination you have. You might want to consider a career in fiction." "In Hive. Okay, what does it mean to you, the painting? And why do you see that scene in your head every morning?" "That is my business and no concern of yours." "And didn't you come here to ask me questions about my sister?" Her phone buzzed. She put her brush down, slipped it from her pocket, and glanced at the screen. "Give me a minute," she said, and started thumbing a response. Divine took the time to look around some more. That was when he saw the large, framed, finished painting. It looked to be a white dress with a large red spot dead on the center. The way it had been painted, it seemed like the red spot was perpetually growing. A neat optical illusion, he thought. Then he saw a brass plate tacked onto the frame that read, "Her first period." Okay, didn't see that one coming. In another corner, he spotted something that also gave him considerable pause. He bent down to peer closer. Damn. It was a bronze sculpture that looked like a heavily veined, erect penis that was looped with a chain. And down below, around the testicles, were handcuffs. Want to buy it? I'll give you a good price. I bet it would look great in your living room. He turned to see her staring at him as she slipped her phone back into her pocket. I can guess at the symbolism, he said. Can you now? She perched on the edge of a work table and crossed one long leg over the other. Please share. Without being too graphic, I suppose it's to shackle, or at least push back against a man's baser impulses. In that regard, life does not imitate art because there is no way to really do that. Some things are changing, hopefully for the better. Some would say the change is happening far too slowly. It can be depressing. She looked around her space, but some of the greatest artists were depressed all the time. They used that to power their creativity. End quote. I can understand that. You can? Really? I served with a guy who drew these big designs in the sand when we were in the Middle East during some pretty heavy fighting. We were losing guys every day, and we were having to kill people every day, and not just soldiers on the other side, because lots of different sorts of people were fighting against us. After every mission, he'd come back, hang up his gear, pull out this wooden paddle he'd whittled, and mark out, well, what I guess you'd call artwork in the sand. They never lasted because a windstorm would come through, and they'd be gone. But he kept at it. I could never figure out what his designs meant, and he never said, but they were pretty intricate. Did you ask him why he did it? Yeah, I did. What'd he say? She asked, with what seemed genuine interest. He said it was either do that or blow his brains out. I've never killed anyone, but I think I can understand what your friend meant. She slowly returned to her painting and started adding brushstrokes to it. I was told that you turned down some great art schools. She glanced at him in annoyance. The timing was not right. And now? And now I don't need them, do I? I educated myself. We have a wonderful library here in Putnam filled with books about everything I would want to know about from writers all around the world. And I guess you didn't need any formal art instruction. I actually had an excellent teacher and mentor right here. Who was that? Said a surprised Divine. You have no reason to know. Okay, he said, wondering why she would have a problem with sharing information like that. I understand you teach art part-time at the public school. Is Prime? Her expression instantly brightened. I do. Twice a week at the very end of the day. That's all they could afford. They barely have books in the school library or computers for the students. When government budgets are tight, they always cut education. The students can't vote, but they will one day, pointed out Divine. The kids were uninterested in art at first, but their enthusiasm grew as they got better. She looked around, but the odds are stacked against them. Jobs are limited in this part of Maine, along with opportunity. Drugs are rampant, and grandparents are raising their grandkids because of it. 90% of families are on some sort of government assistance. Many of these kids are being dropped into big black holes, never to be seen again. But you might find an artist out there who you could lead to another, better future. I doubt I have that ability in me. Why don't I believe that? She put her brush down and stared at him. Believe what you want. Okay, let's talk about your sister. I didn't even know she was in town, she said automatically. Just like her brother told me, and I believe it even less this time around. Did she come here often and not tell you? She didn't come here all that often, once or twice a year. When was the last time? During the summer. Why not more often? Asked Divine. I don't know. You'd have to ask her, and you can't. You could have a dist. When was the last time you saw or spoke with her? Alex let out an extended breath and shook her head. Saw her briefly when she came here during the summer. Spoke to her last? I can't really remember. Ballpark? Months? Weeks? Days? Over a month, said Alex. What'd you talk about? Nothing important. You two weren't close? She had her life and I had mine, and they didn't really mix well. She was off somewhere around the world while I was stuck right here in Putnam. The Deverly. Stuck? By your choice? Bad choice of words. It has everything I want as an artist. Solitude, incredible beauty, haunting images, a place that makes you think. It's very inspiring. I spoke with your mother. She thought you should be in New York, or California, or Europe. Of course she did. You see her much? Not for years, said Alex. I saw your father, too. Her expression grew firmer and seemed to be pulling her inward. I didn't know that was possible. In quote, your brother said he goes to visit him. They have that military connection, she said in answer. I don't think he has long left. None of us know how long we have left, she replied. So, you didn't know Jenny was in town, and you hadn't seen or spoken with her in a while? That's right. So I really can't help you. She turned back to her canvas. And I have a lot of work to do. So, have you started selling your artwork? Your mother didn't think you were. I have an agent now. Over the last few years, I've been commissioned to do a number of paintings and sculptures. You can tell my mother that my clients include people from New York and California and across the pond. You should tell her yourself. I'm sure she'll be very happy for you. I'm not nearly as sure about that as you appear to be." End quote. Are you sad that your sister is no longer living? Divine had decided to ask this provocative question to get something from the woman that didn't sound scripted. "What the hell kind of question is that?" she said, her face flushing again and her thick eyebrows nearly touching. "It's just that. A question. You found me sobbing my heart out at the inn. I just don't know why you were sobbing your heart out. You didn't hang around. Well, it was because of her. So now you know. Are we done? Then why did you intimate that you would not be describing your sister to me as a person much loved by folks here?" "I don't remember saying that." Divine repeated back the account she had given him from the notes he had put in his iPhone. "Does that jog your memory?" "No." "Okay, one last thing." "What?" she snapped. "I'd like you to go with me to where your sister's body was found." "Why would I do that?" she said slowly. "And why would you want me to do that?" "Because you know this area far better than I do, and you clearly possess something that might help me." "What, pray tell, is that?" "An artist's insight into the human soul." "I still don't think I can help you," she said, her tone and voice not nearly as assured. "Let's go find out." He paused and added, "Please." Chapter. Shaba. He retrieved his rental and drove it to Jocelyn Point to pick her up. Then, it wasn't that far to the spot where Jenny Silkwell's body had been found. They walked over the same cold, rugged ground that Jenny had presumably trod during her last night on Earth. Divine wanted to see Alex's reaction to being here because that might actually help him understand her better, and he thought he was going to have to do that in order to figure out what was really going on. She had put on an overcoat and scarf and a ski cap pulled down low over her ears. The wind had picked up even more, and they watched as dark clouds gathered just off the coast. "Looks like snow or sleet is coming," said Divine. "Let's hope not," she said. "You don't like the white stuff?" "I teach my art class late this afternoon. I don't want to miss it." She looked around as they walked across the field toward the forest and the wide path through it to the bluff overlooking the ocean. And then something happened to Alex. She started to sway, and then she cried out, and Divine barely caught her before she slumped to the ground. "Are you all right?" he exclaimed. "Look, I'm sorry for bringing you here. I didn't stop to think about the effect it might have on you." She looked up at him, her eyes unfocused and her expression woozy. She slowly came around and then managed to stand without his assistance. "We can go back," he offered. She looked at the open field and shuddered. "No, I'm here now. Let's get this done." As they entered the path, she seemed normal again, even walking with spirit. He wondered why that was, since they were getting closer to, not farther away from, where her sister's body had been found. He led her to the edge of the land, and they gazed down at the rocks and the ocean. "Is this where she was killed?" she said. "It appears so." She shot him a perplexed look. "What do you mean, appears?" "I meant it exactly as I said." She indicated the rocks. "But her body was found down there." "Yes, that is a fact. Everything else is speculation." "You've lost me." Divine didn't answer. He was thinking about possibilities that he would need to parse through if he was going to get to the truth. Jenny had been shot in the forehead, and the round exited out the back of her skull and apparently vanished into the ocean. That meant she was looking landward. But if you went to the edge here, wouldn't you be looking at the ocean? Since that was the whole point of coming to this spot, the casing had been found more than 300 yards away from where Jenny had fallen. At night, she wouldn't have even been able to see her shooter from that distance. And if she had turned to leave before she was shot squarely in the forehead, would she have been close enough to the edge to topple over it? "Why did you want me to come here?" she asked, pulling him from these thoughts. "I need to know if this spot had some special significance for Jenny." "None that I know of." "Do you think she might have come here to think? In the pouring rain late at night?" "No, I doubt it." "Dula, then you think she came here with someone? Her killer?" Divine didn't answer, because he was the one doing the questioning, not her. Did your sister ever talk to you about her work? No. Wasn't it confidential? Did she say it was? No, and I didn't ask. I was used to our father being unable to talk about political stuff. Right. He served on the Senate Intelligence Committee. I was never interested in any of that, and he and I weren't close. Jenny was his favorite, and I was a distant third behind Dak. Jenny was interested in politics? Jenny was interested in everything, she said wearily. And you? What are you interested in? My art. And now my students. Devine thought about what Pat Kingman had said, that Alex had changed years ago, going from outgoing and fun to introverted and scared, diving back into her hidey hole at Jocelyn Point after venturing out for short intervals. But she was teaching at the local school, so maybe she was getting over whatever had caused her to change. I'm having dinner with Dak tonight. Would you like to join us? My treat? She frowned and looked away. Thanks, but I think I'll pass. As they walked back to the Tahoe, Devine said, Did your sister have any enemies here? Not that I know of. She was adored in Putnam, with 70 luz. But again, you intimated that you didn't share the general opinion that Jenny was a wonderful person, regardless of whether you remember saying it or not. You did. She wheeled around on him, seemingly itching for a fight. Look, I meant nothing more than the people with those general opinions never had to live with her. She was a tough act to follow. That doesn't mean I didn't love her, or make me any less sorry that she's dead. So don't try to put words in my mouth. Which wanted after 80. I can understand the hard act to follow piece. Can you really? She said skeptically. My two older siblings are roaring successes in their chosen and highly compensated fields. Me, not so much. She gazed at him with a sudden look of empathy. Oh, well, being a federal agent isn't a small accomplishment. Her voice trailed off as they walked. He drove her back to Jocelyn Point. She got out and then peered back into the Tahoe. I'm sorry I wasn't more help. Well, you might have been more help than you think, he replied. You're meeting with my brother? What about it? Changed your mind and want to join? No. But piece of advice, don't believe everything you're told. She slowly walked to her art studio. Chapter. Sijou. Hoping to beat the incoming storm, Devine drove straight back to where Jenny's body had been found and walked the area with a soldier's eye for detail. He stood at the spot where the shell casing had been found. The .300 Norma Magnum round was mostly, but not exclusively, used by the military and its snipers. The casing had been next to a stand of bare trees, providing some good cover. He had noted all of that before. He drew a sight line between the ejected casing and the spot where Jenny had been standing before toppling over the edge after being shot. Or so the story goes. He lay prone on the ground and pantomimed, taking aim at Jenny Silkwell. He pulled the invisible trigger and counted 3 beats. The bullet would have hit her in the blink of an eye from this distance, but it would have taken a few beats for her to fall over the edge and hit the rocks below. He stood and pulled out his phone. He'd had the medical examiner, Françoise Guillaume, email him the preliminary autopsy report. As he read it, the weather system coming in off the coast had raised the temperature enough to where the precipitation that started to fall was rain, and not sleet or snow. He caught himself smiling. Alex Silkwell would get to teach her art class today. He hustled back to the Tahoe and reached it before it really started to pour. He sat there staring at a crime scene that had definite shakiness to its outlines, and thus its substance. He texted Campbell with his theories and waited for a reply. He got it 5 minutes later, a testament to how such a busy man, with a dozen missions like Devine's to oversee, was laser-focused on this one. But it was no doubt the only mission under his command that had to do with a man who had saved his life. As a former soldier, Devine got that one really well. It forged a bond stronger than just about everything else in life. Campbell's advice was explicit. Follow your gut and keep things close to the vest. Dak Silkwell's military file is sealed. I cannot break through it as yet. And Kurt never talked to me about his son's military career and why he left, and I never asked. Stay tuned. It is critical to find her government laptop and personal phone. Divine. Ulcers are forming in people's guts here. He knew that if someone had taken those devices, then Divine might be looking at a stranger having killed Jenny in order to get some intel from her. They had checked the secure cloud of her government-issued computer and personal phone and found nothing unusual, nor had there been any attempts to hack into them, and there had been no calls, emails, or texts that would foreshadow her being murdered. If she had communicated with anyone about her trip here, she had not done so electronically on her personal or government devices. Being an ops officer, she knew the pitfalls of sending anything over the internet, but she could have used a burner phone or prepaid phone card and left no trail. She had no social media accounts at all, not unusual for someone with her occupation. He sent a brief reply to Campbell, put the Tahoe in gear, and fought the wind and rain to his next destination, Earl Palmer's house. Chapter. Sure. The rain started to ease some as Divine pulled onto the long gravel drive. In the daylight, everything looked different as he wound back through a thick stand of bare woods with cluttered undergrowth. The long limbs swayed, dipped, and creaked in the stiff breeze that had never been absent since Divine had stepped foot in Putnam. The little cottage appeared to him in the middle of the woods. Coupled with the inclement weather, the place had an ominous sensibility to it, like something out of a Brothers Grimm violent yarn masquerading as a fairy tale. In the light, he could see that it was white clapboard with faded green shutters, just as the man who had confronted Divine outside the bar had said it would be. He eyed the ancient station wagon again, and the F-150 looked even older. The truck bed was filled with old tools, long metal rods, what looked to be a small concrete mixer, rolls of fish netting and rope, and grimy buoys. Next to the house, on a small rusty trailer, was a wooden dinghy with a name neatly stenciled on the side. He got out of the car and drew close enough to see. Bertie's boat, named after his dead wife. Behind the house was a small building with curtained windows that he hadn't noticed on his previous night's recon. He stepped up to the porch and was about to knock when the door opened and he was staring at the business end of an over and under shotgun. Earl Palmer stood there in a red thermal underwear shirt and soiled dungarees, white socks on shoeless feet. He had about an inch in height on Divine and looked ruggedly strong with a barrel chest and long arms that tapered to slender hips and thin, bowed legs. Not bad for a man in his latter 70s, thought Divine. But lobster fishing demanded a lot of physical strength, he reckoned. Up close, he looked like a taller, broader Robert Frost, thought Divine, who had read the man's poetry at West Point. His comrades at the Point had teased him about this, until some pretty local girls they had gone into town to see had told them that they found an interest in poetry incredibly attractive in a man. All the way back to West Point, the guys had pestered him for details on some of Frost's best-known lines that they could use for their own pickup efforts. 2 roads diverged in the woods, and I took the one less traveled, he had told them. He had learned that the line was often misinterpreted because Frost had regrets in his life and had not actually taken that road. When his buddies asked him what it meant, he said, with all sincerity, "We chose a path almost no one else does. We're going to risk our lives to protect our country and way of life. We chose the most honorable journey and also the most dangerous. It's a selfless act of sacrifice in a country that routinely worships individualism over the collective." None of them had expected that response, he could tell. Hell, he still didn't know exactly from where inside him those words had come. They had ridden the rest of the way back in silence, each man seemingly lost in thought over what Divine had said. Divine had lost 4 of his classmates to war, including one in their group from that night, and 3 more to suicide after tours of duty that had forced them to see and do things that people should not have to ever see or do. "Who are you?" Palmer said in a steady, calm voice that put Divine more on edge than if the man had been screaming. "I don't know you. What are you doing on my property?" "Travis Divine. I'm with Homeland Security. I'm here investigating Jenny Silkwell's murder. I wanted to ask you a few questions, if I may." "Let me see some ID." Slow, Palmer added. Devine tentatively reached into his coat pocket and produced his identification. "Hold it up high so I can see it." Devine did so, and Palmer studied it at eye level before reluctantly lowering his weapon. "What do you want to know?" "Can we do this inside?" said Devine, as the rain started up again. The porch had no roof, so he was getting the full effect. Palmer stepped aside and motioned him in with the gun muzzle. Then he closed the door and pointed Devine into the room overlooking the front yard. It was small and minimally furnished, but as neat and organized as, well, a ship's cabin, concluded Devine. There was a wood stove that was generating considerable and welcome warmth. On a wooden shelf, bolted to the wall, were pictures of various people. Devine saw a younger Annie and what were probably her parents, and hugging Earl Palmer was, no doubt, his wife, Alberta. They looked about as much in love as a couple could be, and that picture was fairly recent, he could tell. Palmer broke the breech on his gun and carefully set it on a table by the window. Devine sat in an old rumpled chair by the wood stove. A stiff-moving Palmer opened the stove door and threw in some more pellets. Then he moved over to a new-looking recliner and picked up a remote. The chair lifted up so that he barely had to bend his knees to sit down. When he did, he hit another button and the chair lowered. "Nifty," said Devine. "Damn body's useless. Feel like an infant. Be wearing a diaper before long." Palmer set the remote aside and clenched the chair's arms with his thick, gnarled hands. His eyes were a soft gray, and his disheveled, silky white hair provided a sharp contrast to the reddened, weather-beaten face lying just below it. "What do you want to know?" "I found her. That's it. I don't know any more than that. Can you walk me through the time you left your house that night and when you found the body?" "Why?" "Because it might make you remember something new. Please," he added. "Anything to help me find out who killed her." "I thought the chief and Wendy," Devine said. "Jenny Silkwell worked for the federal government. That makes it our concern. I'm sure you can understand. But I am working with the local police on the case." Palmer slowly nodded. "There always was scuttlebutt about what Jenny did. Top secret stuff, I guess. Why you're here, ain't it? Let's assume that's the case. Yes." Palmer sat back and worried at his mouth with his long index finger. He never looked down, but kept his gaze rigidly straight ahead. "I went for a walk that night. I do that a lot now. I understand you recently lost your wife. I'm very sorry." Isled. The thick white tufted eyebrows rose and fell like a heartbeat. "Bertie was built to go the long voyage, you understand. Strong as a bear, good health, sharp mind. I would have gone long before her, that's for sure, if nature had any say about it. Both her parents lived well into their 90s. What happened, if you don't mind my asking?" Palmer pressed his hands against his bony knees, as though bracing himself for whatever he was about to reveal. "What happened was somebody hit her with their car while she was out walking, knocked her into a washed-out gully behind some scrub bushes, and kept right on going. Left her to die, right there. No one could see her. But they say she dragged herself along that gully trying to get help that never came, and she died. They killed my wife." Palmer eased his eyes closed for a moment, and his fingers gripped his thighs as though he were riding out some turbulence high in the sky. "That must be the other homicide that Harper mentioned he was handling," thought Devine. "So they never caught the person?" he asked, though he knew the answer. Palmer opened his eyes. His hands retreated, and he placed them back on the arms of his chair. "No, they never did. Some stranger passing through, most like Putnam folk, would have stopped and helped her. She'd still be alive, wouldn't have suffered like she did. I'm so sorry." "Yep, that's what people say, I guess." "All they can say," he added. "I spoke with your granddaughter earlier, at her cafe." He nodded and said, "Annie makes real good coffee. Gives it to me free. Has a nice business going, and that ain't easy to do here. Or anywhere, I guess." "So, the night you went out walking?" "Hell, get so I can't seem to breathe in this house no more. I grew up here. I see things, and it takes me back to other memories. Better ones. I can see that, sure. And just head to the road and sometimes turn left and sometimes right. That night I turned left. Carry a flashlight with me. I got one of them reflective jackets. Annie bought it for me. So you were walking? I headed towards Jocelyn Point. I figured I'd get to it and then turn around and head home, try and get some sleep. Though it don't come easy now. With Bertie next to me, I'd be lights out in 10 seconds. I'm sure. Did you even know Jenny was in town? I'd seen her coming in that very day. I was driving through town. Do that sometimes. Just to... He looked around the space. Get out of here. She pulled into the inn. Supposed she was staying there. And not at the family home? Devine asked. Don't think it's the family home no more. Think it's Dak and Alex's place now. And Jenny wouldn't be welcome there? Devine paused again. Palmer's head turned mechanically from side to side as the pellets popped and glowed behind the glass of the wood stove. Don't know about that. Have to ask them, don't you? Okay, go on. Every once in a while, I'd head to the coast, stand there, look out. Nice bluffs along there. Can see nearly to Nova Scotia. Least it seems like. Lived most of my life on the water, you see. Like looking at it. Calms me so. You were a lobsterman? He perked up at that. Over 50 years out there. Rough seas and fair. Never got rich, but made a decent living. Ain't so easy now. Lobsters moving farther out and heading north. Feel sorry for the folks coming up. It's a lot harder now. Ain't many other ways to make a decent dollar round here. So you went to the coastline and looked out? Yes, sir. Did it once more. And then his lips trembled, and his long fingers flew up to settle them down. You walked to the coastline at that point? He removed his fingers and nodded. Cold that night, and rainy. Had my long waterproof on and my hat. Water don't bother me much, ocean or from the sky. That trail through the woods, I've been there many a time. Nice views from there. You can see the entrance to Putnam Harbor to the south, though I couldn't really at night. But I know right where it is. Went in and out of that place more times than I can remember. Takes me back, you see. Looked out at the clouds over the Atlantic. Beautiful thing to watch, to listen to the rain falling. No lightning, mind you, or I would have skedaddled. Don't much care for lightning. And then what happened? I looked down, he said simply, if hesitantly. I looked down, he said again, as though he was afraid Devine had not heard him. And I saw Jenny. Don't his. Wait, you knew it was her from where you were standing? When Devine had gone back to the spot, he had more accurately gauged the distance at over 15 feet from witness to corpse, and the body had been sprawled on black rocks and partially submerged. Palmer seemed confused for a moment. No, I learned afterward it was her. I just saw a body at that point. I had my phone with me and I called the police. I waited till they got there. They rushed to pull her up. Young man went down there on a rope. The tide was coming in fast. They got a truck with a winch. She was half covered with water. Much longer and she'd have been out to sea. But they got her out all right. Or her body, at least. Jenny was long gone. So it was just a coincidence that you happened upon that spot and looked down? Yes, sir, it was. But I wish it hadn't happened to me. Lost my son and daughter-in-law to a damn fire years back then, Bertie. Seen enough death. Just seen enough. Well, his voice trailed off, and he swiveled his head and stared at the fire behind the glass. Devine watched him for a few moments, trying to take in the true, full measure of the man. Once you learned it was Jenny, what did you think? I didn't think nothing, really. I couldn't believe it. Who'd want to hurt her? That was my next question to you. Must have been a stranger, like who killed Bertie. Devine thought Palmer very much wanted to believe that. So anything else you can tell me that might help? Nothing I can think of, son. Sure hope you figure all this out. Well, that's why I'm here, he said. Devine left him with his card and a request to call if Palmer remembered anything else helpful. He did not expect the man to ever take him up on that offer. As he reached the doorway, Palmer stirred. I know it don't seem like much to you, son, but Putnam is all I got. It's my home. Only one. Bertie's buried here. So's my son. I can't never leave this place. Not ever. Yes, sir, said Devine. Palmer swiveled his head back around and returned his attention to the fiery pellets locked behind glass. To Devine, it seemed that the man was also in a prison of sorts, not of his own making, but just how the life cards had been dealt for him. Devine veered around the house to the small building with the curtains. The door was locked, and the window coverings made it impossible to see inside. He could go back in and ask the man directly what was in there, but something in his gut said not to, at least right now. He drove off, firmly convinced that most, if not all, of what Palmer had told him regarding finding Jenny's body was a lie. Now the question became, why? Chapter RCE. Devine drove back to the inn and hurried through the rain to his cottage. He checked his little booby traps, and they were, once again, undisturbed. He sat down at the small desk by the window, clicked on the lamp, which had been set off to one side to provide some illumination against the gloomy day, and opened up his laptop. He needed to dig deeper into Jenny's CIA career. Devine had attained top-secret clearances in the military, then re-upped those and supplemented them with SCI-level security clearances after joining Campbell at the Office of Special Projects. Since his time in New York while working at the investment firm Cowell & Cumley, Devine, in his new role with Campbell's outfit, had traveled to 5 countries on 3 separate missions over the course of several months. In China, he had used his business analytical skills to help bring down a shadowy cryptocurrency trader whose ties to the communist government had alerted U.S. intelligence services. Devine had learned a little about crypto while laboring on Wall Street. Now he felt as though he were a full-fledged expert. His next mission, in the Middle East, had involved an Arab state that was doing its level best to crash the U.S. economy. It was forcing its fellow petrochemical-producing states to agree on a 3 million barrel a day pullback in oil production. That would have sent oil prices soaring, crippled the U.S. and other Western countries dependent on oil, and added hundreds of billions of dollars in wealth to the rogue oil producer while inducing misery across the globe in the form of higher energy prices. It wasn't simply to make money, Devine and his colleagues had discovered. It was to promote unrest in Western democracies. As citizens there protested against higher prices, the weaponization of everything seemed to be in vogue these days. Devine had worked with a team of intelligence and financial specialists to counter that effort, including using denial of access to international lending facilities and wire rooms, along with walling them off from banking support and multinational monetary commissions. This would have made the rogue player a pariah in the global financial community. And even with the trillions of dollars in petrochemical dollars it commanded, such status would have been devastating to the country's future business well-being. They had backed down as a result. In Geneva, Devine had set his financial background aside and picked up his gun. The result had been another victory for his country, and a target on his back during the train ride to Milan. Devine read slowly and methodically over Silkwell's CIA career, making more notes as he did. Then he pulled up and read through a psych eval of Silkwell that had been done about 2 months before. The blunt conclusions on the eval were not personally flattering. Controlling, manipulative, secretive to the point of mild paranoia, with an all-encompassing drive for mission success, regardless of who or what got in the way. But for an ops officer, it was the perfect formula. She had leapfrogged over several of her colleagues, mainly due to the results derived from her bevy of recruited spies and intel leveraged from those relationships. Being a White House liaison for Central Intelligence hadn't hurt, he knew, and he wondered if her father, being a war hero and beloved senator, had helped with that assignment. Of course it did. That's how DC operates, at least in the shadows. He turned off his computer and sat back. The weather did not appear to be getting any better. He might have to start doing his early morning workout in the dry and warmer environs of the cottage. He made sure the damper was open and laid some of the stacked wood in the fireplace. He got it to draw using some strips of paper provided by the inn for this purpose. He knelt in front of the opening and let the warmth embrace him. He had been trained to withstand the rigors of intense heat and cold, but he'd always been able to handle the heat better than the cold. And that was despite having grown up with bitter Connecticut winters. He drew his desk chair up to the flames and sat down, letting his mind go over each conversation he'd had about the case so far, starting with Emerson Campbell, then Claire Robards, and ending on his talk with Earl Palmer. He next envisioned the crime scene, the shooter prone on the ground, firing at the standing Jenny Silkwell, the Norma round blowing a hole through her head fore and aft, the bullet lost to the Atlantic. Then there was the angle of entry of the bullet as calculated by the medical examiner during the post-mortem. That was the most troublesome of all in some ways. 93 degrees. And it had come out of her head at a descending angle of 102 degrees, probably due to the impact with the skull. The only problem with all of that was a shooter aiming from a prone position could never have fired a round that would have entered Silkwell's brain at that angle. It would have defied the laws of physics. 40 degrees, maybe 45. But a bullet couldn't bend itself downward before entering its target, not even with gravity. At long distances, the rotation of the Earth's axis would impact the flight of the bullet. This was known as the Coriolis effect, and it differed depending on what hemisphere you were operating in. Snipers in the northern hemisphere would see their bullets drift to the left, and those in the southern hemisphere to the right. And at such distances, one had to also account for the vertical tilt of the Earth's axis. The calculations for such shooting used to be done manually. Now they were done by ballistic apps. All one had to do was enter the requisite data, and the algorithm would dial up the proper shooting coordinates. And sniper teams deployed spotters as well, who fed data and observations to the actual shooters. In fact, the spotter was usually more experienced than the one holding the gun because spotting was, in certain important respects, more difficult than pulling the trigger. The bottom line was her killer had not shot Silkwell from a distance of slightly over 300 yards with a sniper rifle. She might have been shot with such a rifle, although other weapons would chamber the Norma round, but the shooter had definitely been standing and not lying prone, and he would have been far closer to Silkwell to achieve pretty much a level shot into her brain. The entry angle also told Devine that her killer was taller than she was, which accounted for the slightly descending entry into her head. A taller person would obviously aim down when shooting a shorter one. Had the killer marched her to the edge of the bluff, made Silkwell turn around and shot her? Like a firing squad? That seemed highly unlikely. But Jenny had been found on the boulders at the spot indicated. Many people had helped get her up from that spot. They could not all have been in on some grand conspiracy, so it seemed reasonable to conclude that Silkwell had been killed elsewhere, and her body had been transported and then placed on the rocks where Palmer found her. The Norma casing could easily have been dropped where it was found to give off the appearance of a long-range sniper shot, which would have also bolstered the argument that Silkwell's death was tied to her career at CIA and not the act of a local person from Putnam. But what if she had been killed by someone here and it had been made to look like something else? Who had the motive and the resources to pull it off? Unfinished business. That was what Claire Robards had said her daughter had told her was the reason for Jenny visiting her old hometown. So what was the unfinished business, Jenny? And did it get you killed? Devine moved his chair back over to the desk and looked out the window right as the rain stopped and sun broke through the clouds and shone down on Maine once more. The light played over the metal roof of the inn and sparkled off the windows. It made for a good feeling, he thought, like when you saw a hummingbird hovering over a flower. Some warmth and sun always buoyed the human spirit. As he glanced farther down the path, he saw what looked to be a starburst resting just above a bush, a flash of light as the sunbeams encountered a reflective surface. It was fairly dazzling, to those of the casual observer variety, of which Travis Devine was not a member and never would be. He dove sideways a split second before the window glass of his cottage exploded as the bullet powered through it, lodging into the far wall instead of Devine's head. He pulled his gun and edged next to the shattered window. He heard what sounded like footsteps running away. He got to the door and did a turkey peek, and when he saw no one, he jumped out, did a roll, and came up in a kneeling firing position. He heard a vehicle start up. By the time he got to the street, he could see nothing or no one in either direction. He hurried back to the spot where he'd seen the flash of light coming off the rifle scope. He stooped and ran his fingers through the grass. They stopped when he felt it. He saw the special marking on the head stamp of the casing. It isn't a 300 Norma. It's a NATO round. What the hell is going on? Chapter. Arthur R. You say you didn't see anyone? Asked Chief Harper. He and Devine were outside the latter's cottage, looking at the large hole in the center of the window. No, just the reflection off the scope, said Devine. If I hadn't looked out the window and the sun hadn't just come out, we would not be having this conversation, and your Emmy would be cutting me up to get the bullet out. Glad it didn't come to that, said Harper as he held up the bagged shell casing. Devine pointed to it. It has a cross and a circle stamping. That means it meets NATO specs. But the caliber was also stamped on it, which means it's a civilian and not a military round. Okay, that narrows things, but only a little. It burred. I heard someone running, and then a vehicle started up. By the time I got to the street, it was gone. A breathless Fuss hurried up to them, did a quick canvass of the area. Nobody saw anybody with a gun, but Joe Martin was coming out of the hardware store and saw a van getting out of here right quick, about the time Devine said the shot was fired. Did he get the plate? Asked Devine. Fuss shook her head. No. I mean, he had no reason to. He didn't know anything had happened. Was weaker. Devine sighed and looked around. Someone takes a shot at me in broad daylight and no one sees anything? Fuss seemed to be reading his mind. Pat Kingman was out running errands and you're the only cottage rented. This is not the high season. And this time of day, the downtown area is pretty dead. Like I almost was, thought Devine. Well, let's get the bullet out of the wall. Hopefully we'll find the rifle to match it to. Well, even though it's a different caliber, you think it might be from the same weapon that killed Jenny? Asked Harper. The rounds chamber different pressure settings, and though they look identical, the thickness of the brass and the headspace are different. Some might disagree, but I wouldn't fire a 300 or 308 round in a rifle chambered for NATO ordnance unless it was specifically chambered for both. It might blow up in your face, or the ejector might jam because the casing stretched too much. Okay, but who would want to kill you? Asked Fuss. Someone who doesn't want me to find out who murdered Jenny Silkwell would be my first and only guess. But we're investigating her death too, pointed out Fuss. Then I'd watch your back if I were you, said Devine before walking off. He headed to Main Brew, where he found Annie Palmer cleaning the front counter. Want a cup of coffee on the house? She said. Thanks. He took a seat on one of the counter stools and watched as she poured out 2 cups from a full pot. She set one down in front of him and said, Just made it. Should be extra fresh. Did you hear anything about a half hour ago? He asked after taking a sip. She leaned against the counter, fingering her cup. Hear anything? Like what? A bang like a firecracker going off? No, but I was in the kitchen for the last hour doing inventory with my AirPods in. I wouldn't have heard much except Rihanna. Why? Just something I was checking out. He put his cup down and decided to plunge in. I went by to see your grandfather this morning. He saw her neck tense as she took a slow sip of her drink. Really? Why? Because he found Jenny's body? Yes. Is said. What did he tell you? There was an anxiety in her voice that bothered him. He said he was out walking late at night like he often does. He stopped and looked out at the ocean at various places along the coast. The last place he stopped, he looked down, and there she was. Then he called the cops. That's what he told me, too. Guess if he hadn't, Jenny would have been carried out to sea. Then nobody would have known what happened to her. No, you didn't mention that your grandmother was out walking and got hit by a driver who then drove off. She looked down into her coffee cup. I didn't think to. Why would you have cared what happened to her? I'm just sorry it happened. Yeah, she said brusquely. Everybody's sorry except for the fuckwad who did it. Her cheeks flamed, and she cleared her throat. Sorry, I don't usually use language like that. I was in the army. I've heard far worse. Where? Did Gramps tell you that she dragged herself looking for help before she died? Yes, he did. Living in a small town has its good points, but sometimes the isolation isn't a positive. No, it's not. You any closer to finding out who killed Jenny? Just really starting. Interviewing people, taking statements, going over the crime scene, checking the forensics. Not very exciting, but all very necessary, says the fake investigator from Homeland Security. I also met with Alex Silkwell. You mentioned before that no one really knows her? Palmer dabbed at a spot on the counter with her cleaning rag. Yeah, well, I shouldn't have said that. What business is it of mine? So what'd she have to say? Nothing too remarkable. I went inside her studio. She's quite an artist. She should be. My grandmother mentored her. Bertie taught Alex? Yes, when Alex was in high school. You wouldn't know that, of course. Bertie was incredibly talented. She could have really been something if she had pursued it. When she was young, she was even offered a spot at an art school in Paris. Damn. So what happened? Palmer shrugged. She loved Gramps. They were high school sweethearts. They decided to stay here and raise a family. But she continued with her artwork and taught folks like Alex. The building behind the house? Was that her art studio? Yes. Alex seems to have followed her example of staying put. She had offers, too. In Wells. Yeah, I know, Palmer said absently with a frown. If I had been Alex, I would have been gone in 2 seconds flat. Not into small towns. I could always come back to visit. She looked around the cafe. And this may come as a shock, but serving food and coffee in the town where I was born and grew up was not a significant element of my youthful dreams. In fact, it had no place whatsoever, she added with a sad smile. I went away to college and didn't think I'd be coming back. But here I am. You're still young. You can still dream and then do something about it. Far easier said than done. I think that's why they call them dreams. You want another cup? No, I think I've hit my caffeine allotment for today. By the way, I'm having dinner with Dax Silkwell tonight. Really? You two becoming best buds? She said jokingly. He's just someone I need to talk to. Well, I need to get back to work. Hope you and Dak have a great time. But don't let him get you drunk. You won't like yourself in the morning. Trust me. She walked off, leaving him to wonder about what she had meant by that. Chapter Arshasan. By the time Devine got back to the inn, Harper and Fuss were gone. He stood at the spot where he had seen the scope flash and then eyed the window of his cottage. Not a difficult shot. Cover was good. The shooter had chosen their position well. The grass had been too soaked to hold any footprints. I can't believe this happened. He turned to see Pat Kingman standing there. Yeah. I wasn't too thrilled either. I can put you in another cottage. No, that's okay. I'll just tape the hole up until you can get it repaired. It wasn't too big. The hole it would have put in me would have been a little bigger. She looked like she might be sick. So Devine said hurriedly, I'm okay, Miss Kingman, and I'm sure they'll find out who did it, and that will be that. Well, I certainly hope so. You let me know if you need anything. I will. She turned and hurried back to the inn. Devine drove out to Jocelyn Point. He had some more questions for Alex. When he got there, she was heading out astride a turquoise-colored bike with a big basket. There was a cool, hand-painted slash of lightning along the frame. In the basket was a large, waterproof knapsack. She had on wool pants and a thick white sweater with a tweed blazer over that, and her hands were gloved. Her hair was in a ponytail and she had on earmuffs. Her expression was excited. Where are you headed? He asked. My art class, remember? She said. Oh, right. Little nippy to be riding a bike. It's only a few miles. How about I give you a lift? We can talk on the way and then I can wait and drive you back here. You don't have to do that. I don't mind, really. Well, it would save me some time, and this heavy knapsack makes turning a chore. WW. She parked her bike on the porch, while he stowed her knapsack in the back seat. She directed him to the public school, which was set in a block of empty warehouses, boarded-up business parks, and vacant, weed-filled lots. As he pulled into the school, she said, This was all starting to go downhill when I was a little girl. Then all the businesses closed, jobs went overseas, and there was no backstop. Rural Maine has lost a lot of population. Mainers rely a lot on tourism, but the pandemic blasted a big hole in that, and we still haven't recovered. I'm sure. Compared to Boston and New York, the cost of living is lower, but it's not all that cheap to live here either. When you factor in food and fuel, and a lot of the jobs don't pay a living wage. She looked out the window. And the weather can be challenging. We're actually projected to lose population for the next 20 years. Leaders need to step up. Invest in the state, in the people, or the picture is not going to miraculously get better. Mainers deserve that. Hell, everybody in this country does. You're very well informed. It's my home and my country, she said. I need to be informed. Where do you live? Right now, it's a moving target. Did you get your interest in all that from your father? She looked at him warily. I am not a politician. I have no interest in that at all. When was? You don't have to be a politician to help your community. Right now, I just want to help the kids in my class. She opened the car door. Are you coming in or staying out here? Can I come in? You have to sign in at the front desk and I have to vouch for you. She eyed his waist. I don't know about the gun. Do they have a security person here? They used to, until they couldn't afford the position anymore. I think my federal creds will carry the day. And they did. For the next hour and 20 minutes, Devine watched from a corner as Alex taught 2 classes of 6th graders in a makeshift classroom with no windows, high ceilings, and not much heat. And yet the kids loved it. He could see that from their enthusiasm and their questions, and how seriously they took Alex's comments as she went around the room to view each student's efforts. She was unfailingly positive and detailed, and her suggestions were delivered with genuineness, humor, self-deprecation, and delicacy. And she smiled often, he saw, which he had never really seen her do in the limited time he had known her. At the beginning of the class, she had passed out granola bars and juice boxes, which, she had told Devine, she paid for with her own money. That was why the knapsack had been so heavy. Later, as they walked back to the Tahoe, she said, The entire school is 130%ers. What does that mean? The government pays for lunches for students whose family income is at or below 130% of the federal poverty line. That's about $36,000 a year for a family of 4. That seems ridiculously low for a family to live on. I don't have kids, but I remember how much I ate. I would think it would be damn hard to make ends meet on double that. It'd be heaven. It is. But that's the law. And the extra federal funds doled out during the pandemic have dried up. With those dollars, the income level was waived and all kids could eat for free. Not anymore. And a hungry kid has a difficult time learning. That's why I give them something before the class. Near the end of the school day, they start to run out of gas. I wish they let me teach the class earlier, but art is sort of an afterthought. I guess I'm lucky they offer it at all. And he opened the passenger door for her, took her knapsack, and put it in the back seat. It's a really good thing that you're doing, Alex. Most days it doesn't seem like much, she said. Throwing a pebble at a tidal wave. Every little bit helps. And you connected with those kids. Do you really think so? I know so. I saw it for myself. Hell, if you'd been my art teacher, I would have been a lot more interested in painting. And it's not just because you're so. What I mean to say is, in their shit. She put a hand on his arm as he put the SUV in gear. Thank you, she said simply. On the drive back, Devine said, Not to unduly alarm you, but someone took a shot at me earlier today. What? Where? She ran her gaze frantically over his person. Did it? No, it missed, but it was a little closer than I would have wanted. Please tell me they got whoever did it. No, they didn't. First Jenny and now you? This sort of stuff does not happen in Putnam. By Gezer. Violent things can happen anywhere, Alex. Even in Putnam. Look at Alberta Palmer. Her death was very violent, and the person got away. He looked at her to gauge her reaction to this. She was sitting there staring straight out the windshield, her body trembling and spasming like she had been doused with ice water. "I heard that Alberta taught you art?" Alex stopped trembling, closed her eyes, and drew a long, composing breath as she said some words that Divine tried to lip-read or hear, but couldn't. She opened her eyes and seemed back to normal. She was a wonderful artist in her own right, and the kindest person I ever met. "You must have been devastated when she was killed." "I'm not sure that's a strong enough word, actually. I'm embarrassed to say that my sister's death didn't affect me as much as Bertie's did." She glanced at him. "I guess you think I'm an awful person for saying that. Your feelings are your feelings. And there's no law that says you have to love your family above all others. Everyone has their own experiences in that regard." Alex nodded appreciatively and said, "She was actually the reason I started teaching at the school. Bertie had done it for decades, but then her eyesight started to fail, and her fingers weren't as nimble, and it was just time for her to let someone else do it. And that someone else was me." I'm sure she was pleased. She was, very much so, which made me incredibly happy. They drove on in silence for a few moments. "Last chance on joining us for dinner tonight," said Divine. She hesitated, but then shook her head. "I have some work to catch up on, and then I think I'll go to bed early. But thanks." "Is well." He dropped Alex off and watched her walk into her home. Then he turned the car around. He had some things to do before meeting Dak tonight, but in light of recent events, his primary objective right now was to stay alive. Chapter Arsha Sue. He stopped by a hardware store and bought some duct tape. When he got to his room at the inn, he checked his booby traps. Then he duct taped over the hole in the window and closed the curtains. He eyed the opposite wall where the round had embedded itself, and he wondered if the locals had made any progress on finding out who had fired it. Divine then emailed Campbell with his report, recounting everything he had learned since his last communication to his boss. A minute later, his phone buzzed. It was Campbell. "You've clearly stirred the hornet's nest," he said. "Seems like it. We have been monitoring chatter from the regions where Jenny operated." With that it did. "And?" "It's an interesting silence," replied Campbell. "We would have expected more after an event like that." "As in trying too hard not to say something?" "Exactly. So are we leaning toward her murder being related to her job?" "Not yet. The silence may be genuine." "Well, the crime scene was staged." "Explain." Divine went over the points and concluded with, "I think she was brought there after she was shot and her body was dumped on the rocks. The bullet entry angle alone blows up the official theory." "I agree with you. The casing could have just been dropped at that spot easily enough. But whoever put that scheme together didn't take into account the entry angle, or the fact that the shooter would be lying prone on the ground." End quote, Campbell said. "So no spot there where he could have rested the stock on a tree limb and fired pretty much at eye level? Or maybe a full-size tripod that would make for the same angle? All the limbs on the trees around there were well off the ground, and a full-size tripod and a shot from 300 yards away to make it a level entry into her head? What would have been the point? Why not just fire from a prone position? You're still going to hit the target. Say Sideville. Okay, she was killed elsewhere and dumped where she was found, and the scene was doctored to suggest otherwise. Why? Obviously to cover up where she was really killed, and by whom. The time of death window allowed plenty of wiggle room on alibis, so I don't think that will help us. The environmental elements did a number on the body, I was told, but her body had to be transported there, probably in a vehicle. If we could find it, there might be some trace of her still there. And now we come to the man who found her. Everyone up here seems to think it's just a coincidence that Earl Palmer happened upon that stretch of coast and looked down and saw her. Me? I think it's the same odds as winning the lottery. Well, people do win the lottery, Divine. Yeah, but millions of people play the lottery. He was the only one playing this game. You think he was told to lie, then? I think a lot of odd things are occurring in a town filled with odd people, but I don't know what it all means. Yet. Did you find out anything on Dak Silkwell's OTH? It's buried deep. I really sense the hand of his father on this one, Divine. As I told you before, Kurt never talked about his son's service, other than to tell me that he joined up. So what's your preliminary assessment? Local or global source for her murder? But for one thing, I'd say global. What's that? She told her mother that she had unfinished business up here. Duel. The call ended a few moments later, and Divine set the phone down. Then he heard a knock on his door. His hand on the Glock, Divine peered around the corner to see a bespectacled man in his 50s with a gray beard standing there. "Yeah?" said Divine, from a distance. The man seemed startled and looked around. "Mr. Divine? Harvey Watkins. I'm a local reporter. I'd like to ask you a few questions if I could." Divine opened the door. Watkins held up his ID, showing him to be a reporter with the Putnam Press. "What sort of questions?" Watkins gave him a condescending expression. "Jenny Silkwell's murder? And you're here to investigate it? If so, you look seasoned enough to know that I can't comment on an ongoing investigation. I've already interviewed Chief Harper and Sergeant Fuss. Then you have your story. But our readers would like to hear from you. I'm surprised a town this small even has a newspaper." Was wary. "Well, it's only published digitally, but local news is making a comeback, and it's about time. I only work there part-time. I also work at the hardware store. Someone pointed you out when you were there buying duct tape." Watkins looked over at the window. "Understand. Someone took a shot at you. If you were told that, I won't deny it. Any idea who did it? If I knew that, they'd be in custody." "So, the investigation?" asked Watkins. "I'm working in cooperation with the local police, who have been professional and helpful. We hope to make progress and find out the truth." "You sound like a PR person now," said Watkins, smiling. "Good. Then I hit my mark. Can't you give me anything?" "I used to be a reporter full-time over in Bangor. Never had a story like this on my doorstep, and I'm not getting any younger." He held up his phone with the record function showing and a pleading look on his face. Divine leaned against the door jamb. "All right, turn on your recorder." He waited for Watkins to do so. "Okay, someone did take a shot at me. You and your readers can ask yourselves why. And the answer that occurs, most likely, at least to me, is that our investigations are getting closer to the truth, and someone is obviously not happy about that." He wasn't going to mention the different types of bullets used. "Do you think the person is local?" Watkins asked. "Don't know. But we can't rule anything out at this point. We all know that Jenny was engaged in some, confidential matters for the federal government. Could that be the reason she was killed? Again, we can rule nothing out. But any new information will be given out to the local press at the appropriate time. We like to be transparent, but we can't jeopardize the investigation. I'm sure your readers will understand." Watkins turned off his recorder and smiled. "Thanks for that. I see. Now, can I ask you something?" "Sure. Did you know Jenny?" "I knew all the Silkwells, including the senator. I came here from Bangor over 30 years ago. My wife has family in the area, and a job had opened up on the daily paper here that was better than what I had in Bangor. Of course, over the years, things change, and that job went away. But we liked it here and stayed." "So you knew Jenny as a child?" "Sure did. Precocious and curious about everything. With Wast, I've heard that from other people. We all knew she was destined for bigger and better things, and she was. What we didn't know was that she was also destined for a premature death. Did you know her parents well?" "Oh, sure. Covered all of Kurt's campaigns. War hero turned maverick politician. The people of Maine loved him, and he did right by them. Maine has gone through some tough times, but we're hardy folks, and we keep plugging away. Kurt was one of us. He was tough and kept plugging, too. Sure sad to hear how sick he is now. What did you think of Claire? She was a good partner to Kurt, and I mean as a wife, mother, and political spouse. Those are 3 distinct roles, and most people fall down on at least one of them, not Claire. And the kids? Nice, polite, all talented in their own way. I understand that years ago Alex sort of had a personality transformation. You know anything about that? Because the people I talked to had nothing specific to tell me. Watkins looked around nervously. You can't quote me or anything. Devine straightened, and his expression sharpened. Anything you tell me is confidential. You want to come inside? Watkins nodded and stepped across the threshold. Devine sat on the bed while Watkins perched on the edge of the desk chair. It was during the summer. She was a rising junior in high school. I explode. What happened? Asked Devine. Alex was assaulted and ended up in the hospital. I believe she almost died. Devine was stunned. Did they catch the person? No, they never did. So Alex didn't know who it was or why she was attacked? No. It was either a stranger or Alex couldn't identify the person for some reason. The whole thing was hushed up, if you want the truth. Kurt was running for the Senate for the first time back then. Most people in Putnam probably don't know what really happened. I only know what I told you because I was a reporter. And I have to say that back then my boss put the kibosh on digging into it, or me really talking about it. So she became reclusive? Changed her whole life, really. She just became a shadow of what she had been. It was really very sad. You'd think it would have made her want to move away from here. Well, Watkins took off his glasses and cleaned them on the sleeve of his coat. I think it just made her afraid, Mr. Devine. Afraid of the old and the new. She at least was familiar with this place, but other locations just became too big a potential nightmare for her. And as the years passed, I think whatever walls she built solidified. She has the old house, and now her studio, the kids she teaches, and that's about it. At least that's my 2 cents worth of psychology. With a redoubt. Did she get counseling? I would imagine she did. Did her family support her? Jenny was working in D.C. at the time. She came straight home and spent every day at the hospital. And after her sister was released, she was with her all the time, probably calming her, reassuring her, supporting her. That was Jenny. And Dak? He was away in the army at the time. Devine nodded, his mind going back to a naked Alex standing defiantly in that window. Does she feel safe there? Invulnerable? Am I overthinking this? Mr. Devine, you okay? Devine came out of his thoughts to find the man staring worriedly at him. What a terrible thing to have happen, he said. And then Devine thought how lame that must sound. Happens to far too many women, noted Watkins, although one is one too many. But we live in a troubled society, and things are not always what they appear to be, people included. Had a neighbor back in Bangor. Nicest guy. Help you whenever you needed it. The year we left Bangor to move here, he was arrested for possession of child pornography. You think you know someone, and then, hell, you realize maybe you don't know a damn thing. After Watkins left, Devine sat there thinking that the reporter's last words were some of the truest he had ever heard. Chapter. Arsha Wu. Devine drove over to the Bing and Sons funeral home and parked next to the front door. A long black hearse stood with its rear doors open next to the side entrance. A young woman at the front desk, upon seeing Devine's credentials, made a call and then led him back to a small office where François Guillaume was sitting behind her desk. Haven't gone back to Augusta yet? He asked. I actually live here, she said, rising to shake his hand. I just keep a condo in Augusta. I'm one of 35 medical examiners appointed by the chief medical examiner, whose office is under the Attorney General's department. It's a volunteer job. I'm assigned to this part of the state, but I have a medical practice in town. And I also work here with my brother, Fred. We both have degrees in mortuary science and are licensed embalmers. My brother also has a degree in funeral services. Plus, we're certified in cremation services, which is the route more people are choosing. If you art half, who we're as responsible, you're a very busy woman, Miss Guillaume. I'm used to juggling lots of balls in the air. Keeps me energized and engaged. She sat down and pointed to a chair, which Devine took. What can I do for you? Angle of bullet entry on Jenny Silkwell? Guillaume's cheek bulged as she clenched her jaw. What about it? He just stared at her until the woman dropped her gaze and started to fiddle with a pen on her desk blotter. I suppose you're referring specifically to the path the bullet traveled through the deceased's head. I know quite a bit about guns and shooting them. There are basically 4 ways to do it: prone, sitting, kneeling, and standing. The latter, for a long-range shot, is by far the worst because it's the most inaccurate. The best is the first method. It takes away most of the physiological wobbles that can mar the shot. And while 300 yards away at night, with rain and wind, is not the most difficult shot an accomplished sniper has to make, it's not easy, either. And you're not making it by standing. Really? She said, not looking convinced at all. Yes, really. If you're holding your weapon under your own power, you do not have a stable foundation to prevent body shakes. A sniper rifle feels like a barbell. I don't care how strong you are, or whether you use the sling for support to create tension between the rifle and your arm, the so-called hasty sling. You're going to get some movement. Some hunters use the kneeling position in knee-high grass, placing the elbow on the lower quad muscle, not the bone of the knee, because bone on bone is not stable. Same with the sitting position. None of that matters very much over a short distance, but it's critical at long ones. And the only way the angle of entry makes sense in this case is if the shooter was standing, probably less than 10 feet from Jenny, not over 300 yards away, lying on his belly. He had taken a risk telling her this, since she could run to Harper and reveal to him all that Devine had just said. But he remembered the smile she had given him at the end of their first meeting. He thought she could possibly be an ally. Well, he would find out if he was right or not. I see that you've thought this through. I try to do so in all important matters. Did your ME come to this conclusion? It wasn't that hard, was it? Guillaume steepled her fingers and sat forward, her elbows pressed into her desktop so rigidly that her own fingers were now shaking. The fact of the matter is, I made no official finding on anything that you just spoke to. I accurately measured the angle of entry and exit. I did not address where the casing was found or make an opinion or finding as regards the exact distance between the shooter and the victim or the firing position the shooter was using. Spoken like a prepared witness in court. I try to be accurate. So do I. The thing is, Harper and Fuss have never raised that point with me. As far as I can tell, their official position is the shot came from where the casing was found. I'm not sure I know what to tell you. But thank you for watching. He decided on the direct route. Is it just me, or does this town have secrets? Every place has secrets, she countered. I think Putnam hits above its weight on that score. Maybe it does, she conceded. My only goal is to find out who killed Jenny Silkwell. I know, she said in a bare whisper. He sensed a shifting dynamic between them right now. I'd appreciate any insights you can provide, he said. She looked up, her expression pained. This is my hometown too, Mr. Devine. End quote. Meaning? Meaning I might be the wrong person to ask. I thought medical examiners just wanted to get to the truth by letting the dead speak to them. Every victim of violence deserves that, don't they? They do. Did you know Jenny? I was a few years older than she was, but yes, I knew her. So come on and tell me what you know. However, before she could say anything, the door opened and a man leaned in. He was tall and looked to be in his late 30s. His features neatly copied Guillaume's. Devine said, "You must be Fred Byng?" "I am." "Do we know each other?" The two men shook hands after Devine introduced himself. Byng wore his brown hair on the longish side. About 6'3", he had a clean-shaven face, a long, fit runner's build, and penetrating grayish eyes. His white dress shirt sleeves were rolled up, revealing pale, muscular forearms. He looked tired. "What do you need?" asked his sister. He held up some papers. "Your signature." He looked at Devine. "We're refinancing our working capital loan. The documents one has to read to do so will cure any insomnia." Devine smiled. "I'm sure. I would like to talk to you about some of the terms, sis," said Byng. "Get your advice before we actually sign off." She glanced at Devine. "Sure. We were just finishing up, weren't we, Mr. Devine?" The woman's look was more pleading than triumphant. Divine rose and handed her his card. "If you remember anything else helpful," he said. "Yes, of course," she said, hastily pocketing the card. "I heard you hear about Jenny," said Bing. "Awful, just awful." "You knew her?" "Oh, yes. Jenny and I were in the same high school class. I went to college and got my teaching certificate and went back and taught science at the high school for a while. Then I got the necessary degrees before coming to work here. Jenny was the cream of the crop. We all knew she was destined for bigger and better things." "Yeah, so I keep hearing. Did you see her during her last visit?" "No. I had no idea she was here." "Right, just like everybody else in this town." "Okay, well, thanks." Divine started to take his leave, but then turned back. "And Sons?" "What?" said Guillaume. "The sign out front says Bing and Sons. I was just wondering who the other sons were." Bing said, "Oh, our Uncle John, and our father, Ted Bing. Our grandfather, Frederick, I'm his namesake, founded the business. Our father and uncle worked for him until he passed, and they ran the business until they retired. That's when we took it over." He looked at his sister. "Francoise and me. We should probably change the sign to Bing and Associates." "Or Bing and Guillaume," suggested Divine. "I guess that's your married name?" "It is, but I'm not married any longer." "I know. So it's just the two of you left?" "Yes," said Guillaume, before her brother could answer. Divine glanced at Bing, who was looking confusedly at his sister. "Great, thanks." Divine walked out. He had collected a lot of data, and very little that made any sense. But somehow he needed to make meaning of it, all while someone was gunning for him. Why do I suddenly miss being deployed to Iraq? At least, there I was pretty sure of who I was fighting against. Here, not so much. Chapter: Arcelot. Only real food was a hopping place, Divine discovered as he turned the corner onto Hiram Silkwell Boulevard after walking from the Putnam Inn. Cars lined both sides of the street, and there were some folks milling about the entrance. The brick building occupied about a half block and looked to have once been some sort of warehouse or industrial space. The sign for the restaurant was formed from chunky welded metal, with the letters done in calligraphy. 2 gas flames encased in glass lanterns flickered on either side of the double wooden door. Inside, the floor plan was wide open, with wrought iron pipes and other metal fittings ornately bent into enormous light fixtures dominating the walls and the ceiling, the latter of which was open to the rafters. There were about 30 tables of varying sizes, most of them full of hungry customers and the accompanying noises of conversation and clatter of glasses and utensils. The kitchen was visible through large windows, and the professionally clad cooks and staff could be seen working behind large stoves and in front of commercial ovens, with huge pans and skillets and dishes in use, and orders digitally flying across computer screens. Waitstaff emerged through double doors with large platters of food or armloads of drinks. Piped-in music wafted over the clientele, and a small bar set up along one wall was doing a healthy business. In a town of fewer than 300 people, thought Divine. But then Dax Silkwell told me about the thousands who live in the surrounding area. But still, what made Putnam such a happening place? As he looked around the room trying to find Silkwell, he noted 2 large paintings that were mounted on one wall. He walked over and eyeballed them. One was of a fisherman, with a large net filled with— yes, it was mermaids, he concluded. The other painting depicted a storm blowing in off the coast, and in the foreground a large home with a widow's walk, where he could see the image of a woman looking anxiously out to sea. The house, he easily noted, was Jocelyn Point. He looked down at the signatures at the bottom of both paintings, the initials ADS. Alexandra Silkwell, with the D being her middle name probably. The style was definitely hers. He could see that even though he'd only viewed a few of her pieces. "Hey, and—" He turned to see Dax striding toward him. The man had exchanged his muscle shirt and jeans for a tailored 2-piece dark suit with an open-collared white shirt. His hair was slicked back and wound up in a ponytail. He looked like a totally different person. Devine noted. And maybe that was the man's intent. You like them? Dak asked, pointing at the paintings. Yes. Your sister's work, right? How the hell did you know that? I saw some of Alex's work when I spoke to her at her studio. But these are different. The mermaids I don't really see her doing. I mean catching them in a net like, fish? Yeah. She didn't want to do it, actually. It was the owner's idea, and the money they were willing to pay was too good. And the house? That's your place. Yes. And the lady looking out to the ocean with the storm coming? Typical New England scene. We probably had ancestors who did that very thing. Alex has a great imagination, but for her paying customers, she sticks to more traditional themes. Dak led Devine over to an empty table with a reserved sign on it. They sat down, and a waitress immediately came over with water and menus. "Evening, Mr. Silkwell," she said. "Beth, this is Travis Devine. A friend of mine, so let's treat him real good, okay?" "Yes, sir. Big fish in a teeny pond," thought Devine. This also probably explained the suit. Silkwell ordered a glass of Cabernet, while Devine opted for an IPA on draft. "Busy place," said Devine. "Oh, yeah, they do a great business." Devine looked at the menu and noted the prices. No offense, but for a sleepy little town with the kids getting free school lunches, how does the place charge these prices and sell out? "You've been talking to my sister about that, right? The 130%ers? "Yes. She didn't paint a really rosy picture of the economic climate here. Everyone. She's always been a Debbie Downer. The fact is, COVID changed everything. We got nearly 1,000 families who moved to the area from Boston, New York, Miami, Seattle, Chicago, LA, San Francisco, and other metro areas where the cost of living is through the roof. They can work remotely, still pull in an income that is many times what most Mainers make, and build or buy homes for peanuts. Cheapest oceanfront in the country, or at least that's what one realtor told me. And I didn't see much construction going on along the coast here. It started about a mile down, but it'll get here, and some of it is inland too." He looked around. "Most of the customers in here tonight are the remoters, as I like to call them. State used federal dollars to bring superfast broadband here. That was key to getting these highly educated and highly compensated folks to come. And they're putting down roots. And all of the people working at this restaurant are locals. But real food pays a living wage, and the employees get health insurance and a 401. That's great. And the weather? Hell, you think Chicago, Boston, and New York don't get cold? And you want to be in Miami, Phoenix, or Houston in the summer? Sure, it gets warm here. But nothing like that, and the proximity to the ocean actually keeps the winters bearable. And if folks can save a ton of money, it's not rocket science. And there are developers coming in who want to build an oceanfront hotel, a spa resort, and new residential communities. If that happens, this place is going to boom. And the people who bought here before that are going to make a fortune. And instead of eroding sand, we have sturdy, rocky shorelines, so houses aren't going to topple into the sea as the water levels rise, at least not for a long time. So you get ocean views without that worry for rock-bottom prices. And there's plans to build new elementary and high schools. And businesses are starting up all the time, and I invest in the ones that I believe in, like this place. I've already made back 10 times what I put in. Only good thing that came out of COVID, as far as I'm concerned. Was Jenny involved in any of this? No. I talked to her about it, but she was government. And some of the monies coming our way are tied to federal dollars. She couldn't risk the conflict. Made. Okay, I can understand that. And that oceanfront hotel? Guess where they're thinking of building it? Jocelyn Point? Dak nodded with a self-satisfied smile. I've had preliminary talks with them. The house is a knockdown, but we have tons of acreage right on the water. Plenty of room to put in a nice facility and amenities. Hell, it could accommodate a residential development and retail businesses too. And the dollars they're talking? Well, I might leave old Hiram Silkwell in the dust. Congrats. So, with Jenny gone, I guess it'll just be you and Alex splitting the fortune? Dak looked at him sharply. What the hell are you implying? I'm implying nothing, just trying to thoroughly understand the situation. Dak said, well, understand this. Jenny's share of the sale, if it happens, will go into a trust to promote conservation and protect endangered species in Maine. End quote. Why is that? Because I know that's what she would have wanted. So don't go thinking that I knocked off my sister for money. That deal alone will give us all more money than we would ever need. Thanks for the clarification. When did you hear about Jenny's death? I was in Boston that night. Had a meeting with a business I'm trying to get to open a location in Putnam. It's one of those gym franchises. Healthy people make for a healthy community. I got a call from Chief Harper. I was asleep in my hotel room when my phone rang. Scared the shit out of me. It was like 3 a.m. Dak looked down at his drink. At first I thought it was folks calling about Dad. I'd prepared myself for that for a while now. Yeah, I guess so, said Devine quietly. He shook his head. But not Jenny. I couldn't believe it. I thought he was out of his fucking mind. I didn't even know Jenny was in town. I'll admit we weren't as close as we were when we were kids, but she usually let us know when she was coming up. So, any ideas on why she didn't this time? Dak shook his head. I've been letting that rattle around in my head ever since I got that call. The thing is, she doesn't usually come up this time of year. There's not that much to do. Sometimes she'd go sailing right off the coast, and she liked deep-sea fishing. But you don't do that now. Or she'd just walk or bike around, go for hikes. Again, that stuff is better left to the summers or fall. And Jenny was here during the summer. We met up a few times, talked about Dad and the old days. She seemed really good. She didn't mention anything out of the ordinary, any unfinished business up here. Unfinished business? Like what? I don't know. It's why I'm asking. No, nothing like that. She seemed, well, like the old Jenny. Well-do. What about Alex? Where was she when Jenny died? Devine had forgotten to ask the woman, but he could do so later and compare it to what Dak told him. At that time of night, she'd have been at the house asleep. So you two didn't talk about that? If you want the truth, Alex and I don't really talk all that much. What happened to her? Dak shot him a troubled look. What do you mean? I was told that she was assaulted many years ago, and the person who did it got away, but that it changed her. Who did you hear that from? Is it not true? Dak finished off his drink. Yes, it's true. But she wasn't just assaulted. She was raped, beaten, and left for dead. Devine flinched. Harvey Watkins hadn't told him Alex had been raped, but maybe he didn't know. Watkins had said it had all been hushed up. Alex couldn't ID her attacker? No, she couldn't for some reason. I was never clear on why. You didn't ask? I was pulling a deployment in Germany. With the different time zones, it was hard to keep up with life back here. I heard snatches of what happened. I tried to get leave to come home, but apparently your sister getting raped wasn't a big enough deal for the army to allow that. When I finally got back, no one was talking about it. Everybody was actually walking around on eggshells. But she was different? Yeah, she sure as hell was. If I ever catch the son of a bitch that did it. So, no leads? Or anything? Apparently not. The cops concluded it was some stranger. Devine decided to shift gears. Do you know Annie Palmer? Dak looked at him suspiciously. Why do you ask? Just trying to understand as much as I can about this place and its dynamics. I know her. In fact, we dated off and on a few years ago. Didn't work out? Hell, Devine. We weren't looking to get married, just have some fun. And did you? Yeah, she was cool. Nice girl. Why, did she say? Different. No, I didn't even talk to her about you, said Devine. I've dated lots of women, and we all had good times. Up here, that's important. Otherwise, you could go stir-crazy. But you have all your business interests. Business is business. Pleasure is something else. Devine decided to change gears. So what's your criteria for investing? Free cash flow in what time period? ROI minimums? Growth prospects? Do you have a typical exit strategy, or do you just re-examine every so often? And what's your stop-loss plan? And do you invest solo or with a fund or a syndicate? You sound like you know your way around a balance sheet and P&L statement. I have my MBA, worked on Wall Street for a time. Why the hell did you leave? You make it there, you had to be pulling in serious bucks. With quote, just wasn't for me. Okay, Dax said incredulously. I have some financial backers for my investments. That was another reason why I was in Boston, to meet with them. I've got a proven track record, so they trust me. We like to be cash flow positive within 18 months, but there's wiggle room there on a case-by-case basis. Exit within 5 years, unless there's a compelling reason to get out earlier or stay in longer. Flexibility is the key. ROI expectation is high. 100% is the minimum. We shoot for the moon. Do you insist on board representation? We always take at least one board seat and more depending on our investment piece. But keep in mind, this is not Apple or Google. These are startups. They actually need our business expertise. I usually like to have my hand in, and we just closed our 20th deal last month. And the other 19? I think we're going to hit home runs in all but 2. Loaded. That's a much higher percentage than the Wall Street boys have. I get to really dig into the business plans and meet the people before the dollars go in, and then I'm right here watching my investment and jumping in or pulling the plug if I have to. You ever think of going somewhere else? Every second of every day. But I've got time on my side and a plan. A big one. The new Silkwell Empire? The new Dak Empire. The 2 men ate their meal and then went their separate ways. As Devine was walking back to the inn, he looked to the sky, which was growing cloudy. The wind was picking up. He could feel the barometric pressure dropping as the storm system moved in. He was halfway back to the inn when he was confronted by 3 men who stepped out from the darkness in a particularly lonely area of Putnam. And these men were not drunk and stupid local yokels like the ones who had followed him out of the bar. They got Devine's immediate attention primarily for one reason. They look like me right before I go into battle. Calm, focused, and lethal. Chapter. RCT. 3 guns to his 1 made it a quick end to a fight that never materialized. Devine was disarmed and pulled into an alley, where his hands were zip-tied behind him, and then he was taken to an SUV with blacked-out windows that was parked there. No hood was put over his head, and he wasn't blindfolded. They aren't worried about me knowing where I'm going because they know I won't be coming back. He studied the 3 men, 1 driving and 1 on either side of him. They hadn't uttered a word. They had let their weapons and hand signals do the messaging. He guessed 2 of the men's ethnicity to be Middle Eastern, and the 3rd was clearly Asian. This was business to them, and they deployed the ideal skill set to get the job done. They were all around 6 feet, lean and wiry, without the big flashy muscles that most people believed signified great strength and fighting ability. Nothing could be further from the truth, Devine knew. Being strong was great for one's health and longevity, but he had seen 6'5" dudes with 6-packs and bulging biceps and quads taken down by short, skinny guys who understood precisely how to wreck a person without an ounce of remorse. That made them unpredictably dangerous and, crucially, a millisecond faster. And that was the whole ballgame when you were fighting for your life. None of the men looked at him, not because they were afraid he could identify them, but because they were probably bored. This was business, and the hard part, the abduction, had gone seamlessly. Now there was just the execution phase to come, which would be the easiest element of the job. Then it was on to the next assignment. They were as different from the Alpha and Bravo from the Geneva train as it was possible to be. That pair had relied on their guns. When that failed them, they were roadkill to anyone like Devine, who actually knew what they were doing. The drive took them out of town. Along the coast and due south, Devine gauged. After about 20 minutes, they turned off the road, and the SUV trundled over a bumpy, unpaved street. Another turnoff there, and about 500 feet later, over crunching gravel, they came to a stop. Devine was bundled into a small wooden house, that was closer to falling down than remaining standing. He could feel tendrils of cold air coming in through cracks in the exterior walls. He was hurried up a narrow, enclosed set of stairs, down a hall, and into a room that was bare except for a chair in the middle. He was pushed into the chair and duct taped to it. With his hands still zip-tied behind him, he appeared to be securely immobilized. He had swept the room doing a Kim recon, or keep in mind. You looked at as many different details as possible in a short amount of time, with the ability to recall them later, as needed. This told him there was one window where the curtains were flapping because the window was either open or the glass was missing. The floor was made of wooden planks. The only door was the one they had entered. The walls looked to be solid plaster. There was a nail sticking out of the plaster where a picture had probably hung. The chair was an ordinary wooden one, with spindly arms. It might have already been in the house, or they had bought it at some junk shop to use as his execution perch. It felt fragile under his 220 pounds. Not much to work with, but he probably wasn't going to have that option anyway. Looking at the men, he was reminded of a Mark Twain quote one of his instructors at West Point had taught them. Of all the animals, man is the only one that is cruel. He is the only one that inflicts pain for the pleasure of doing it. He didn't know if these men took any pleasure in their work, but he did know they took pleasure in the payment they would receive for ending his life. He knew the hit rate for a moving target was less than 4% and the kill rate was under 1 in 100. Only he was stationary. He calculated the kill rate on him at damn near perfect. When engaged in his ceiling staring process, Devine had sometimes gone through this scenario in his mind. No way out. The last full measure. The end. As it came to all of us, just not so violently. He already knew he was not going to beg for his life, because he refused to waste his last few remaining breaths on useless things. He had almost died twice while in uniform, and once in civilian clothes. In each case, as his life seemed to trickle from him, Devine recalled being in the moment. He was certainly feeling the pain, and he was experiencing the sense of impending doom that anyone dying suddenly felt because your brain was releasing all sorts of chemicals into your bloodstream to try to stave off the end of its existence, and yours. And, when all hope was gone, the brain would begin methodically shutting down all the body's organs in an orderly procession, turning the lights out at the very end. This would normally take moments, not minutes. Devine had felt all of those things 3 times now, and, with that experience behind him reinforcing his psyche, he prepared for what he knew was coming. What had Dr. Guillaume said? That Jenny's death was instantaneous. That she was dead before her brain even realized it was over. But that hadn't really been the way it had gone down. Jenny had been staring at the shooter, her killer, much like Devine was now looking at the 3 hardened men in front of him. She knew what was coming. Your brain knew, which meant you knew, that the end of you was imminent. Devine wondered what she had thought about. Had she panicked, pleaded for her life, sobbed uncontrollably? No, he didn't believe she had done any of those things. Everything she had done in her life up to that point spoke of a person in control. She would have stood there staring back at the person about to kill her, with a calm, even defiant detachment, maybe even daring them to pull the trigger before they wanted to assume, for one final time, the upper hand over someone, a measure of control, even if that person was going to be the instrument of her demise. Devine stared back at the men with a calm detachment. He wasn't going to give the fuckers the satisfaction that what they were about to do had rattled him in the least. You go out like an army ranger, tabbed and scrolled. But they did not pull their weapons and shoot him dead. They left him there. He counted 3 sets of footsteps passing down the hall and then down the stairs. They had made their first mistake tonight, after an otherwise flawlessly executed mission. But to Devine's mind it was a big one. They had left him alone and alive. Chapter Ar-Shabah. Most people bound in duct tape would expend all of their energy pulling and tugging at their bonds, which only made the bindings that much tighter, like a fly struggling in a spider's web. But duct tape, like many such things, had one weak spot: focused, immediate torque. With that in mind, Divine leaned back in his chair as far as he could and then threw his torso forward with as much force as he could muster. The duct tape sheared off at multiple weak points. He didn't wait to hear if any sound he had made doing this had reached downstairs. That was just wasted time better spent elsewhere. He stood, turned to the side, and got free of the remaining dregs of the tape. He then sat on the floor. Divine, despite his size and musculature, was quite limber and flexible. This was not all genetic or by happenstance. He had worked at it. He brought his hands under his butt and then passed them along his hamstrings, down his calves, and under his feet until his hands were now in front of him. He held his arms up in front of him and examined the zip ties. They were black and police grade, meaning they were thicker than what one normally associated with such devices. They also were susceptible to torque, but you had to line up the weak point. He used his teeth to pull the end part of the ties so it was directly in the middle of his wrists. Then he once more used his teeth to make sure the ties were as tight as possible. He sat in the chair, lifted his arms straight up over his head, and then brought them down with every ounce of adrenaline-fueled force he could. His arms passed on either side of his torso. The zip ties, incapable of surviving this sort of torque directed right at their weakest point, snapped in two at the sight of the locking mechanism. Divine didn't take even a second to rejoice over his twin victories. He went straight to the window and looked out. The lower window had been removed for some reason, though the upper part was still there. But he wasn't focused on that. Brand new-looking bars had been screwed into the exterior walls, turning his room into a cell. Since he was not escaping via that route, he would have to get out of here the hard way. He turned, raced back to the duct tape, tore off some strips, used considerable strength to pull the long nail out of the wall, and rushed back to the window. The storm was starting in earnest, and a bolt of lightning struck nearby. He waited, his elbow poised near the window. As soon as the deafening thunderclap sounded, he hit the glass with his elbow. The glass shattered, and he used the duct tape to pull out a long, pointed shard. He wound the duct tape around the top of it so he could grip it there without cutting his hand. He placed the nail between his fingers and let the business end stick out the top. He slowly opened the door, inch by inch. Because it had creaked before, he had already seen another partially open door along the hallway when they had brought him up. He closed the door behind him and slid on his hands and knees down the hall to the other door. He pushed it open a little more so he could slide through before easing it back to its original position. He peered out through the gap. Perfect sight line of anyone coming up the stairs, and when they turned to the room where he had just been, their backs would be to him. He heard another vehicle pull up outside. The room he was in now had no window, but he could hear feet running through the rain, and then the front door opened. He heard voices, some in English, some in other languages. He had a conversational knowledge of Farsi and Arabic, but those linguistic skills had withered from non-use. It didn't matter. The people were speaking fast and in low voices. He relaxed and did his combat breathing when he heard footsteps on the stairs. 2 sets, 2 men. Through the gap, he could see the countenances of the Asian in the lead and one of the Middle Easterners right behind. They reached the top of the stairs and turned right, their backs to Divine, just as he'd planned. He was on full autopilot now. It was known as unconscious competence because he had practiced both the analysis and actions based on that analysis so many times, and carried it out for real countless more times that his mental and muscle memory was near absolute. Divine knew that there were around 75 areas of the body that could trigger incapacitating reflex injury. Now his task was to ID a few of those locations in this situation and inflict just such an injury. And do it with speed, surprise, and overwhelming aggression. There was a reason why a lion always went for the throat. He'd wanted to do this completely silently, but with 2 adversaries that was problematic. There were at least 2 more downstairs, the 3rd man and whoever had come in just now. He stepped out in such a way as to give the Middle Easterner a sight of him in his peripheral. That would expose the target Divine was aiming for. When the man turned, the glass knife slashed his throat, severing the windpipe so the man would not cry out. The thrust had also split the carotid sheath in two. The blood geyser painted the opposite wall a dripping red and splattered all over Devine as well. The lead man was pulling out his gun when Devine struck, and the nail hit the man's windpipe. He recoiled and dropped his weapon, gasping for air, unable to call out. Devine next pulled the glass knife free from the first man's throat, pivoted, and severed the second man's carotid with it. Devine caught the man and gently laid him down on the floor, even as he gave a last, rattling gasp and joined his partner in death. The sounds of the attack and the men falling were fortunately mostly covered up by the sounds of the raging storm. Devine searched both men and found his phone and his gun. He quickly sent a text to Harper and Fuss telling them what had happened and approximately where he was, but that they could also track his phone. He was just about to send a message to Campbell when a voice called up, speaking in Farsi. Devine answered back in a low voice in Farsi, saying basically, "Be right down." Winwell. As soon as the other Middle Easterner poked his head up the staircase, Devine put 2 bullets in it. The dead man slumped to the floor, the wall behind him painted with his blood. There was a scream, a woman's, Devine thought, and then he jumped to the side as the muzzle of an MP5 entered the stairwell and on full auto sprayed the area with a wall of bullets. Next, Devine heard people running away, and he got to his feet. He made his way cautiously down the stairs and then poked his head around the corner. He ducked down as more gunfire erupted. When he then heard a vehicle start, he ran to the front door and jumped out onto the porch in time to see the taillights of the SUV fleeing down the road as the storm continued to roar overhead. He ran back to the dead man at the bottom of the stairs, because he had been the one driving before. He snagged the vehicle keys from his pocket and ran back outside. He got into the SUV, fired it up, and started to back out. However, the truck wobbled badly, and he slammed it in park and hopped out. He went around the vehicle, his fury accelerating as he did so. They had shot out all 4 tires on their way to escaping. That was the gunfire he had heard. He slumped against the SUV's fender and let the rain wash over him. Despite their escape, Devine had one thing to be happy about. "I'm alive." Chapter Arshajo. Devine sat on the front steps of a place where 3 men lay dead inside. He was listening to the sounds of someone vomiting into the scraggly bushes on the right side of the old shack. Sergeant Wendy Fuss came into view, wiping at her mouth and looking wretched. "Jesus, Devine," she said, spitting onto the ground and looking at his clothes that were soaked with the blood of other men. Harper came out of the front door, snapped off his nitrile gloves, and glowered down at Devine. "How in the hell did you get out of that?" "You can thank the United States Army." Harper glanced at the house. "I think I need to call in the county and state police on this. It's out of my jurisdiction. Feel free." "And you gonna contact your folks?" he added. "I mean, those bodies, they sort of look, well, federal." "Already done, and they're on their way." "Was Ongrade, so we should just seal this thing off then and wait for folks to show up?" "That's what I would do," said Devine. "And I need a ride back to town." "We'll need your statement," said Fuss, wrinkling her nose as she rubbed her belly. "I can do it back in town," Harper said quickly. "I'll run you back. Wendy, you stay here on guard till the people show up." Fuss looked like that was the last thing on earth she wanted to do, but the woman gamely nodded and said, "Sure. Okay, Chief. Well, I'll radio the county and state folks right now and let them know what's what," said Harper as he hurried over to his cruiser. Fuss moved closer to Devine and looked up at him. "Did you really kill all those men?" "If I hadn't, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you. It was a damn miracle." "No, it wasn't. It was slow training, deep practice, and fast execution." "Well, you sure as hell executed them." Devine really wasn't listening now. He was thinking ahead, leaping from one possibility to the next. Is this related to my investigation of Jenny Silkwell? Is whoever fired at me through the window also involved in this? Or does it have nothing to do with Silkwell, and everything to do with me? Back in Putnam, he gave his statement to Harper. Afterward, he went to his cottage and showered, scrubbing extra hard, then changed into clean clothes and phoned Campbell to give him a fuller report. It was late, but he could always leave a message. However, The man picked up on the second ring. "Okay, this is getting weirder every minute," noted the retired general after Devine had made his report. "The question is it connected to the Silkwell case? Or something else, meaning me? The group in Geneva, you mean?" They were speaking Farsi, and I heard a woman's voice. "You thinking the woman on the train?" "It's possible." "Wilfa, how would they have tracked you down so fast?" "There's only one way, sir." Campbell said, "Wait, you think we have a mole in our organization? We wouldn't be the first." "I can't believe." Devine cut him off because, 1, he was tired, and 2, he was pissed. What I know to be true is that 2 Middle Easterners and 1 Asian guy knew exactly where I was and almost punched my ticket for good. I want to know why. So should you. When stupid. Campbell was a fine leader, which is why he simply said, "You're right. On it. Stay tuned and watch yourself." Devine put his phone away and looked around his room. "Right. Watch myself. But who's watching me? Best case scenario? He had seriously reduced their manpower resources, and they would have to pull back and regroup, which would give him time. They would also probably know that the feds would be all over this. Another reason to lie low for a while. Worst case scenario? They would redouble their efforts and try to finish the job tonight because he wouldn't be expecting it. And worst case scenario is what you always prepped for. He walked out to his rental, grabbed his go bag, and walked back to his cottage. He waited 10 minutes and then turned the lights out. The rain had stopped and the sky had cleared. It was actually warmer than it had been. He constantly checked the door and the windows, looking for anyone watching him. An hour passed. He opened the window in the bathroom and knelt there for 5 minutes, watching, listening, and using his sense of smell to detect anything that might do him harm. Satisfied, he clambered out and closed the window. He paralleled the main road for a 1/4 mile, then turned toward it and picked up his pace. His army jog was designed to set a pace, not too fast and not too slow, that he could maintain pretty much forever with a 60-pound pack on his back. He reached Jocelyn Point and jogged up the main drive. He had taken great pains and used all his skills to make sure he was not being followed either by vehicle or on foot. He had even scanned the skies for drones. He saw Dax Harley with a customized rain cover over it. Alex's bike was still parked on the covered porch. He walked over to the art studio and tried the door. It was locked. He took a pick gun from his go bag, and 20 seconds later he opened the door and slipped inside. He looked around the dark space, took in the smells of the paints and the charcoal pencils and the peculiar aroma of drying clay. And he could also sense the woman's shampoo and the body wash, which he had earlier imprinted in his brain in case it became important later. That also meant it had not been so long ago that Alex had left her studio. He checked his watch. After 3 in the morning, but what did they say about artists? When the creative bell sounded, you needed to answer the call no matter the time. He used his phone light to look around at her works in process, and he marveled at both the woman's obvious skill and imagination. He didn't know which one he admired more. Then he came to a sketch he had not seen before, because it hadn't existed when he had been here previously. She had gotten the jawline right, and the eyes, too. Deep-set and brooding, looking angry even when the person wasn't. The neck was a bit thicker than he had thought, at least in perspective to the head, but everyone had their interpretation. But for having not spent much time with the person, Alex had done quite a good likeness. Of me. Chapter. Censure. What the hell are you doing here? Devine woke and sat up straight to see the morning sunlight shafting into the skylight. He scrambled to his feet from his sleeping berth on the floor and faced off with Alex Silkwell, who was not looking as angry as her words might have implied, but more curious, and perhaps a bit amused. She had on the same clothes as the last time he'd seen her in the studio. Her hair hung wet and limp around her face. He actually liked it that way better than piled on top. The latter was too theatrical, he supposed was the word. The former just seemed more truthful. And why are you even thinking about that? Well, said Alex, giving him a raised eyebrow look. I had a spot of trouble in town and decided my cottage at the inn might be compromised. So you picked my studio to be compromised instead. I had few options, but I made sure I wasn't followed. Okay, but you were sleeping so hard I could have taken my time and killed you. Divine didn't say anything to this, because he knew she was probably right. She perched on a work table. What sort of trouble? Just some guys who wanted me to do something I didn't want to do. Like what? Like die, he thought, but said, nothing important. Why don't I believe you? I'm not sure, but I'm willing to listen. She scowled at his flippancy. You don't look like the sort that anyone could make do anything. You never know. So that's why I came here. The door was locked. I always lock it. He took out his pick gun. Then you should strongly consider a stronger lock, I said. Her scowl deepened. Should I call the police? Isn't breaking and entering illegal? I swear I broke nothing. She seemed to think of something and glanced at the sketch of him on the easel. Her face flushed. You're probably thinking... She gave up. I think you're an artist who sees creative opportunities in everything you see and everyone you meet. Her flush vanished, and so did her scowl and reserved manner. Her smile lit the room stronger than the sunlight, at least to Divine. You look like you could use some coffee. And food. I could, yes, he said. Come on, I'll make you breakfast. You don't have to. It's the least I can do for someone who entered but didn't break, and who thought my studio would be as much of a safe haven for him as it is for me. Her smile retreated with these words, and that bothered Divine far more than he had thought possible. He barely knew the woman, but he wanted to make her happy, to make her whole again. They left his studio, and she led him into the main house through a rear entrance that opened into a cathedral-sized kitchen. Damn, said Divine. How do you not get lost going from the fridge to the stove? It comes with directions, she quipped. Seriously, the place was set up for a home with a dozen servants. And how many do you have now? You're looking at her. I've got some eggs, fresh berries, ham, avocados, and home-baked sourdough. All of that sounds great. She pointed to a cupboard. Plates, utensils, and cups over there. How do you like your eggs? Any way you care to make them. She brewed a fresh pot of coffee, and he helped her get the items out of the fridge. That looks new, said Divine, staring at the Sub-Zero double-wide. Courtesy of my dear, entrepreneurial brother. He's been slowly fixing up the place. End quote. They decided on an omelet. He did the chopping and slicing of the onions, peppers, tomatoes, and mushrooms, while she split and spooned out the avocado, put the fruit into a bowl, and put 2 slices of her sourdough in the toaster. She mixed the eggs and other items and cooked it in a stovetop pan. Later, she sat across from him in the breakfast nook, sipped her coffee, and watched him chow down. You were hungry, she observed. He checked his watch. It was after 10. Shit. I usually eat before now. Where's Dak? Probably already at work. You don't know for sure? It's a big house. He lives in one wing and I live in another. And it all works? So far. She rapped on the tabletop. So what happened last night? You said you had trouble with some guys? What kind of trouble? Trouble enough. Then you can stay here as long as you need. Thank you, said Divine, who was surprised by the offer, but also humbled by it. Are they after you? She asked. 3 of them aren't. So you, what, arrested them or something? Or something, yeah. So you're not going to tell me what happened? I thought I just did. She sat back and took him in, it seemed to Divine, line by line, crevice by crevice. Artist as observer, he concluded. And it was a little intimidating, as though she could see through the flesh and bone and home, right in on the thoughts, right now hovering in his mind. You know what I really love about creating art? No. What? Asked Divine. It's all about perspective, of both the artist and the viewer. He finished his coffee and rose to pour another cup, and took her empty cup to refill. How so? You looked at my sculpture of the big penis roped and the testicles cuffed, and concluded it was meant to symbolize women pushing back against a man's baser instincts. He sat back down after handing Alex a full cup. And it wasn't? From your perspective, it clearly was, which is why you voiced that opinion. And from your perspective, you looked at it from a male's point of view. As the artist, I look at it differently. You mean from a woman's point of view? I mean, from a neutral observer's perspective. I didn't know there was such a thing, said Divine half-jokingly. There can be, if one tries, she said, her voice low, modulated, and serious. So, as a neutral observer? He said, losing his amused expression. She slid her finger along the top of the table. Life can be unfair for anyone, those with a penis and those without. Then why? A man can be trapped by his own masculinity, or what is perceived as masculinity. Dick chained, balls cuffed. They feel they have to act in a certain way because that is what society as a whole expects. For some men, it's no problem. It's who they are anyway. Rambo, or whatever. But that's not most men. So most men end up living a life that is not really theirs. It's dictated by societal expectation. And women? Women have a whole other set of problems and challenges and expectations that are impossibly unattainable. So you have people getting rich off selling crap to women to put on their faces, or lips or eyes, devices to suck in their gut and ass, or encouraging them to go under the knife, to get bigger boobs or bigger butts, or fewer wrinkles, or smaller boobs, or lesser butts, as the tastes of the money-grubbing influencers change, or become skeletons so they can squeeze into latex miniskirts and cleavage-bearing tops without the benefit of personal chefs and trainers, all in the name of female empowerment, which is one of the biggest hypocrisies I can think of. While others applaud, idolize, and enrich these people for telling females, particularly young and impressionable ones, that not rigidly adhering to their definition of physical attractiveness will doom them to be considered ugly by society. As though beauty and confidence and empowerment can't exist in any shape, size, or color. But it's all about the almighty dollar, and it makes people do awful things to each other, but they rationalize it as actually helping those who are not perfect become perfect. So you see, it really is all about perspective. Divine laid down his fork. Okay, men's dilemma covered. Neutral observer's side taken care of. Women's challenges done. Now let's hear your side. And who says I have one? All of what I saw in your studio says you do. Am I wrong? She rose. Yes, you're wrong. You done? I need to get back to work. You can stay here until your place is no longer compromised. And you can think about the fact that I asked you a simple question about what happened to you last night. And you had so little respect for me that you couldn't think of anything other than to bullshit me. There, you finally got my side. Feel better? She walked out, leaving Divine sitting there thinking, first, that she was absolutely right in what she had said, and he felt like crap for doing that to her. And, second, that the more time he spent with the woman, the less he understood her, and that had never happened to him before. So, am I losing my talent at evaluating people? Or have I just met my match in Alex Silkwell? Chapter Century. Alex was in her studio when he left. Divine didn't say goodbye. He just saw her through the window. But she didn't see him because the woman was totally absorbed in her work. He did note that she had taken down the sketch of him from the easel. It was probably in the trash. He thought about telling her what had really happened to him last night, particularly after she had guilt-tripped him, and rightly so. But his loyalty to the mission prevented him from doing that. He didn't yet know whom to trust in this town. Not even the woman who had given him sanctuary and made him a delicious breakfast, and whom he wanted, for some reason not yet clear to him, to help heal. He jogged back to the inn, where he found Harper waiting for him out front. The man was upset. "Where the hell have you been? I've been calling and texting." "Sorry, I had my phone turned off." Divine lied. He'd just not felt like talking to the lawman. "What's up?" The police chief's ticked-off features hardened to a bristling scowl. "What's up is your folks showed up to that hellhole with all the dead people inside and cut off access to everyone, even the state police." "Did they say why?" "They didn't say anything. Just flashed their Fed creds and told us to back the hell off. They took the bodies and they have armed guards encircling the place while they do God knows what in there. The state police are pissed, I can tell you that. This might go all the way up to the governor's office. And I'll make a call and see what I can find out." Harper did not look mollified in the least by this offer. "Nothing against you, Devine. I know you're just doing your job, but I sure as hell wish you'd never shown up in Putnam." "Yeah, well, I'm feeling the same way," thought Devine. He left Harper and walked to his cottage, which was occupied. 2 men who screamed national security were waiting for him. Plain suits, plain shoes, plain ties, uniform haircuts, unreadable expressions. One was tall and basketball player lean, the other medium height, with some iron-pumping heft to his frame. "Agent Mann," said the shorter fellow, indicating himself. "And Agent Saxon," he added, with a nod to his colleague. They showed their creds. They were members of a little-known agency that was right at the heart of the country's most stalwart defenses against enemies, both foreign and domestic, and their very presence made Devine tense. "We need a detailed statement from you," said Mann. "Can I ask one thing first?" "Sure, what? How'd you access my room?" Mann looked at Saxon and then turned back to Devine. "Our badges prompted the landlady to open sesame with her master key." "Thanks. I'll keep that in mind." "We're on the same team," said Saxon in a voice that was as drawn out as his frame. "So everyone keeps telling me. But at the end of the day, I think we're all engaged in an individual sport." End quote. "Take it up with a government shrink to get your head on straight," snapped Mann. "Your statement? Have you looped in Campbell? We're actually here at his behest. Your boss carries a lot of horsepower in our world, I'm sure." He spent the next 5 minutes recounting everything from the moment of his abduction to his running out of the house, only to find the tires shot out on the SUV. He did not tell them about spending the night at Alex Silkwell's art studio. "So where have you been since then?" asked Saxon, apparently reading Devine's mind. "We checked here hours ago. You didn't sleep in this room." "No, it didn't appear to be a safe place." "So where did you go?" "Somewhere else." "And why does that matter to you?" "I'm alive, right? To tell you what happened. So why don't you reciprocate by telling me who it was who snatched me?" Mann looked at Saxon, who shrugged. He said, "We don't know." "Bullshit," said Devine. "We got the bodies, sure. We have printed them and nothing came up on any database we put them into. We got their DNA and we're running that too on priority, but so far, squat." Saxon said, "Not so surprising, Devine. They appear to be international muscle for hire. They might never have been arrested, at least in this country, or in any other country that reports to the international bad guy clouds we use. We're circulating pictures in various places hoping for a hit. No ID on them? None. Why? They had to get into the country somehow," Devine pointed out. Saxon said, "They could have done it under aliases and then dumped the fake IDs. They clearly took into account that their mission could go sideways and brought nothing that we could use to trace them when they snatched you. We're checking camera feeds at all major points of entry, but it's slow going. If the SUV? Rented under a shell company with a fake ID and stolen credit card that our tech people tell us was of the very first order." Mann fixed him with a pointed stare that had much behind it, Devine could tell. "So the question becomes, why target you?" Mann said. "Have you talked to Campbell about that?" "No, but we're talking to you right now. We know about Jenny Silkwell. I actually worked on a joint task force with her back in the day." Do. "Any leads on her murder?" interjected Saxon. "I've only been working this case a short while." "You didn't answer my question." "No leads. You think these people were here to stop you investigating the Silkwell case?" "Maybe, maybe not." "What other reason?" asked Mann. "Take it up with Campbell. It's not for me to say." "We will. There was another vehicle, and I heard a woman's voice. Anything on that? Saxon shrugged. Not yet. We have bolos out, but not much to go on. I would imagine they're long gone by now. Or hiding in plain sight, noted Devine. In this podunk place? Said Man. This podunk place has a lot of newcomers from all over. What's the attraction? Saxon wanted to know. Lower cost of living for those who can work remotely, and wanted to get out from being around millions of people. Saxon nodded thoughtfully. COVID changed a lot. In some ways it changed everything, replied Devine. He stood and Saxon said, Where are you going? Back to work. With people gunning for you? Assuming a fetal position is not an option, and when you're in combat, the mission comes before personal safety. At least they taught me that in the Army. 411. Devine, you're not in combat anymore, growled Saxon. Could have fucking fooled me, replied Devine as he walked out. Chapter. Saint-Gerard. Devine drove to a place he'd already been, twice, and this time he was not leaving without answers, truthful ones. Earl Palmer answered the door. He looked pale and ill, thought Devine. His white sweater was stained and his pants drooped off his skinny hips and shriveled glutes. You okay, Mr. Palmer? Asked Devine, genuinely concerned about him. Yeah. Just a 12-hour bug. I'm getting over it. What do you want? To ask you some more questions. His expression lapsed into a scowl. Look, son, I've told you all I know. Was aller. Never hurts to go over it again. And I'd like you to go somewhere with me if you feel up to it. Where? Said Palmer guardedly. To where you found the body. Palmer shook his head. I don't want to go back there. Almost had a heart attack. Please, Mr. Palmer, it won't take long. I'll drive you and bring you right back here. What else can up? I'm sure you believe that Jenny deserves justice. Was Weatherb active? The old man stared at him, his white tufts of eyebrows twitching like he'd been mildly shocked. Let me get my coat and stick. After Earl had been helped into the SUV, they drove in silence until Devine said, I understand that your wife taught Alex Silkwell to be an artist. Bertie taught lots of folks, but with Alex, she said it was different. How so? Asked Devine. He wasn't just making small talk, he wanted to know if only to help him better understand the youngest Silkwell. Bertie said some folks are born to do what they do. Write, draw hell, fish for lobster, whatever. She said Alex would have been an artist with or without her. Bertie just happened to be there to help the girl along. She has a studio out back like your wife did at your house. Palmer stared out at a sky that didn't seem to be able to make up its mind, remain calm, or turned stormy. Way back used to be my gear shed, said Palmer, but I fixed it up for Bertie about 20 years ago as her art place. Should have done it long before, but I didn't, and Bertie never complained. Not once, and he seemed to run out of energy. You miss fishing for lobster? Asked Devine after a few moments of quiet. Palmer wiped at his mouth. I was a stern man. He smiled weakly. Doesn't refer to my personality. That's just the part of the boat I worked. Stern man does the grunt work, but we shared the duties, more or less. Me and the captain on a 30-foot Beale boat built in 1969. Damn fine vessel. Could handle any weather, any seas, really. Every morning, crack of dawn, we'd row out to the boat with our thermoses of coffee and our lunch pails. Get out of the harbor and onto the open seas. Big rolling swells out there. Make you puke if you had motion sickness. I never did. Even in a fog when you couldn't see the horizon. And the smell of fish, guts, and diesel fuel was coming at you from all compass points. End quote. I really don't know anything about fishing for lobster, but I do like eating them. Palmer's mouth eased into a broad grin that reached his eyes and held there. When I was a kid, I had my rec license. 5 lobster traps. As proud of them as I was of anything I ever owned. Then I got my student license and moved up to 10 traps. Then I got to working for others. 800 trap license with commercial fishermen. That's a lot of lobsters. Oh yeah. Money was good back then. We did a rotation of the traps every day. Collect the lobsters, Rebait with herring. You put 'em in mesh bags and either tie it off or stick it on a metal shaft in the trap. Get to about 200 or so traps a day. Each buoy marks 2 traps attached together by a rope called a trailer. I'd pull one and the captain the other. Now, them traps alone weigh about 50 pounds. Then you add in the ballast, which is about a half dozen cement bricks plus the weight of the lobster, and the water you're pulling it through. It's a backbreaker, all right. Builds you up, though. I was strong. Real strong. Leastways, I used to be, he added, his voice diminishing with each word spoken. I bet. How do you know which trap is yours? Buoys have distinctive colors, and every trap has to have a tag that matches your license, which you got to display on your buoys. And you got to replace the tags every year. You pick your colors. Can't be same as anybody else's, of course. Have to carry a buoy with those colors in plain sight on the deck, too. So's we pulled the traps up and collected the lobsters from them. Then, I put them in a sectioned-off box. Why is that? Bugs are vicious. Attack and eat each other, give 'em half a chance. Bugs? What we call the lobsters. Now once we're done with the rotation, we head on back. That's cleaning time for the stern man. Back at the mooring in the harbor, we unload the lobster from the drained holding tank and put them into crates that float right behind the boat. When we get a big enough load, we take 'em to sell. That's about it, son. Doesn't sound like something you'd spend most of your life doing, but I did. And I don't have no regrets. His face screwed up and he looked away from Devine. They say right now the Gulf of Maine is warming faster than just about any other body of ocean water on Earth. That ain't good for folks, do what I did. Already pretty much wiped out the cod and shrimp populations around here. Lobster and oysters don't like warm water either. They'll keep trekking north till they run out of planet, I guess. Canadians will be smiling for a while, I suppose, till the bugs abandon them too. He smiled and paired it with a bittersweet expression. We've been catching and eating those crustaceans for centuries. Guess they got the last laugh on old mankind. But there's still lobsters out there, said Devine. I see boats coming and going. Oh, yeah, just not what it was. That's why a lot of restaurants don't have it on the menu no more. Can't get it. And when they do, who wants to pay $80 for a dang lobster? And Lord, they got regulations you gotta jump through. We got different fishing zones in Maine. In our zone, we got large tides, more'n 15 feet, and strong bottom currents, so the ropes we use with the traps move. They said endangered whales were getting stuck in the vertical lines and such, so you got to use different gear and change how you lay it so a passing whale can snap it. If they do, there goes your gear, and the ropes get snagged on rock and such down there. Lose the rope, the traps, the whole shebang, with that as well. Now, some lobstermen won't fish in certain areas because of that. They go to muddy or sandy bottoms so their ropes don't get snagged. But the thing is, lobster like the hard bottom, so you're not going to trap as many. Catch two, that is. I can see that, said Devine. We had some catch-22 seconds in the military as well. And lots of early mornings, too. Best time of the day to be out there, though. You wake up before the sun, see a new day unfold right in front of you on the water. Ain't none of us guaranteed another hour of living. Don't care who you are or how much you got. Might as well get up early and enjoy what time you got left, I say. He looked out the SUV's window, and it wasn't hard for Devine to deduce that the older man was thinking about his wife and the car that had killed her and then driven off. Yes, sir, you're right about that, said Devine, now thinking about how close the previous night had come to being his last night on Earth. And I appreciate you helping me find out who hurt Jenny, he added, trying to draw the old man back to the task at hand. But Palmer didn't respond to this. He just kept staring out the window. They reached the spot, and he helped ease Palmer from his seat. Devine walked slowly because Palmer was not moving steadily or swiftly over the distance, even with the sturdy walking stick he had brought along. Knees and hips, he said in response to Devine's look. Need to get 'em all replaced. But I ain't got the money for that, even with Medicare, which pays a big chunk of it. I ain't got no supplemental, see? The deductible and co-payments were just too much for my Social Security, which is all I got. Might be able to get one hip and maybe a knee done, but then who's going to help me with the rehab? Local hospital shut down a decade ago, and the closest place is 40 miles from here. And nobody comes to the home no more. Not out here. Willis Vend. Then where do people go for their health issues? Doc Guillaume does all she can. She tried to help me with the insurance stuff and all. A while back, she helped me get a surgery I needed done. She comes by to check on me. And Bertie, when she was alive, did the same for others. Very kind woman. Knew her mom and dad and her uncle. Hell, knew their parents too. The Bings started the funeral business a long time ago. Was so felled and rest. How about your granddaughter? Could she help? Annie's got her own life and a business to run. She doesn't need to be cooking my meals and changing my damn diaper. They slowly walked to the edge, and both men looked out at the ocean. Prettier than any gal I ever seen, 'cept Bertie, said Palmer. Devine looked down to the rocks, where Jenny's body had fallen, or been placed. Devine noticed that Palmer never once looked down. He kept his gaze on the horizon. Maybe this is his safe space, like every ceiling I look at. So you came to this spot and looked down, and there she was? Yes, that's right, replied Palmer, still not looking down. Which was odd, because most people with the words Devine had used would look down. Is this spot special to you? Palmer swiveled his head to the right and eyed him casually. Every inch of coastline is special to me. Just happened to be this one I walked to that night. But not the only one. This was my third that night. You didn't mention that before. Well, now I am, Palmer said, more fiercely than Devine's comment really merited. Devine stared pointedly at the man, specifically at his neck. You find it hard to wander around like that at night with your hips and knees the way they are? People are meant to move. Actually helps me. You sit all day, you get stiff as a board. Walking lubes the old joints. Least it does mine. Okay, that was neatly done, thought Devine. Palmer stared out to the water again. Penobscot Bay has the best lobster bottom on the East Coast, but it was pretty good in our neck of the woods. He looked up, but only slightly. Read the sky and the tide like the back of my hand. The depths out there, the temperatures. Used to know every ledge and crag out there. Crags are where the bugs love to hide. Got to lay your traps as close as you can. Hope they bite on the herring. He turned stiffly to give Devine a sideways glance. Communing and competing with Mother Nature every day. Right, said Devine, who was not really paying attention to the man's words, but was instead focused on Palmer's stiff movements. He looked down at his feet and had an idea. What's that next to your right foot, Mr. Palmer? Did you drop something? Palmer didn't look down. Instead, he slowly backed up a few steps. What is it? Can you see? Devine said, Never mind. It's nothing. My mistake. So did you remain here when they came to take Jenny's body away? Palmer hesitated. Yes. But after they brought her up, I left. The weather was turning bad. I thought it had been raining hard since early evening. Lightning and all, said Palmer. They drove me back to my place. Took a hot shower and just sat there. Couldn't sleep. So, you knew it was Jenny by then? Yes, I did. Who told you? One of the boys that went down there to get her. He knew her. We all knew Jenny. Okay. Anything else you can think of? Palmer slowly shook his head. No, not one damn thing, young man. At least, that you're willing to tell me, thought Devine. Chapter. Saint-Tristan. Devine drove Palmer back home and headed straight to Bing & Sons after checking something on his phone. He found Françoise Guillaume coming out of her office. I'm sorry. I really don't have time to talk. I have a body to embalm, she added brusquely. I only had one question. If U.S. What? How could Earl have seen the body on the rocks below if he's totally incapable of moving his head to look down? She froze and then placed one hand against the wall, seemingly to steady herself. What are you talking about? Earl mentioned that you helped him get a surgery he needed some time back. Why do I think it was cervical spinal surgery? The sort of work he did all those decades would certainly cause some problems there. I had a buddy in the Army who suffered a malfunction on his parachute. He lived, but he had to have several spinal fusions, one of which caused limited range of motion in his neck. But he was young and strong, so he was able to bounce almost all the way back. So, I'll ask again, how did Earl see a body over 20 feet below his eye level when he can't even look down at his shoes? Can we .kn we go to my office? Sure, if you'll answer my question. We finds. He sat down across from her in her office and let her take her time. Earl had an accident out on a lobster boat once and was badly injured. He underwent cervical spinal fusion surgery by a specialist that I thought was a good one. However, the surgery went poorly, and there were complications. Foremost was Earl having a lot of built-up scar tissue and arthritis from the work that he did. A follow-up surgery not only didn't correct the problem, it made it worse. He had to retire because of it, and Earl has, over the years, lost more of his range of motion. I'm sorry to hear that, but then how could he see the body? I don't know. Maybe he got down on his knees, which would have him facing down. Why would he have gotten down on his knees? How could he have managed it? And then, how would he get back up? I don't know. Did you ask him? By the time I do, why do I think a story will have been prepared? She looked both offended and flustered. A story? Prepared by whom? What is going on in this town, Dr. Guillaume? I have no idea what you're talking about. I think you know far more than you're telling me. I thought your job was to find out who killed Jenny, she said. To do that, I have to get the facts right. Lies do not help me. Who do you think is lying to you? Pretty much everybody, replied Devine. She rose. I have to get to work. He stood. I do too. And let me just be straight with you. I will get to the truth. I don't care how many obstacles are thrown in the way. She looked at him with a mixture of sadness and defiance. I wish you luck. Devine ran into Fred Bing as he left. He looked busy and preoccupied, but he stopped and said, Mr. Devine, did you need something? I already spoke to your sister. Was she helpful? Not particularly. Bing did not look surprised by the response, which intrigued Devine. Can I help? Asked Bing. Do you know Earl Palmer? Earl? Oh, yes. Everyone knows Earl. I heard he found Jenny's body. Maybe or maybe not, thought Devine. You said before you didn't know she was in town this time. So when was the last time you saw Jenny? Bing thought for a few moments, running his hand through his hair. Maybe last year, or the year before. I assume she was busy with whatever she was doing. And what do you think she was doing? Serving her country in some capacity. The actual details of what she did have made for some lively discussions at the local watering holes up here, I can tell you that. Dax said that the remote workers have really turned the prospects of the town around. They've certainly helped, he grinned wryly. Although most of the recent influx are too young to have much need of my services. Yet, do you have any thoughts on who might have killed her? Bing leaned against the wall and crossed his arms over his slender chest. I think I just assumed that it had something to do with her work. I mean, why would anyone up here want to kill her? She wasn't really part of our lives anymore. The only real connection was her brother and sister and all that property. Property that some may want to develop and pay a pretty penny for it. Bing looked surprised. Really? Who told you that? Does it matter? I guess not, said Bing, looking confused and, to Devine's mind, nervous. I assume you handled Mrs. Palmer's funeral arrangements? Yes, we did. It was terrible. Bertie's death stunned all of us. And the fact that no one was held accountable? It just makes it even more horrible. And I understand her son and daughter-in-law died in a house fire? Yes, that was about, let me think, 15 years ago now. What happened? No one really knows for sure. Steve was a smoker, so that's what we all thought had happened, at least initially. It was early summer, but we had a cold snap, and turns out they'd been having trouble with their furnace. So they were using one of those old portable heaters without any safety or cutoff features, you know, the kind that if they tip over and catch something on fire, your whole house can go up in about a minute. So maybe it wasn't his smoking. I wasn't working at the funeral home then, But my uncle told me that it was a challenge making them viewable. Ended up being a closed casket. No one wanted to remember them that way. Their daughter, I think, was away or something." He paused. "But why are you asking about that?" "Because it has loose ends. Like the person who hit Mrs. Palmer and fled the scene. But those two events were 15 years apart. And one was a tragic accident, and one was a hit and run. And now, Jenny. Again, I don't see the connection." "Well, I don't either, to tell you the truth. Maybe there is none." "I wouldn't think so. I mean, stuff like that does happen." "Yeah, but this little town has had more than its share of stuff, don't you think?" Bing just shrugged. "Well, good luck with your investigation. If there's anything I can do to help, please, let me know." "I will." Devine left, got into his SUV, and drove back to the inn. And all along the way he was wondering why Earl Palmer had been offered up as the one to find Jenny's body when he could not have possibly seen it. Whoever was behind this had not thought that one through. But then again, until Devine had come along, everyone had just accepted what the old man had said at face value. Maybe I am good at this. Or maybe no one else really wants to find out the truth. Chapter. Sanchisu. Harper and Fuss were waiting for him when he returned to the inn. The two cops didn't look happy, and he felt sure he was about to find out why. Harper said, "Heard you went to see Earl Palmer today. News travels fast. .com. Can I ask why?" "He was the one who found Jenny's body. I had follow-up questions." "Like what?" asked Fuss, giving him a look that Devine didn't really care for. "Just the standard stuff." "Learn anything new?" asked Harper, his hand resting on top of his baton. "I don't know. I have to think about it." "You were over at the funeral home earlier, too," said Fuss. "Minutes ago, and you already know. You guys need to apply to work for CIA. Cut the crap, Devine." "What are you trying to get at?" demanded Harper. "Same as you, the truth. We all just have our own methods of getting there, apparently." "You seem to doubt that Earl found the body," said Fuss. "Well, if you mean do I think it odd that he looked down to see the body, only the guy can't look down, then yeah, I have some doubts. You should too." "His cruise." Harper eyed Fuss and said, "What do you mean, he can't look down?" The man seemed to be sincere, thought Devine. Or else he was an excellent liar. "A couple of cervical spinal fusions that went bad. He has severely restricted range of motion. Thought Guillaume would have told you. You obviously saw her at the funeral home, and she told you that we had met." "You're wrong. We didn't talk to her," said Fuss. "We saw both your cars in the parking lot when we passed by on our way here." "Weak? Okay. Now what about Earl?" asked Harper. "I gave him a little test at the spot where he claimed to have seen Jenny's body. He filled them in on what he had done to discover the man's inability to look downward." "Are you sure?" asked Harper. "Test him yourself," suggested Devine. "And the guy has a hard time walking." "No, he doesn't really walk, he shuffles." "So he was out in a monsoon shuffling miles, including through the mud, to the edge of that bluff? If what you're suggesting is true, it opens up a can of worms," said Harper. "It actually changes everything," replied Devine. "What do you mean by that?" asked Harper. "If he didn't look down and see her, how was she actually found? Did she really fall on the rocks after being shot, or was she killed elsewhere and moved there later?" Hold on, protested Fuss. "You're getting way over your skis the way I see it." "I don't think so. It's a fact that when Earl called 911, there was a body at the spot mentioned?" "Yes," said Harper. "I told you that. The night dispatcher called me, and I called Wendy. We went out there straight away." "And Earl was there?" "Sure was. Right over at the edge. He pointed to where she was." "Did he look down when he pointed?" "I don't remember," snapped Harper. "I had other things to think about." "They can't—" "But if he didn't find her, what was he really doing there?" asked Devine. "You're the one saying that, not us." "Then test him." "We do that. It's as good as saying we don't believe him." Devine retorted, "I thought our job was to find the facts, not worry about hurt feelings." We don't need you to tell us how to do our job, interjected Fuss heatedly. In fact, you made our job harder by preventing us from searching Jenny's room and car right away. I had nothing to do with that. It's great. It was still your people, pointed out Fuss. This is getting us nowhere, said Devine. Are you going to speak to Earl? Harper hitched up his pants. I'll let you know. In the meantime, what can you tell us about those 3 people you killed? Your boys turn up anything? Not that they've shared with me. Well, as soon as you do hear anything, be sure to let us know. I'd appreciate the same, replied Devine. They walked off, without acknowledging this request. As soon as they left, Alex came riding up on her bicycle, stopping in front of him. Can we talk? She said. Sure. About what? About me and Jenny. Chapter. Sancherwu. She curled and uncurled her fingers around the coffee cup at Maine Brew. Devine watched those long, lively fingers and judged them to be as artistic in design and function as the mind of the woman who owned them. What about you and your sister? Said Devine in a gently prompting manner. Alex looked up at him, considerable pain in her expression. She fiddled with the colorful scarf tied around her neck. I heard about what happened to you, that you almost died last night. That was why you came to my studio, wasn't it? Who told you that? Wendy Fuss. She said that you killed 3 men who had kidnapped you. He nodded slowly. Yes, but we didn't come here to talk about that, did we? He took a sip of coffee and glanced out the window as a chilly rain started to fall. When she didn't say anything, he looked back at her. I heard something about you. What? She said quickly. That you were attacked when you were in high school, and that the person who attacked you got away. She looked so distressed that he put his hand out and gripped hers firmly. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. It's up to you. No worries. I shouldn't have brought it up. I'm sorry. It was a stupid thing to do. He let go of her hand, sat back, and waited. She took a sip of coffee and then set the cup down and plunged in. The doctors said that in addition to having physical injuries, I suffered a traumatic shock, and that shock caused something called localized or situation-specific dissociative amnesia. Back then, I had no idea what that meant, but I've come to learn that it means I can't remember certain specific memories. In my case, I can remember what I was doing before it happened, but nothing after that. Dizes. So you don't remember any details of the assault? She shook her head. I wouldn't have even known that it happened at all, except I woke up in a hospital with a skull fracture and the police were there. She touched her scalp in the middle of her head. They had to shave my head right there to fix it. They also told me I had been... Yes, I know, said Devine quickly. Will you ever get the memories back? They don't know. Apparently, most of the time they do come back, at least to some degree. But it hasn't happened with me, and it's been over 15 years now. Is there anything they can do to help you get them back? I've been to psychotherapy, but it didn't help. They told me that your mind blocks out something if it's too painful to .co.n front. And there's something called creative therapy that I actually do every day and would have done regardless of whether this had happened to me or not. His favorite. Your artwork, you mean? She smiled, sadly, and nodded. Yes, it's my cocoon, my safe space. When I'm doing it, all is right with the world, at least my world. Who found you after you were attacked, do you know? If they told me, I don't remember. I was just in shock when they told me what had happened, and my head hurt so badly. So the police had nothing to go on? No one else saw anything? No. Where did the attack happen? Alex shook her head. I don't remember. End quote. I am so very sorry that happened to you, Alex. She looked down at the table and nodded, and then wiped at her eyes. But you didn't come here to tell me this, since I was the one who brought it up. She looked at him. I came here to tell you that Jenny did come by to see me when she was here. She stopped and looked at him. Aren't you mad that I didn't tell you before? No. I'll just assume you had your reasons. Her expression relaxed. You keep surprising me, Travis. I think I have you figured out, and you throw me a curve. Not to worry. I was thinking the very same thing about you." She picked at one of her paint-covered fingers. "It was in the afternoon before she was killed. What did she want? She wanted to know if I had remembered anything from when I was attacked. And what did you tell her?" "The same thing I just told you, that I hadn't." "Moke, why would she be bringing that up now, after all these years? Or did she regularly check in with you about it?" "No, she had never mentioned it before, aside from when she came home to help me right after it happened. She never left my side for a long while. And she would talk to me about it, trying to get me to recall what had happened. I think she might have tried too hard because it never worked. I remember she got angry with me sometimes about it." "Goad, why?" "Like you said, these things happen to people who have experienced what you did. Because Jenny would have been strong enough to overcome that, remember every detail, and nail the bastard. Or so she told me when I couldn't do that. A tough older sister. An impossibly perfect older sister." She hesitated. "But she did not carry about me, Travis. I know she did. Through her actions, if not always, through her words. But not so easy to love. Your earlier remark about Jenny is making more sense. I did love her, despite all that." Alex said so quietly, Divine almost didn't hear her. "Is that when Bertie Palmer started to mentor you?" "Yes. Jenny had to go back to Washington for work. And Mom and Dad were, well, they had a lot going on. They must have been terribly upset about what happened to you. I don't think they knew how to deal with it. Dad went around angry all the time. I believe he blamed himself for not protecting me. And Mom alternated between going into a shell and then coming out of it to smother me." She looked out the window at the rain falling from a gray sky, but her expression brightened in spite of the gloomy weather. "Bertie was a godsend, a truly wonderful, giving person. She didn't just teach me about art. I mean, I had a natural talent, but my fundamentals were all over the place, especially my line work. She taught me about life, too, about who I was, or could become. I heard you had been accepted at some great art schools. I know you have to present a portfolio of your work to be considered for admission. Bertie helped me do all that, Travis. She was the reason I had the courage to apply to those schools in the first place and have artwork worthy enough to show them. It was therapy for what I was going through. She urged me to get it out on the drawings, the canvas, whatever I was working on. And it helped. It really did. But then you didn't go to any of the schools. Why?" Alex stared out at the rain, which was starting to fall harder. And, mirroring what the weather was doing, tears started to slide from her eyes and curlicue down her trembling cheeks. And as Divine watched this, it was like he had forgotten how to breathe. He reached out and gripped her hand once more, not only to reassure her, but to also do so for himself. "Would you think it unbelievable if I told you I didn't know why?" she said in a hushed voice. "No, I wouldn't. But there is a big world out there to explore and capture in your art." She shifted her gaze to him. "I know," she said in a low voice. But Divine knew the woman had no faith or belief in her own response. At this point they were just words, expected ones, what she thought he wanted to hear. He withdrew his hand. "So you stayed in the old homestead, where you grew up?" "It was a happy time for us. Mostly. At least I remember it that way." She glanced at him. "Did you have a happy place?" He nodded. "It was called the United States Army." "So why aren't you still in uniform?" "Because life came at me fast and I didn't duck in time. So now here I am." "Here we both are," she amended. I better go. We'll have to Dodd." When she rose, he said, "Whether those memories come back or not, Alex, they won't define you if you don't let them. I used to think that. You still can." "I used to think that too, Travis." He watched her walk off because he could think of nothing to make her stay. But he did have one thought. "If I find whoever took Alex's life from her, I will make them pay." Chapter Saint-Gerlio. The next morning, after his workout and partaking of the inn's continental breakfast, Divine drove to the police station where he found Harper and Fuss in the chief's small office. He eyed the pictures on the wall of tough-looking men in uniform. Harper noted this and said, "Former chiefs of police here. Way back we had 6 full-time officers, if can you believe it, but then our population fell off a cliff. It's going back up, according to Dak Silkwell." "And what reason?" "It is," conceded Harper. "The remoters," he calls them. "They are coming here in droves. I don't know if it will last, but we'll take it. Only good thing to come out of COVID, for us. Any news on Jenny's phone or laptop?" "We don't know that she had a laptop with her," said Fuss. Devine pulled out his phone and showed a picture he'd taken. "Dust pattern on her desk at the inn." "What else could that be?" "When did you notice that?" asked Harper. "When we searched the place." End quote. "And you're just now telling us?" he barked. "I thought you had noted it." This seemed to make Harper even madder, and he was clearly struggling to keep his temper in check. "How about your folks? Have they traced any of that electronically?" Devine shook his head. "No, but I got another question." "Okay," said Harper, seeming to brace himself. "Where was Alex Silkwell attacked all those years ago?" Harper looked at Fuss, who was now looking at the scuffed wooden floor. "I was a sergeant back then," said Harper, "like Wendy is now, but we had other officers, like I said." "Okay. Were you one of the responders? And who called it in?" "I understand that Alex didn't. She woke up in the hospital." "Why are you asking about that?" said Fuss, now looking at him. "Because Jenny asked Alex if she had remembered anything about the attack." "What?" bellowed Harper. "You mean this time? Who told you that?" "Alex did." "She never told us," retorted Harper. "Well, she told me, and I'm telling you. So I'd like to know where Alex was found, since it now seems Jenny came up here to look into what happened to her sister." "Why, after all this time?" said Fuss. "I don't know, but I'd like to find out. So the place?" "Before my time," said Fuss quickly. Devine shifted his focus to Harper, who would not meet his eye. "Chief, it was? Actually, it was right around where Jenny's body was found, as a matter of fact. But in the open field before you get to the trees, and through the trail there to the bluff by the water." Devine's expression slowly hardened. "And you never put 2 and 2 together?" "No, I didn't. Hell, I hadn't even thought about what happened to Alex in years. Your question just now made me think about it." "Come on, you really think they're connected?" interjected Fuss. "What about the military round found out there, and the person who took a shot at you, and the ones who kidnapped you? They were all foreign folks. They weren't around when that happened to Alex." "I don't know what to make of all that yet," conceded Devine. "But the location being the same for Alex and Jenny, it might mean something. We have to follow it up." "You can if you want," said Harper. "I have better things to do with my time." "Okay. Did you confirm that the round fired at me was a NATO round? I'm asking because even though I found the casing, this case is so screwy when it comes to ballistics. I want to make sure the casing matches the round fired." "We confirmed it, yes," told the other feds, Saxon and Mann. "Did you check Dak's alibi for the time Jenny was killed?" Harper exclaimed. "Why in the world would Dak want to kill his own sister?" "Oldest motivation of all, money. Any two." "What money?" "Dak told me some developers want to buy Jocelyn Point. It would be worth millions. Now that Jenny's gone, the value of Dak's share went way up." Harper eyed Devine. "Okay, we'll check it out. Thanks for the info." "You're welcome." It doesn't fry. Chapter Saint-Gerty. Later that day, after spending time in his room going over the case notes in his briefing book and pondering how all of this tied together with what he had found out so far, Devine drove through the wind and rain to the spot where Jenny's body had been found and where Alex had also been attacked. As he stared out over the rugged terrain, Devine concluded that the events had to be connected in some way, which meant that the killer of Jenny Silkwell might have also attacked Alex, or at least knew something about it. But what explained the men who had abducted him? And the woman he had heard? Fuss was right. They were foreigners, most likely, and while they might have reason to kill Jenny because of her ties to CIA, They almost certainly could not have been involved in what happened to Alex 15 years ago. He instinctively looked over his shoulder to see if anyone was trying to get a beat on him. That had been a way of life in the Middle East, because there someone was always trying to sneak up and kill you. This case really came down to one linchpin: Earl Palmer. He was lying about finding the body. Of that Devine was convinced, and the police seemed to have no interest in following that up. Were they being loyal to a local, just equal parts incompetent or stupid, or were they complicit in whatever cover-up was going on? But the thing was, Palmer didn't strike Devine as a liar. He seemed just like everyone described him: salt of the earth, nursing perhaps the most painful loss any person can endure. So why lie under those circumstances? Is someone making you lie, Earl? He drove off while the rain continued to pour down, and then abruptly transformed to sleet. And then, just as swiftly, it all stopped, and the skies began to clear. The weather really was crazy up here, thought Devine. He turned onto the main road as his phone buzzed. It was Campbell. Devine hit the speaker function. First things first. Agents Saxon and Mann have made a partial trace of the men who kidnapped you. End quote. What did they find out? They arrived in the country the same day they came after you. Flew in from London. Before that, we traced them to Brussels. They are a known quantity. Killers for hire. Like the guys on the Geneva train? Yes, but at a higher level. You did well to survive, Devine. Any idea who hired them? Not yet. The organization you went after in Geneva has many resources, and while we hit them with a debilitating shot, we obviously didn't knock them out. Now, we're doing a deep internal security audit here, trying to compartmentalize who knew about your assignment in Maine. Must be a fairly short list. It is, Devine, but we need proof. If we have a mole, we'll find the person and deal with them accordingly. I hope I'm around to see it, replied Devine. Anything on the woman on the train? She might have been the one in the house that night. Apparently a woman of many identities, a number of which we are currently running down. It seems most likely that she was engaged by the Geneva folks to deal with you after what you did to them. So she's a freelancer then? That's the prelim at least, but it has not been confirmed. There's been talk of a new talent out in the mercenary field, but we don't know if it's her or not. Now, what's new on your end? Devine went over his suspicions about Earl Palmer and the possible connection of Jenny Silkwell's murder to the assault on her sister years earlier. My God, Kurt never mentioned anything like that happening to Alex. They apparently hushed it all up. Why? I don't know. Then, what's your take on the Norma casing being found at Jenny's crime scene, but a NATO round being the one that nearly killed you? Asked Campbell. I don't really have a take, sir. Yet, it could be someone from the military or a civilian trying to throw suspicion that way. And we don't know for sure Jenny was killed with the Norma round, since it was never found. I Christ. You have anyone that's giving you certain vibes? Dax Silkwell is an aspiring mini-mogul who will make even more millions off the sale of the old homestead now that Jenny is gone. He says he was in Boston at the time, but he could have paid someone to do it. That much money is a prime motive. That's the other thing I meant to share with you. I spoke today with the Silkwell estate lawyers about the trust that left the house and property to the children, said Campbell. So it might be Dak had even more motive than you thought. How do you mean? According to the trust terms, there has to be a unanimous vote to sell the property. So if Jenny didn't want to sell, Dak was not getting his millions. And if Alex doesn't want to sell, Dak has the same problem that he might have had with Jenny. I gotta go. Devine ended the call and punched the gas. Chapter. Senshaba. Devine pounded on the front door at Jocelyn Point, to no avail. Alex's bike was there, but Dak's Harley was not. At this time of day, the man was at work inking people's skin. He tried the door, but it was locked. He ran around to the studio, but a quick look in the window revealed it was empty. He hustled back to the house and found the back door unlocked. "Alex?" he cried out. "You here. We need to talk. Alex?" He searched the first floor, then the second. He found Dak's bedroom, which was a pigsty. On the other side of the house was Alex's, which was tidy and organized. walls built around her to keep the bogeyman away. He opened a third door and looked in. There were dust cloths on the furniture, but he could tell the space was clearly another bedroom. On the wall, he saw a number of grainy old newspaper articles that had been framed. He walked over to them. The local paper had written stories about Jenny Silkwell's academic and athletic accomplishments, which were many and impressive. And on a shelf were trophies and certificates and other memorabilia that further proclaimed the outstanding youthful achievements of the room's former occupant. He shook his head and wondered what it would have been like to be Jenny Silkwell's sibling. Not easy. Not easy at all. He closed the door and spied another staircase that headed up. He took it. The staircase was full of mildew and decay. He saw that it opened out onto the widow's walk that served as a topper to the home. The weather hit him as soon as he stepped outside, but now it was just wind. The precipitation had carried well off the coast. The air seemed finer and purer up here, he immediately noted. He took in the area, with his gaze finally settling on the Atlantic. The wind had churned it, and the whitecaps roiled the surface in a slow-moving motion that struck him as frenetic still. There were a few boats in his sight line, but that was all. The day was beginning to wind down, and the setting sun was behind him, casting all he was seeing in a stream of colors that was building as slowly as the waves. When his gaze dropped to the dark rocks along the coast, his throat seized and his heart felt stiff and flimsy. He cried out in his anxiety and ran pell-mell back down the stairs to the first floor and out the back door. He ran flat out toward the ocean, his heart in his throat as he mumbled every prayer he could think of. He looked down on the boulders where the tide was just beginning to come in. Alex was sprawled out on one of them. He hurried down the rough path leading to the rocks and skipped over them to reach her. "Don't be dead! Don't be dead!" He pulled his phone to call 911. He got to her and knelt down to check the woman's pulse. She screamed and sat up so abruptly, Devine fell back on his ass on one of the rocks. "What are you doing?" she demanded. He was so relieved that he had interpreted the scene incorrectly that he didn't answer. He just laughed, uncontrollably, for a few seconds in a spasm of relief, and then lapsed into an embarrassed silence, his chest heaving with all he was feeling at the moment. As she stared at him with obvious concern, he said, "I saw you lying sprawled on the rocks from the widow's walk. I thought..." He couldn't finish the statement, but he didn't need to. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," said Alex. She reached out and gripped his hand. "I guess it looked... I was like... Jenny." He nodded, and then looked off to the encroaching ocean. He closed his eyes and tried to will away that image of a dead Alex. It did not work. "I come out here a few times a week and lay out on this flat rock before the tide comes in. It's part of my therapy. I was going to bag it today, what with the rain, but it stopped. So, I didn't know you were still in therapy. It's self-imposed. I learned a lot from others, and now I practice it. Breathing exercises, meditation, using certain calming phrases, being in the moment, trying to knock as much cortisol out of my system as I can and replacing it with dopamine." She ran her gaze over him. "You should try it. You look very stressed. I can teach you a few things." "Thanks. Maybe I'll take you up on that. But I have some questions first. With you, Stad. Okay? What? Did you know your brother is negotiating to sell Jocelyn Point? And do you agree with that? And do you know whether your sister did and whether she approved of a potential sale?" Alex now looked out to sea and didn't answer for a long moment, while Devine tensely watched her. "Dak told me about it. I don't know if Jenny wanted to sell or not. I don't know if she even knew about it. She didn't talk about it when she came up here last? No, she never mentioned it. She just wanted to talk about if I had recalled anything from when I was attacked. So, are you okay with him selling all this? We haven't really talked about how I feel, and I haven't really thought about it. Under the trust document, you both have to agree for a sale to go through. When Jenny was alive, she would have had to agree too." She slowly turned to look at him. "You're not suggesting?" "I have to look at every angle, Alex. Dak is negotiating to sell this place, like I said. So how is he doing that if you haven't agreed to the deal? I don't know. I'll have to talk to him about it. He drew closer. Alex, do you want to leave here? You told me there's a big world out there for me to capture. I know I did, and I meant it. But you can travel to other places without selling this place, without selling your home. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not exactly rolling in cash. Yeah, I've sold some artwork here and there, but I don't get Picasso-level money in return. I thought that Dak does well financially. I'm not Dak. But if he weren't paying the taxes on this property, we would have already lost it. So you're saying you might not have a choice in the matter? If Dak stops paying the taxes, there's no way I can keep the house. Well, you'll be very rich. Dak said it would be worth millions. He watched her closely to see how she reacted to this. Alex just stared off. My dad probably won't live to see the new year, will he? Devine was startled by the segue. No, it's doubtful that he will. Have you spoken to your mother about it? I know everyone hates her because they think she abandoned Dad, but I don't think that. What do you think? How about some hot tea? And I can light a fire in my dad's old study. I'm chilled to the bone now, and not just with the weather. Sounds good. I can help. And they entered through the back door, where Alex stopped and said, You mentioned you were on the widow's walk? He looked embarrassed. I was worried about you. I saw your bike, and when you didn't answer, the door was unlocked. I get it, Travis. As he watched her in the kitchen prepare the tea, he was struck by her vulnerability and, more important, how she was dealing with it. The woman had personal courage that was admirable. He imagined she took each day as it came, not attempting to go any further than that. And one day at a time was probably difficult enough for her. He carried the tray while she opened the door to the study. Devine looked around at the worm-eaten walnut floorboards and darkened ceiling beams. In the middle of the room was an old partner's desk with a well-worn green leatherback chair and a small wooden holder with a large fountain pen in it, and another stand that held 2 old smoking pipes. Bookshelves lined 2 walls. On the 3rd wall was a large window looking out to the water. On the 4th was a brick-faced fireplace with a wooden mantel that held framed pictures. There was an old red leather couch and a couple of armchairs set around an industrial-style coffee table constructed of chunky, weathered wood with metal straps across the top and rusty metal wheels. He set the tray down on the coffee table. This place looks full of memories. Well, Alex smiled as she poured out the teas and set some banana bread out on plates. Good ones, at least for me. Devine handled the kindling and stacked the wood in a particular way in the fireplace. He thinned out an old page of newspaper, lit it, and held it up near the flue opening to draw the flames. You look like you've done that before, she commented. Army and the Boy Scouts. Some of the training is the same. As the fire picked up, they drew closer to it. Devine took a bite of the banana bread and exclaimed, Damn, that is good. I make it myself. It was a recipe Bertie shared. A woman of many talents. Yes, Bertie was. I wasn't talking about Bertie, he said. They stared awkwardly at one another before Devine broke off his gaze. She said in a halting voice, I loved coming in here as a child. This was originally Hiram Silkwell's study, and all the Silkwell men have used it as their inner sanctum over the generations. Those pipes belonged to my grandfather, Tobias Silkwell. My father would be at the desk writing with the fat fountain pen that's still in the holder over there. He had monogrammed stationery, and his penmanship was perfect. I always tried to form my letters like he did. He wrote his own speeches, and he liked to do it in here. He would read them to Jenny, and she would critique them. He usually agreed with her comments. At least, that's what she told me. What? One of yours? Said Devine, pointing at the painting hanging next to the window. It depicted 4 people in a sailboat. Yes, that was us. Dad and the 3 kids. Mom didn't like to sail. She got seasick. But Jenny would race her little boat out on the Gulf all the time. She was fearless. The way she said it made Devine a bit sad. Jenny had clearly intimidated her younger sister, but it seemed her death had also left a void in Alex's life. She rose and plucked a framed photo off the mantel and held it out to him. I used this as the model for the painting. He looked at the picture, and saw a sleek blue and white sailboat with twin sails and a cabin below. At the helm was Curtis Silkwell, with a far younger Jenny next to him, one of her hands on the wheel next to her father's. Off to the side were Alex and Dak. Someone took the picture from shore and gave it to us. He obviously liked the painting, if it's hanging in here. End quote. I did that 2 years after Dot had happened. It was therapy. I'm sure it was. It took you back to a safe time and a safe place. She smiled. My dad was a daredevil sailor too, even more than Jenny. Divine smiled. How'd you all handle it? Jenny pretended not to be scared. Dak was terrified and screamed bloody murder the first few times we went out, especially if the seas were rough, but then he got the hang of it. And you? I trusted my dad, she said simply. She looked up at Divine as she handed him a cup of tea. I knew he would never do anything to hurt us, and he was always in control even when he seemed not to be. He could do anything. Sounds like you really love him, said Divine. I knew he was this brave war hero from way back, but I never saw that side of him. He never had any of that stuff here. No medals or anything, and he never talked about it, even when we asked him. Well, Jenny and Dak did. I wasn't interested. One of her bands, it's been my experience that the people who did the most in war talked about it the least, and the reverse is also true. She nodded and looked out the window, where the wind had intensified. It pushed against the glass with the firm pressure of a leviathan's hand. Then there was a loud smack as possibly a tree limb hit the house. Divine felt his hand dart to his gun. Get a grip, you idiot, Alex said. He was a good congressman and senator. He worked a lot with the state's governors, especially Angus King, who is now a senator too, and John Baldacci when he was the governor. My dad really cared about the people who live here. Will you go down to see him? He asked. And your mother? She said she tried to call and got no answer, and she hasn't seen or talked to you since the divorce. It's complicated, Travis, she said, her expression tightening. I'm a different person than I used to be. I don't want to be different. I want to be happy, and I am sometimes. But sometimes things hit me and wipe the smile right off my face. My anxiety goes through the roof. I can barely breathe. The world feels like it's closing in on me. It's not Mom, really. It's me. And I don't want her to see me like that. She seemed to grip the teacup harder and glanced at the fire. He could see her taking deep, moderating breaths and saying something under her breath. A calming phrase or chant, like she had mentioned. You're safe with me, Alex. I won't let anyone hurt you. She gave him a sad smile. But one day you won't be here, and I will. Of course. And what a stupid thing for me to say. He stared at the flames and couldn't think of any suitable reply to her honest-from-the-gut words. Chapter. Sanchijo. He left her there, by the fire. Divine looked back at the house as he sat in the SUV, his spirits as bleak as the weather. The case had its difficulties, but so did every other challenge he'd confronted. No, it wasn't the case that bothered him so much. It was knowing that no matter what he did, he could not make people who were not whole. Not Alex, not Curtis Silkwell, not his ex-wife, not Earl or Annie Palmer, not anyone whose life had been touched by Jenny Silkwell, including me, and I never even knew the woman. He drove to the police station and found that neither Fuss nor Harper was there, but there was a woman he had been introduced to before. Her name was Mildred James, and she handled the dispatch and all the admin work for the department. I'm not sure when they'll be back, said James. Can I do anything for you? He sat down across from her. You lived here long? I was born here 59 years ago next week. Happy early birthday, then. So you know the Silkwells? Oh, sure. Wonderful family. It's so awful what happened to Jenny. I'm sure her parents are very upset. Well, I heard Senator Silkwell is not well, so he may not be aware. You like working here? If I didn't, I wouldn't. There's never too much to do. I mean, nothing that you'd call exciting. And that's not a bad thing, don't get me wrong. But with more people moving into the area, We are getting more calls and such. There's even talk of hiring another officer or two. Were you working here when Alex was assaulted? Oh, yes. I've been working here over 20 years. Thank God whoever attacked her didn't kill her. I think they killed part of her, Devine thought. What can you tell me about the incident? He asked. Well, I was on duty and got the call that a woman had been attacked. I took the information and dispatched the response. Wait a minute. Who called it in? The people who found her. How did they find her? Let me think. Yes. They said they were driving past a spot along the coast and they happened to look out and see something lying there. The husband got out to see what it was while the wife waited in the car. He recognized that it was Alex. He ran back to the car and told his wife to call the police, which she did. And then Alex